over so you can see the amazing Sid, HeroicSpiritGamer, and Sawney Wrath 11. Throwing it over to you. That's the interview set. Unless that slime wants to play Final Fantasy VII.
Run the interview area. They get very confused. That's what happens when you run the interview area. They're like, "Oh, his set, the interview area." That's my fault. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Sid exists, therefore interview.
Yeah. Just so you know, I'm not hearing the host in our head.
Yeah, we don't have hosts.
Yeah.
So we'll roll it right into this real quick since we're really behind. So I'm going to do my best to save as much time as possible. So we can start the timer if you guys are ready. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go!
Now for
Come on, chat. Let's see that hype.
Yep.
Good luck, dude.
Yeah. I'm going to need it. I'll explain what's going on right after I diss this Gorgon. Just give me a second. Nope, never mind. It's dissing me.
I promise you, he did not have that planned ever since the start of us getting ready for this.
It took me like a couple of days. It took me like a month or a couple months to realize I could make that bad joke, and everybody'd be like, "All right, I'm leaving. This is not the run for me."
I was about to say, that's the end of the run.
The runners just turned everybody off immediately. So New Game Plus Hard is what we're running, and one of the things you get from clearing New Game is actually an extras menu. It gives you quite a few extra options that'll speed things up a little bit. One of the big ones is it gives you item transmutation auto pickup, but obviously since I'm running a New Game Plus run here, I've already min-maxed everything, so I don't need to pick up any of that stuff, so I have that actually turned off. One of the other nice things we get is we can actually select the dates. So the incentive for the date is only going to lose me time in terms of the fights, which I'll go over a little bit later, but Tifa and Aerith will be pretty much lockstep with a route. Aerith will make it slightly inconvenient. Yuffie will make it really inconvenient. I did have to route her specifically, and I was kind of like, please, Yuffie, help me. Turns out I had to make up just something completely different from what we have. So if you want to donate for those, either choose your favorite or troll me.
And here you're already probably going to be a little confused because we actually are moving quickly, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Because we can roll to the side off of the auto pathing from Tifa and get full speed.
Yeah.
Which is not really obvious you can do that at all at this part.
Yeah, when I saw that the first time I was running, I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Because a lot of times the game just wants you to kind of slow walk behind characters, so we find every opportunity to break that or any way to build speed. So you'll see kind of here where we pretty much come to a crawl. We're just like doing our best to make sure Tifa keeps moving at full speed.
On top of that, with the change in the camera angle, that allows Tifa to then get ahead of both Cloud and Sephiroth, as she needs to be ahead at this point.
Yeah, panning it down actually makes her warp to a more favorable position. She actually has 2. Not quite sure why it works out like that, because it's not like we're staring at her initial spawn, but if it works, it works. I'm not really going to think about it too hard sometimes. This game just does things.
It's video game logic, so because reasons.
Pretty much. So one of the other settings, too, is we can turn off the Zac segments as well, which allowed us to start just as Sephiroth. So we off-rip save like 90 seconds. Okay, no low rolls. Nice.
That was good.
Yeah, sometimes the Thundera there fails to kill. You should be using Thundergut, but I'm too stubborn to do the proper move. I figure I can just reset the first fight, whatever. That's not the way to do that.
That's that.
I use R2 to run, so sometimes you'll see me open up the tactical menu instead of running, because I'm like, oh, combat should be over, and the enemy's just not quite dead yet. Nice. A lot of these fights, we're just trying to optimize moving to the end of the combat zone with combat movement, because it's just so much faster than normal running. Right here, we got to fight 2 fights back to back, so we charge up double Thundera and get on our way. It's very nice to be able to just punish these Velocirwings because they're really obnoxious to deal with in New Game.
Shall we pick up the...
That's not how you skip a cutscene. That's how you mash text. Remake is just in my brain.
It's because you're thinking about it.
Yeah. I'm going to get back to Remake after this, but I got a lot of other things to do. Yeah, Final Fantasy Relays coming up, and it turns out they took all 3 games that I run, actually, 16, Remake, and Rebirth. So they put me in Rebirth, so I got to go back to a New Game Easy for a little bit, pick up Intermission again for Preventathon and X3L stages, so I'm going to have a full plate, but I'm going to do my best to keep up with Rebirth runs when we're done.
Wow, I'm so popular.
I know, right? I go months without having to do anything, and then I'm like, oh, why did I submit to like 6 things at once? My brain doesn't work, I guess.
All right, looks like I might have to fight one of our donators.
Uh-oh.
We have a $200 donation from Space Lancer Jericho, who says, "Good morning, RPG Limit Break. Thank you to all the runners, presenters, hosts, and tech crew. If you're suffering at home, remember that a small win is better than no win. Clean up a corner of a table or have a bowl of cereal. Any movement is momentum. Let's go, Final Fantasy Nation, and I'm sorry, Bob." And that's because at this point, all $200 of that dollars went to putting Aerith as the date partner. So Aerith is currently at $205. Yuffie is at $50, and Tifa is sitting, by the way, Tifa, the correct answer, is sitting at only $30. Help me out here, chat. Best girl in the date.
Yeah, I got a lot of like, oh, you should take Red. You should. I wanted to take Barrett personally, and I was like, I got to make some choices for the date that people actually will buy into. That, and like, I don't think it could have made Barrett or Red work, unfortunately. So I was like, Yuffie might work. And it turns out it does. Just not as well as I'd like it to.
Speaking of our incentives, Sid, since we are also gathering some money up for the Bonds of Friendship fights, would you like to explain exactly what those are for people so they know what they're donating for?
Sure. So there's a lot of VR fights that you have to go through, and there's also Coliseum fights as well. They're kind of unique fights that offer some very good prizes, like Fury Ring, Götterdämmerung, and some other very strong ones. Bonds of Friendship usually gives you the ribbon, so it's one you really don't have to clear. But those pretty much give you the power items, so they're incredibly difficult to clear. The Bonds of Friendship is a duo fight with Cloud and Zack, where we actually have to clear 10 rounds of combat, where we have to fight, I think it's like 4 unique enemies and all 5 summons, or 6 summons separately throughout the course of the entire waves. It is fairly difficult to clear, and the problem is the end fights are a Mind Flayer into Bahamut into Odin, which is a very rough set of fights to do back to back. So they're really difficult fights, but I've got some decent routing for most of it. The big problem is Odin and Bahamut are just really scaled up versions, so it's almost impossible to practice those without doing the full 10 fights every time. It's a really cool showcase on what Zack and Cloud can do. There's a lot of different runs of it, but I really did like that a lot. I wish I could have shown off more of the VR fights, but that definitely should get met, in my opinion. It's a really cool showcase of...
Super dope showcase if you've not seen it.
Yep. Depending on how bad or good I am, you might get to see how Zack plays.
I'm not saying that Odin came up a lot in the practice room yesterday, but...
he Zanketsu sends me quite a bit. I get one shot some days. I'm like, why?
I could literally hear Sid go, really?
Yeah.
Like 2 rooms away.
Helm Cleaver, no!
Exactly. That was what I was hearing more often than not, was the helmet cleaver going off.
Yeah, Odin has a special move that if he tags you with it, he puts bracelets on you, and if you use any ATB while you still have those bracelets on, he automatically counters you instantly. And that hits for like a good 2,000 to 3,000 damage, even with Mana Wall. Yeah, that'll get you killed real quick.
And all you can do after that is just cry.
Yeah, I got to switch over to Zack and kind of bide time while I'm waiting for it to wear off. It's a really fun fight. Some of this, I did a bunch of solo VR fights, which those that watch my stream got to enjoy while I was practicing for the event. Maybe if we get super lucky, we might be able to put Aerith on the map, because I actually came up with a no magic Aerith fight as well, if we clear the Bonds of Friendship before the run's over. That one's super duper dope.
It's on now. Buzz on.
Hey. Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, normally you have to wait for Tifa to climb up so that she shows you can climb things, I guess. Though we were climbing things all the way up here. But if I do the right movement there, I can just beat her up the cliff there and just get going. So yeah, early game here, normally in new game we use Sephiroth quite a bit. The hard mode Sephiroth is actually distinct from the new game Sephiroth. New game Sephiroth comes with like every offensive spell with Magnify. This Sephiroth is a little bit more balanced. He has Arise, Cure, Magnify, Haste or something like that, and Barrier or Mana Wall, as well as each one of the individual offensive spells. So he's a little bit more balanced. He's actually the reason I chose Bonds of Friendship over to be a hero. Sephiroth can hard carry pretty much on his own, so I actually have to be a little bit more careful in Bonds of Friendship versus to be a hero, where Sephiroth can just be like, oh, oops, Cloud died, well, whatever. What a loss.
Show him what we can do.
Okay, let's try that again. All right, fine.
Well, Zoo's not wanting to play nice.
It sure isn't.
Just why is that not enough?
It's all you.
Because the Zoo has a ridiculous amount of health. For
Yeah.
It does, honestly.
Buzz off.
It's still alive.
You want to, thank you.
Piece of cake.
I never realized attacking instead of casting a spell first would be that catastrophic a failure, but hey, at least it was on just a casual enemy. If we did that on a boss,
That would have been a lot worse, and you at least got the jump over to the ladder this time as well.
Yeah, a lot of these fights we can kind of force out or skip if we're very good with our movement. Luckily in hard mode we have enough gasoline to get through pretty much anything.
And with that movement taken into account, I mean, you've been seeing a lot of Cloud just spinning around very quickly. Those are due to Punisher cancels, which is the easiest way of movement for getting out of the fight. It's not the fastest, as that goes to both Tifa and Red, as those two are the fastest, but it still works.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'll go over like a bit of the differences later. Red's is the fastest completely. Tifa would be faster than Cloud, but unfortunately there's a factor that keeps that from happening. So the big thing coming up here next is the Rain? Materia Keeper.
Materia Keeper.
I was like,
Yes.
I kept wanting to call it Megazol, and I'm like, that's
No, that's
thanks.
Nope.
That is not yet. I need the 30 minutes to mentally prepare for that fight.
But at least we're done with Cloud being a Roomba.
Yeah. So this first fight here, we're going to be using a lot of Punisher counters. A lot of bosses will like hit twice right off rip. And if you like release the guard button and repress it, you can actually reactivate your Punisher counter. So we'll be abusing that quite a bit to get a lot of free ATB at the start of fights, so that we can go straight into a tier 2 spell, or tier 3 spell rather.
It thinks we're after materia. Someone should tell it we're not. Be my guest.
Why are you over here?
Call me fire.
Okay, that's going to be mildly obnoxious. So we wanted to get Berserk in there, which will give us a 30% damage increase at the cost of taking 30% more, but it'll only last 10 seconds. It's fine with me.
Good thing I don't just fight with a sword. Try to keep your guard up.
And it is weak to fire, that's why we're using Faraga here.
Yep.
Take the lead. Defense Cloud. Try to mix it.
Ooh.
I was going for a Punisher counter, but could not get it in early enough. All right, just enough HP. Took a rock to the head. Almost died to the Zoo. Almost died to Materia Keeper. Yeah, this is going to be the run, boys.
Hey, it's a good start.
Hey, getting out early, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, all you need is the one, right?
Yes, sir.
So at least we're going to avoid the pressure here. If we actually pressured, we get the stagger animation, which take a little bit longer. I'm not going to trust that I do enough damage here with how goofy this has been, so I'm going to switch over to Sephiroth, which I normally wouldn't. So, but yeah, Sephi's gimmick is everybody has a different triangle move, and if you attack long enough without getting hit, usually which is one full combo that actually connects, it'll buff up his triangle command to actually be usable. and it's pretty potent. It'll activate as an extender for pretty much everything. Depending on where you use it, it'll have different impacts in his normal combo, or when you're guarding, you can use it to do a counterattack. You can also use it to extend his Hell's Gate and what's the other one? Both of his attacks, if you have it filled up, you can hit triangle after get an additional hit. And you can also use it to activate Octaslash Prime after Octaslash. And when you're using his triangle, it builds limits. So that's why one of the main reasons I chose Bonds of Friendship over Hero, because he can just give himself free limits as long as you're not getting hit.
Yeah.
But
And Materia Guardian being there in this game, Materia Keeper in the other translations, but it being here is kind of the first big instance of deviation from the original game, because normally this is much later in the game.
Yeah.
They moved it up towards the prologue due to restructuring the prologue to give a way to catch you back up, because this is now a trilogy. It's now 3 different games, so they did some restructuring. Wanted a big boss for the prologue, which I don't think there really was a boss here in OG.
No.
You just climb the mountain,
Well,
and there you are.
if you're going to say there was a boss, it was like the very first thing when the truck got stopped because you fought the dragon.
Yeah.
Which would like
Yeah,
just
yeah.
kill Cloud over and over again, and runners would be like, well, time to reset. Although a lot of modern viewers probably wouldn't even know that because they just skip the flashback now. And then they skip more, and then they skip more, and now they just skip the entire contents of this game.
Pretty much, yeah. They do.
Man, the Final Fantasy VII OG community is absolutely wild. They're out of this world with how crafty they've gotten. The amount of things they can do to OG 7 without breaking it is quite impressive.
I mean, I would argue they do break it, just, contained and managed breaking.
Yeah, with how like how piecemeal that game is, you would think that it would just blue screen on you. It's like, oh
Yeah.
God, no.
Also, fun movement here. He gets ahead and looks behind in order to prevent them from popping ahead of him.
If I don't look back, that guy gets a full slingshot. So as soon as he gets close enough to me, he'll slow me down to about this pace versus
Yeah.
that full running.
Look around the place,
Good call out.
but Sephiroth was nowhere to be seen.
Also, Shinra Mansion has changed a lot from the original. Instead of being a whole 2 floors and rooms and like puzzle gimmicks and everything else, there's just literally all room and an elevator we can use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was news to
I'm
me,
kind of
too.
sad that the stairs are broken because I really want to know what's on the upper floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little sad, actually.
You like walk in there and you're like, no, my favorite place was deleted. Yeah, I think one of the things is just like we come back to this area later, so for pacing purposes, I think they kind of moved Materia Keeper over here. They did a lot of like shuffling. Pretty much everything that is in the OG game has appeared. There's been very little like straight up new content for the most part between the 2 parts so far. It's been a lot of like reorganization and a little bit of polish on the story. It's very good though.
Yeah, I definitely remember all those flying whispers in the original game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
I said mostly.
We'll get there. We'll cover it. Don't worry about it. Right here, we're limping because despite being essentially a super soldier that can take giant blows from big monsters and be just fine, the village sign falling on us from collapsing via fire somehow just
Yeah.
damages are like
If you need
beyond
proof,
reason.
rewind to the boss fight because we took plenty of hits and just kept ticking.
Exactly.
One sign, that's it. We're done.
Even
Yeah.
until Cloud left his plot armor at home.
Yeah.
Exactly. Even took a rock to the head. And just, I'm fine.
You know,
But actually, mine. If we do get Bonds of Friendship, I changed the outfit to be a bit more thematic.
okay, all right.
That works.
I was thinking about it. I was like,
Also, coming up here is a really neat touch for Rebirth now that it has
oh yeah, I'm gonna.
voice lines. But if you are only familiar with Remake and Rebirth and not the original, probably don't listen to us explain this for the next 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You better turn off your speakers.
Seriously, do not listen to this
So-
call out.
Just listen to the game audio and look at the subtitles on the screen, and you may notice it. It's something I noticed early on, and that was one of the
I
touches.
noticed in my first playthrough as well.
Loved
It's
it.
excellent. Yeah. But yeah, so coming up here very shortly.
Yeah, the well collapses, and then we need to zip up.
Yeah.
Once we get through to the door, it'll be fine.
Someone just said maybe they should let the sign fight Sephiroth.
Excellent. But yeah, so here you see security officer, and it says MO as if it's going to say mom.
I'm gonna end both of you. Let
What?
the dialogue play so they can hear it. That it's actually Cloud's voice actor.
I waited till it was actually said.
Both of you talked over the dialogue. Oh, you're lucky we're friends. We may not be when this is over.
I waited till it was done talking.
Don't you call me that?
How dare you?
How very dare you claim to be my friend?
Hinge my honor, good sir. We must be dueling at noon.
But yeah, to
Dude,
this
if I'm
point,
still awake at noon, there's a problem.
I hope you are, because we're here till then.
I'm not. I switch out with deeds halfway through.
Why are you doing that for?
'Cause
Reasons?
I have a save point to prepare for.
Oh yeah, that thing that I wanted to run that I can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
The life of a content team
I know,
member.
right? I mean, this is the save point now, so I guess I'm running
I
it.
guess this is the save point.
Yeah. There are save points. We walked past a few of them.
Yeah. I mean, here's one right now.
All right, I'll start texting the rest of the team.
All right, Sid's got it. You guys can go. Everybody can go home. Save
But yeah,
cancel.
to circle it back a little bit here. So there's a lot of things to explain just for general upkeep at this point. So yeah, as to Sid's point, if you could hear the voice actor, I hope you could. It was Cloud's voice actor for the security officer there, because if you know, you know, which is a very nice touch. But now we are not in the flashback. Now that we're not in the flashback, we're in to kind of the main stylings of New Game Plus are now in play. So you see that we have changed outfits. This is because, generally speaking, outside of the prologue chapter, we can now change outfits from any point in the game and just wear them at all times. Later on, the beach outfits are relevant, so it's a huge time save to just be in them the entire run.
Yeah, it's like minimum like 40 seconds to a minute just to change it once.
Yeah.
So if I want to put them on, then take them off, it's 2 minutes. We did consider offering that as an incentive because I knew people would like that, but there's so few outfits for some of the characters. It was kind of And then on top of that, we wanted to make sure everybody could get the min-max on the content. So we decided to go with the dates and some of the VR fights.
Yeah.
Oh, I should mention, since someone in chat mentioned it, there will be spoilers for the original Final Fantasy VII during this game.
Yeah.
Very much
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
I'll be skipping most of them, but we're probably going to be talking about them, unfortunately. During my streams, I try to avoid spoilers as much as possible because I know a lot of people want to play all three. But in this
Yeah.
kind of showcase, I got to take those.
We're
gloves off.
going to be explaining some of the differences in some of the story beats, but I think we're going to be very, particularly calling them out before we do so.
Yeah.
So
It'll definitely be section by section. Like
Yeah.
I'm not going to be like, all right, so the final boss is.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
I'll give warnings when we're like going to go into bigger spoilers.
yeah, just in case.
Probably keep it chapter maybe every other.
So for anyone who has played the game and not the original, most of what we say is just going to be mostly about calling out the differences, and not so much spoiling what part 3 will be.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting differences. Thankfully, the remake trilogy has led to a renaissance in content production of Final Fantasy VII. There's one channel that I've really enjoyed watching recently, Last Elixir's Productions, I believe, is exactly what it's called. They make some really good videos about cut content from this game. There was one where they were talking about how Sephiroth was initially intended to be introduced in the bar, and they're like, They ended up cutting that, pushing it to much later because they wanted to feel kind of like Jaws, where it was built up the mythos. I was like, oh, that's an interesting thing.
And on that note, speaking of story updates, maybe now's a good time for one to get just up to speed a little bit here. So what we're going through right now is a pretty big deviation from original Final Fantasy VII. But before then, just a few callouts from the prologue. you can control Sephiroth in full, whereas in the OG game, there was like just a segment where he's part of your party. So now that's a whole thing that at least exists, and as Sid has explained already, that is leveraged as a playable character for some of the VR fights as well towards like post-game content. Otherwise, the only real difference was Materia, Guardian being the boss, and most everything else there played out as we all know it from the original. Here, we're now in Calm, and this time Shinra is not giving up on us as easily, so they're actually hunting us down. And so we're having to sneak through Calm in order to try to get out without being spotted and causing a bigger issue. Whereas in the original game, this was just like a very small one-screen town that had like 3 buildings to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They did a pretty good job expanding things.
Yeah.
I feel like Remake was the same way. They did a good job expanding things. There are some things that in each of the games you can go bad pacing, but I don't think anything's really 100% perfect.
Fair.
If anything, I enjoy the extra content.
In a little update, we've had another donation from Kafuin Gayara. I apologize if I butchered that name, but I'm really bad at not English. $50 saying, thanks to everyone involved putting this together. Team Tifa, correct. That does bring Tifa up to $80. Aerith is at 205, and Yuffie currently sitting at 50. And we've had another $50 from someone called Matrimony, who says, I got to meet the Sid at AGDQ 2025, and he is such an awesome person. And I appreciated how very welcome he was to me as a new runner in the community. Good luck. This run is a blast so far.
Oh yeah, I remember meeting Matrimony. He was a really nice guy. Honestly, I do my best to help people out.
Yeah.
Sometimes I give complete wrong information. I'm practicing my commentary, and Strife, who routed most of this, but just didn't want to play. For one reason or another, and I'm like, all right, this is what happens. And Strife's just like, what are you talking about? This is how that works. And I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I'll fix that. And it has to do that like on a daily basis. I'm so sorry, Strife, but thank you for correcting my bad.
Matrimony's donation did go towards the Bonds of Friendship fight. So we're currently sitting at $340 out of $2,500 on that one.
Yeah.
So let's start getting those donations rolling in to see those awesome Coliseum fights with Zack and Cloud. And if they touch, they may explode.
There's actually a funny interaction in that one. You have to fight Phoenix, and if you self-destruct with your lead character immediately, the orbs won't spawn. Unfortunately, with my setup, I can't take advantage of that, but it's very funny when you actually see it. There's a video of it on YouTube, and I was like, wait, can I make that work?
Also, fun thing here, we're in New Game Plus. The whole map is already open for us, so we're going to just jump around immediately.
There we go.
Yeah, lots of fast travel that is available with the entire map being open, and you're going to see us just jump all over the map multiple times.
Yeah,
this is a large bulk of the time save. Like a new game run is around 6:30, and we can push this down to around 4:30. For me, my PP is 4:38. But I'd say it's pretty respectable with how the combat system. What am I? Oh, I know what I'm doing. I want to go here.
I was about to say.
They say you can fast travel, but that's kind of a misnomer there. You can only fast travel to the ranch. And my brain was like, fast travel. We need to save time. Go to the chocobos. I'm like, reboot. All right, we're good.
Also, there's a really genuinely weird thing, at least to me, there, where in New Game Plus, a number of things from the first playthrough of the game are just like chopped out. Yeah. And so there's a whole Chadley intersection there that's just gone. But like they reformatted cutscenes and dialogue and everything in slight ways just to cut it out. It's like so weird.
Yeah, it is kind of a bit weird. Like they cut out the Chadley intro, but they're like, nah, you got to go get Pico.
Oh, yeah.
It's non-negotiable, buddy.
Speaking of Chadley, as someone whose first experience of either of the new games was watching Sid speedrun them, I went, what the hell is a Chadley?
Yeah.
He's
I don't think we see Chadley literally at all, aside from maybe like in a town we run by him.
Yeah, we just if we do the VR fight, we'll talk to him for a bit.
I mean, yeah.
But other than that, you do, even in a new game run, you do talk to him because the enemy skill materia is super good.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
And yeah, he also makes you turn on this little tower over here. So we buy a fire and ice from him, and that's about it. We do have dual element materia, which is pretty nice. Fire and ice, lightning and wind, and a poison and petrify. That one we're not going to use because poison is bad. You can actually double layer poison. They debuff into toxic, which is actually really good at sapping HP. But unironically, I'm not really like overselling this. Poison takes 10 seconds to hit an enemy. So we just don't use it. I'd love to, though.
On top of that, if you wanted to immediately inflict the toxic debuff, you could throw a hazardous material. But since this is hard mode, we are locked out of items entirely.
Sure are.
Yep. So if you whistle there and talk to Billy at the right time, you can actually start this minigame without getting on the chocobo, which is what the game wants. It can be a little bit hard to do, but all right. Let's see if I get snacked. No, you. Oh boy, I did that the weirdest way possible.
Menuing, the actual boss of this game.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. It is kind of hard to do all this menuing and stuff while yippity yapping. You can practice dialogue for straight up, or commentary for a straight up month, and it all goes out the window once you get on the stage. You're like, wait, brain.
Seeing more members of chat have my back. $25 from T-Pat. He says, coffeeed up, and I'm here to see the Cid absolutely destroy one of my favorite games of all time. Thanks for being so welcoming and teaching a casual like me some new tricks and tech in the practice room. Good luck on the run. This goes to the date with the best girl, Tifa. That's what I'm talking about. We have $25 from Winfox, who says, I spy Sawney Wrath on the couch. Sawney's choice of where this money goes.
We're putting it to Tifa.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And then $25 from Hebix, who you were hearing earlier on this evening, who says, let's get that bonds of friendship fight met. Also, Bob is right. Tifa date is best date. I mean, of course I'm right. I'm me. I mean, Tifa is correct.
All right, so this fight is one of genuinely the most dangerous in hard mode. The way that Midgar's armor just moves around is just... The hitbox goes all over the place. Some moves kind of diminish or even remove the hitbox. This fight is chaos. So what Sid's trying to do is get off... trying to get Blizzagas off because it's weak to Blizzaga, but Blizzaga can be very finicky about how it hits and explodes. It's large enough that hopefully it's going to hit and do damage, and we're already close, and there we are.
Ideally, you put Arcane Ward on Cloud, not Aerith there. But yeah, luckily there's a backup strat that I believe it was Crystal Crown came up with. So shoutouts to him for saving my skin.
I was about to say, you hit the backup very nicely and got it to work out, because in the practice room you had one of them that you missed, Blizzaga, and everything just went completely downhill.
Missing the Blizzaga is just no, because you'll get underground and then you're basically fighting for your life. But at least you hit him with the first Blizzaga. It'll keep him from burying, so you have a chance to finish him off. The problem is like attacks like Spellblade or Spellbound Blast kind of because of what you were talking about, where his head's like all over the place. It's actually what makes him one of the harder bosses. A lot of time when I'm practicing, viewers will come in every once in a while, and I'll just get a person be like, why is this boss so hard? And I'm like, sorry, bro, get a couple of levels. Maybe. One of the good things you can do actually casually is you take Barret and Red into that fight because you can get a bullet bounce move on Cloud's Folio, and you can actually cancel Howling Smash and bullet bounce into each other. So you just hold the button and then hit square, triangle, square, triangle, square, triangle, and you won't miss the boss at all and build a bunch of ATB and do some pretty decent damage. So that's a really good casual strat to make that a lot easier. But obviously we're going for optimal here, so we want to max.
And you also potentially notice at least, we skipped it, but this is the first instance of party splitting, which is going to be happening a lot in this game. Original 7, you can make up your party comp as you please, and you always have all of them with some minor exceptions of story plot reasons. In this game, they just force us to party split pretty regularly with dungeons so that we explore the cast, explore combinations, and have different members leading segments of dungeons for their own individual gimmicks, which we will be seeing here soonish.
Pretty much throughout the course of the whole game, everybody's
Yeah.
going to get their own segment.
Everyone gets their own at least once, yeah.
Yeah,
They-
which
I'm assuming a lot of what it is just balancing bosses. You had something to say?
oh, I was going to say exactly that, and it's also something that I find to be very, very nice of them to do because it causes you to learn the interactions between all of the party members.
Yeah.
A couple of different ways of that fight. We can kind of take it pretty easily. So I just like to avoid it if possible because it's unnecessary. I do appreciate this right here. Just the AI not like, what do?
Yeah.
It's
Very
really funny.
confused.
If you do it right, sometimes the AI will sprint back and forth at full speed between 2 points, and you just like, yeah, that's kind of how I feel right now. Just running on a treadmill. So a lot of these fights we can skip, and we'll go out of our way to do so. Actually, if we like jump over this right here, any environmental object will actually delay fight starts. So there's some places we can delay fights.
Yeah, that I laughed the first time I saw that because it's just you wouldn't think about something like that
Yeah, that
causing a delay.
shout outs to Wody because when we were when I was prepping for commentary with GDQ for him, he pointed that out, and I was like, oh, I should have noticed that by now. Thank you. A lot of community members have taught me things all over the course of this. Crystal Crown, Strife being two of the main contributors. I really can't thank them enough. Strife has gone above and beyond, suffering me. I wouldn't even suffer me. Oh, cool.
Oh, all right.
Since they both decided to attack, they both got hit by Thundaga since they're right next to each other, so we got a ton of extra damage there. That'll make this somewhat foolproof, as I see it. Here we go. I don't think I'm going to mess it up. I feel like I'm not going to mess it up. Okay, thanks, Aerith. Okay, yep.
Oh my lord!
Apparently delaying the arrow was the trick.
See ya.
Wow.
That was amazing.
Yeah, that was borderline correct. That's the surprising part.
Borderline.
correct.
I was supposed to cast Era as soon as I stopped charging Spellblade, but the AI had other opinions, but that worked out in my favor for once, which is not normally what happens. Dude, trust me, you have to pick your battles, but I'll take it.
I mean,
That's true.
it wasn't the right spell, but like you still just did 2 spell casts and it was gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, it worked out correctly because the thing is, every spell kind of has like a gimmick. Lightning says it doesn't miss. Remake it, that's more of an issue where it can miss. In this game, when you're trying to target limbs with lightning, it gets a little bit goofy, but for the most part, it does what it says. It doesn't miss, hits the quickest. Your other 3 options are fire, ice, wind. Fire is just a big explosion. It's really just good against humans. And if you do it right, it's really good at getting those multiple hits like we just got with Thundaga because it has a very big hitbox.
It's very big, yeah.
Ice is good against monsters usually, like we saw in Mithril Golem. It's also very good at staggering enemies. So if you want to get something staggered, spamming ice spells will get you where you need to go as long as no, we're not going that direction. Thank you. It's very good at staggering enemies, so if you want to get something staggered, ice is usually the way to get you there. And the final one is wind, which in the OG release of Remake was awful. You would just cast the wind spell, and then enemies would walk out of it, then it would explode. You'd be like, yep, I'm really glad I wasted ATB and MP on that. And they realized that was a problem real quick, so in the Intergrade release, they actually made it stick to enemies and then explode. But its gimmick is that it pulls enemies towards the caster. So the reason that worked out the way it did is it was actually actively pulling them both towards Aerith, and I caught them with Thundaga as they were flying in the air and just deleted them. Because we were actually talking about showing off fights for the pre-show or the schedule discussion. And Ghoul's like, what do you think we can show off? Could you show off Rude and Elena? And I was like, yeah, but we kind of delete them. He just laughed. And then when he saw the video, he was like, oh, I see.
Yeah. Also, as mentioned earlier, this is an instance of controlling Barrett. So Barrett's gimmick is obviously his gun. So we occasionally have like ladders to shoot down or rocks to explode to get out of our way. And otherwise, Barrett really just, his gimmick is moving slow.
Yeah.
kind of not that slow, but
I
like
think they actually, like in Remake, that's actually true. Because like they debuffed his movement by like 75% when he's outside of combat or something like that. I can't remember if it's in or out of combat, but there is a segment he actually moves slower than everybody else, and I think they changed it. Good go. You get red. Oh, man, he lost the mouse. Dang.
So you may have heard me laughing earlier. It's because I read this donation to myself. We have $25 from Niobari, who says, "We get minimal Chadley on this run. Take my money."
Yeah, I already robbed him blind and took all his stuff.
Tifa is best girl. Also, Tech Team is best team.
Yo, let's go.
So right now, for the pick of the day, we are sitting at Yuffie at $50, Tifa at $160, and Aerith at $205. So come on, chat.
we're getting there.
Tifa needs to be the date. It is the correct answer.
It is.
Come on.
I'm going to be
All right.
honest. Go ahead.
No, all right. I was just gonna say, Sonny, you put yours towards Tifa.
Yep.
My vote's Tifa. Bob's vote's Tifa. Is it unanimous?
I'll take Bonds of Friendship for 500.
I think Sid just said he's donating $500 towards Bonds of Friendship.
No, that's 100, good sir.
It's 100.
You misheard me.
We are getting a lot of opinions in the chat that the best date isn't available, and it's a certain person with a gun for an arm.
Yeah.
Really? I'm
Amazing.
mad at myself right now, then.
But we do have a $10 donation from Zesliv, who says the Naki is best boy. So I don't know. We got some mixed opinions here.
I had a lot of people being like, you should take red. I wanted to personally take Barrett, but I was like, I don't know if a lot of people are going to be down for that because it's just Barrett's character is fantastic in this game, and a lot of people were telling me red, and I'm like, I don't know because he's on a glass cannon build, so the problem is there's a combat and it's not just a cutscene, so this does actually affect gameplay, and I was like, I don't want to die here too many times.
So yeah, speaking of that, speaking of that glass cannon build, you notice he's at Red's at 112 HP, and that's because of the HP MP swap materia being removed from him.
Yeah, we actually use HP MP swap in a couple of different ways. This sets us up for a Reaper's Touch, which is one of the most powerful physical moves in the game. It's not the, but it's one of them. Its damage is based on current HP versus max. So basically, if you're on crit, you're going to get your everything you can out of it. I'll show it off on the snakes here. Luckily, we were able to grab the cart before the snakes pushed us in combat, so we can take this fight while we're waiting for Aerith to flip the switch here. All right, come here, everybody, and see you later. Deleted. Oh, well, I deleted one of them because the other two decided not to play ball. Ooh, that's cute. Here, I'll show you right now. Excuse me? Okay, that was a very interesting fight. I'm at 9 HP, and it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Also, there was a fun move there where we just did not explain earlier. Usually, those snakes, when you walk in that room, you kind of encounter them and deal with them then. We're able to like squeeze past them and then deal with them during loading. We're waiting for our other allies to hit some things. But anyway, regardless, we're now with Mithril Golem. This boss has a lot of defense. So we really want to break segments of his body, and we want to get the pressure gauge up and stagger him to get much of any progress in this fight. So we're going to be using things like on Barrett, it's bonus round. Bonus round is very interesting because it does extra damage for both physical and magic, or rather, it makes his bullets both physical and magic. So it does both, and it adds a lot of stagger, and we're hopefully going to see it dead now. Yeah.
Yep. I actually rerouted this little bugger just before I left because Golem was kind of annoying me.
Oh, okay.
When we first started, we were thinking, 1 second here so I don't mess up this. Doot and doot. And then I need to change out Cloud's equipment, or rather shortcuts. The menu in this game is a little bit cantankerous compared to Remake, so I got to be a bit more careful. So initially we thought in the second phase we had to hit the head, because we would hit that with lightning and then break the arm with Reaper's Touch. Turns out we only have to break the spine and the arm. And if we do the fight in a particular way, Thundurus will work. Normally I'd use Thundura in phase 1 to push the phase, but I found out I could just Reaper's Touch twice, and because of the way the fight works out, Red loses ATB if I don't do it that way, and we just waste ATB assist activations. So I kind of reworked how it works there. The only problem is if he does the leaping attack, I'm kind of SOL. It's just not, I really don't like RNG, but also I don't learn my lessons, so I do bad stuff sometimes. But yeah, he's weak to lightning. Barret hard carries that fight. The Thundera does a lot more damage than Reaper's Touch because he's massively resistant to physical. Even with Reaper's Touch, extremely high damage.
Yeah.
We could get a little bit of extra gas out of Reaper's Touch if we actually activated Vengeance by guarding in that fight. We get an additional hit as well, which is super nice. But it takes too long to get it. The big thing is we mainly just use Sonic Boom, the Fury Ring, and Turbulent Spirit. Turbulent Spirit's really good. It actually is a 20-second super turbo buff to ATB building, and one of the cornerstones of Barret. In that fight, we could use bonus round, but it'd be a little bit longer. I'll explain bonus round a bit later once we actually get to the place where we start spamming it.
Yeah.
So here in the start of Junon, you see that Sid jumps on the Chocobo. Nice brake slide there, by the way. And
It's so hard to do.
it's really hard to do. The problem with Chocobo movement is whenever you're dashing and you run into a wall, you'll bounce and lose a few seconds.
Like 3 to 5, probably. Yeah. When you bonk hard.
Yeah, the Chocobos don't like walls, so they kind of stop, turn around, jump in place a little bit because they're upset at you. It sucks.
Yeah, and it gives you those 3 to 5 seconds to just contemplate your decisions on what you did.
Yeah, so that's kind of why I was just strutting through on the Chocobo rather than gassing the whole time, because a lot of those just little random environmental objects actually count as walls to the Chocobo. So I would bounce off of just about anything, and I'm like, yeah, I don't like it. Oh, that's right, I should be looking this way.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are going to start this off with a Thundiga. Mithril Golem, not Mithril Golem.
Bottom swell?
Bottom swell. But let's move forward, brain. Come on.
Or Terror of the Deep, depending on which you want to call it.
The strat's in my head. The name isn't.
Yeah.
Ooh, that was almost bad.
That was really close to being bad, but that Thundiga is going to immediately pressure and go into Spellblade from here.
Okay. Why damage so low? What is happening? That's like the 4th time I've under damaged since I got here. Apparently broken the strat just by traveling to a different state.
I don't know.
Whatever. As long as we're in this phase.
Yeah, this boss has a bunch of gimmicks. It'll go down in the water, pop up in different areas. We're waiting for it right here, and boom. It flips in the air sometimes, but it's weak to lightning, and good lord, it's gone.
Yep. And one thing to keep in mind with that second Spellblade is that Sid held on to it until Bottom Swell popped out of...
No, I didn't.
Did you not hold on to it?
I let go of that too early.
Okay.
That's why I'm making this face, because I could have really missed that Spellblade.
Yeah.
I got lucky.
You did get lucky, but what he was supposed to do was hold on to it for just a little bit longer to guarantee the hit.
Yeah.
But with where he released it, luck was definitely on his side.
Yeah, I managed to hit frames, I think, there. I did some FGC stuff there. Feels like that was some frame data I did not call for.
It was probably, second frame hit?
Oh, why'd I leave her on the Moogle thing? I wanted to have her on the Wu-Tai Pop Star. Oh, I might change that just because I can.
Yeah, we can.
She shows up in this cutscene in the Moogle.
No.
Does she not?
It's the standard outfit,
No,
yeah.
Okay.
I think they just carried over this outfit from intermission.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
There's no point where she shows up with this one. It'll lose me 20 seconds to change your outfit. It's not that big of a deal.
It's been a hot minute since I got to this point anyway.
Yeah. So a lot of these outfits, I've changed the alt ones, because if you only ever watch New Game runs or Marathon runs, there's probably a pretty good chance you haven't watched a New Game Plus run. So I figured everybody would enjoy the alt outfits.
No.
I'd love to change them as much as possible, but unfortunately it's a solid minute.
The animation
minimum.
takes so long, it's kind of absurd.
The changing booth is so It's just so slow.
Yeah.
So this is one of our first chances. Well, it's the second one. Calm was the first one. We actually have a chance to kind of manipulate the affections of each one of the characters by talking to them. They do have some mini quests and side games that also bump their affection up. This affects a couple of things: the first 8 gold saucer, second 8 gold saucer, and more importantly for the run, the final boss order. Barret, Tifa, Red, Yuffie. all will come into the boss fight depending on their affection levels. So we need to make sure they're a certain order. In New Game, we would only care about Tifa because she's just really strong. And without all the extra buffs that everybody gets from levels up, we just really don't want to use them at all. In New Game Plus, we actually go for the standard order that the game would give you if you're at 100%, which is Barret, Tifa, Red, Yuffie. Turns out that you can actually balance the parties pretty well with that setup, so that's what we go with.
And yes, Roche is back.
Yeah. Roche, we'll see him a couple of times.
Yeah.
He's that's 3 fights for him total, same for one of the other bosses.
So here at the moment, we're going through and doing a mini game. There's a couple of like tweaks to Under Junon here that I think are really nice in Rebirth for the Re-Trilogy. So this is how we now meet Yuffie mandatorily. So we're not rescuing Priscilla anymore. We're rescuing Yuffie, and then we have the Terror of the Deep or Bottomswell fight we just did, and now here we're going through a whole racing minigame thing to get up onto the crane and get into Upper Junon. So we skipped the whole thing in New Game Plus. Sorry. But it is nice in New Game.
Yeah, the minigame is kind of nice. They do a very good job about min-maxing the quality of life. Unfortunately, that's it for Junon. We're still going to have to get the troopers. We're still going to have to go through the march. We can't skip any of it. It's a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. With the amount of other things we have, I really would have to be picking the bottom of the barrel to complain for that specific thing.
This takes so long.
Yeah, this takes what feels like an eternity.
This whole segment is like I'm just mentally trying to figure out if I need a bathroom break or not. Is my ice empty? Do I need more water? Am I out of cough drops? Do I need to go grab a Motrin? That's literally all that's going through my head in this segment. Is there something interesting on YouTube I could listen to? That's another one.
Honestly, this part, we are just traveling through Under Junon, going through some dialogue and some cutscenes. There's not a whole lot going on here, so Bob, this might be a good time if you have anything for us. As I see you typing away furiously.
Even heckling will do.
Yeah, no kidding there.
You really want to give me carte blanche to heckle you?
Yeah.
I mean, you can heckle me. That doesn't mean I have to pay attention.
Yes, I've been typing away furiously for a reason, which you will find out soon.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Lord.
That's a threat I'll take to the bank.
So we will give a bit of an update, I think, on where things stand right now. We're looking at 360 out of 2,500 for the Bonds of Friendship fight. And currently, Aerith is still in the lead for the pick to date with $205. Tifa in second place with 160, and Yuffie laying behind at $50. So if you want to resolve any of those, please do. And I cannot stress how cool some of the prizes we have for this game are. Between the keyboard, the concert light, the print, the key pack, and then that awesome wooden case replica. If you want to get yourself some really cool Final Fantasy VII swag, now is the time to donate, like 100%. Meanwhile, while I ask, Sid, when is the cutoff for the pick to date?
So as long as I don't actually die, which I seem to be dancing with quite a bit, we should be getting there around 3 hours, 20 minutes earliest.
Okay.
But
okay.
I'll definitely give an update when we are at the edge of that incentive.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Fortunately, I can change it out like as soon as I walk into, before I talk to the person. I don't actually have to do it at the beginning of the chapter, so we have a very large margin for the dates.
Excellent.
We do have a pretty funny thing. It may happen here. For some reason, when I stand in this spot, Tifa and Aerith will just drop in, so keep an eye out for that. It'll take a little bit of time, but it's always a good laugh when it happens.
Of course I do. Hey, look, what's that about?
And since it's been a little bit, story update. There's not much to update, to be honest. Most of everything since Calm has just been OG, but expanded for the most part.
Vanilla
Like
with a few extra segments, yeah.
the cavern is just a lot more expanded. Another boss. Under Junon, I've already elaborated on a little bit. It's just like the same thing, but slight tweaks to introduce Yuffie. This is Upper Junon, just expanded. And we're going to see more of that expansion here soon where it's a whole party rhythm game thing. There they are.
Come on.
Oh.
Come on.
Come on.
Oh,
no.
she spawned in at the same time somewhere else.
Yeah.
Well, you got 1 out of 2 on screen. It's
Yeah, so the big change to Upper Junon is the parade is now a whole, like,
minigame.
mini game. You go around and you recruit people and have formations.
Also, check this out real quick. See how I'm slow walking here?
Oh, this is so funny. I
So
love
check this out. If we jump over these, we get some set animations, and now I'm caught up. So that's a very good example for like the entirety of the run. If you ever see me like climbing over environmental objects for things, we can very much use that to our advantage to save quite a bit of time. That's a very good visual example though, because it's so obvious that it saves time. So we'll be using that a bit. You can get back to what you were saying.
There's not much to say. I mean, so the practice we can't skip, which genuinely sucks, to be honest. And then the actual fun part, the actual rhythm game, you can skip that in New Game Plus, right? Or are we just sitting
No,
here
we can
looking at
skip portions of it.
Yeah,
but
you can-
it's
yeah,
the
yeah.
same as the standard one. This
Okay.
is pretty much vanilla, unfortunately. The most of, like, if I really had to call out like something that I don't agree with, this right here, when you finish it, it's like, hey, do you want to try again? And it auto selects yes.
Yeah.
With no reset, and I'm like,
Yeah.
bruh.
Yeah.
It's like, come on.
That's
Yeah.
just rude.
Also, I gotta admit, I am mad that you didn't offer actually doing the rhythm game as an incentive. I know you hate it. It's why I want you to do it.
Even if I wanted to submit it, like Plex will probably be like, yeah, the date's gonna make more money. Honestly, when I got the news back, they're like 2 fights date, and I'm like, and I'm glad to see the amount of like donations we've got for that so far, because I was really nervous. I was like, oh no, dude, I wanted to do the fights, and I also want to earn money for charity. And what I'm seeing so far, I'm really ecstatic with, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going great, and hopefully it keeps going great. Keep it coming up, chat.
Yeah, you guys have been doing an amazing job, and just keep it up.
All right, so here's. I love this. It was just like a generic street with like no NPCs, and now it's just this big thing, and you can see the cannon, and I love it.
It's amazing.
Oh yeah, I remember like ever since I started watching like the VR fights, a lot of like comparing original to remake, and like I saw a screenshot, the thumbnail for it, and it's just the OG like CG versus like the modern one, and it's almost 1-to-1. I'm like, wow, the original background, the original art for some of these places look really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding there.
And like how they've implemented that into a modern game is fairly impressive visually.
So at this section, there are 10 segments of our 7th Infantry we can go recruit. We only need to find 5. The 5 we find are going to give us the shortest, intentionally the shortest songs, the worst marches.
Yeah.
Because they're faster.
Yeah.
Because the harder difficulty ones are longer because they're harder. And that's just time waste, unfortunately.
Yeah, so if you mismatch your troopers, you get the like worst minigame for points, but it's the shortest.
Yeah.
If I match all the like infantry, which is actually like one of the fastest order, if I remember correctly, because there should be another infantry in that building, and I could have just gone, okay, you know what, we're just going to commit to this. Normally you don't want to do it that way, but hey. But yeah, sure. What's up?
Shout outs to the awesome Jericandra for the $100 donation that says, Tifa is best, girl.
Yes.
Yes.
Also, I had to push my $90 in as promised for the deaths and hunter mechs during Dragon Quest XI. Thanks RPGLB and good luck Sid. That puts Tifa into the lead with $260, Aerith with $205, and Yuffie at $50.
Let's go.
Yes.
Yep.
I got
Best girl.
Yes. I gotta admit, I'm happy she's winning. I'm a little sad that Yuffie has seen nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just gonna go. I'm gonna remind chat that the basic strat is Tifa Aerith. So if I take either of those, the fight's gonna go the exact same. If you want to troll me and make those combat segments a lot harder, give me Yuffie. The date is also really nice too because she actually goes into Crisis Core lore a little bit more there.
Yeah.
Which is really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of the characters have some very good extended cutscenes because we're not only going to see the standard date, but the intimate one. And the intimate requires a higher level of affection. So if you've only done a normal playthrough, there's a good chance that you've only seen the normal date, not both halves of it. So you will see a longer cutscene than you're used to.
Also, yes, all of that was just the first of 3 parades.
Yeah. Fortunately, we can skip the cutscene in between, but I got to be careful because if I try to skip that cutscene too soon, the Shinra News Network segment, basically skipping my own content segments, I actually can restart the march, which, like, even if it's the first one, that's a 30-second time loss.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, I messed up Zolom on one of my practice attempts. It's like 2 minutes. So restarting one of these segments is less time loss than some of the bosses.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, they put you like way far away from Mythril Zolom. It's really annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to trudge back through the swamp.
Yeah, so anyway, so we have half of this song, a whole of this song, cutscene after it. Bob, do you have anything else for us in the meantime?
Yeah. I have $100 from Anonymous as I swallow my mouth full of water in a calorie. Who says, dreams and honor. And then $25 from BD Jeffy P, who says, I need to see these bonds of friendship fights. Let's chip in and get there. So an update on those. The bonds of friendship fights are currently sitting at $385 out of $2,500. So if you want to see those, chat, let's go ahead and get some donations in. We are also still looking to pick our date partner. Yuffie is sitting at $50. Aerith is sitting at $205. Most of which came from a single donation of $200. Someone backing Aerith big. And then we have Tifa sitting in the lead at $260 as currently best and accurate best girl.
Nice, nice. Very impressive, very impressive. So we actually get back into gameplay. We're going to do a little bit of climbing here, so I'm going to kind of talk about the next upcoming segment. We got Cloud alone to kind of go through Junon. Normally the Junon escape, you get to keep your party and you just jet out on your own and sneak into the boat. This game, we just kind of prance onto the boat. We just, yep, we got tickets, let us in. So we're going to head through here and have to do a couple of fights on the way out with Cloud solo. I got to take advantage of the magnified spells. Like I mentioned earlier with Rude and Elena, the magnified spells can hit these all enemies rather than just the one that you're targeting. With lightning, it's a little bit harder. So I'm actually going to use what I call spin to win. The other runners also call it cleave. When you hold square, Cloud will spin his sword around. In Remake, this would actually eject enemies and push them away. They've changed it in Rebirth so that it actually pulls enemies in, like the Deadly Dodge variant. So it's a lot easier to group enemies that way. So what I'm going to do is stack them up together and drop a Thundera Magnify. And since they're all on top of each other, they all get hit by the Thundera Magnify. So they take 3 Thundera Magnifies instead of just 1. Which, despite their not being weak to lightning, and maybe even in some cases resistant to it, they'll just get completely deleted. We'll have to be very careful about some of the later enemies. The sweepers are super bulky and hard to deal with solo, and can do a lot of damage if I'm not careful with them. So ideally, we keep them from doing pretty much anything. And then there's the roller wheel, which is the bane of anybody's existence that... Excuse me? Sure, buddy. Whatever you say. All right, this is gonna be one of those fights.
Yeah, he got away.
I'm gonna literally, that's never happened before. 100%, that has never happened before to me. So I was sitting in the practice room going, why does this stuff keep happening? I want this for the marathon. Well, I got mine.
I was about to say, if it happened.
The most benign thing ever, too.
Yeah, because I figured it would happen to you on one of the bosses, not just one of these fights.
That's how that's
Yeah.
supposed to work. You stack them all together. Spell hits both of them. Boop, bop.
Never doubt your brother.
Got a couple of shield troopers here that I have to get behind, so I have to be careful with my movement so I can group them together. You game, you.
Oh,
That's exactly what I was yapping about. Okay, that will at least get me to hit the wrong enemies. Cool.
Because it locked on elsewhere.
Yeah, lock-on system just does what it wants. Okay, I think everything's dead, so we'll just do it this way. Yeah, that should kill everything regardless. All right. Well, we made it through the fight without losing a bazillion HP. I really don't want to lose too much HP because the troopers will start spamming potions, and I have to watch an annoyingly slow cutscene for 350 HP for every fight.
all right. And right here is like possible. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's later.
No, this fight.
This
is-
fight also does suck too, though. A little bit. Honestly, this one's kind of bad just because there's so many segments to it. Like, enemies just kind of keep spawning as we keep going throughout this fight from like below and above, and good.
Nice.
That was nice.
as intended.
Excellent.
That was beautiful.
Excellent.
Yeah, so we want to kill Sweeper A as B spawns in so that the Thundergat targets B and kills it, or at least does a lot of damage. Then I need to target the enemies on the upper side because Magnify is really goofy with its targeting. It's not very good at propagating up and down or side to side in certain instances, so there's a lot of situations where I have to target specific enemies to make sure that it propagates properly. This guy is a
And
bit
now-
annoying.
Yeah, here's the worst thing in the.
Oh, I lost
Oh.
too much HP. That's unfortunate. At least it's only that one cutscene.
Okay,
It can't
you hit
get
it.
much worse.
Okay, good.
Give it
All
some
right.
Fury here just to make sure I do enough damage. That should be enough.
No escape. Let's go.
Okay.
Bye-bye, Death Wheel.
Good.
Now for Roche.
That thing control so hard for so long.
Yeah, luckily since we start with ATB, we can just immediately toggle him with Fyra.
I still love Roche.
All right, now here's Roche. So we're going to try and get him. Oh, there he goes. Good.
Very good counter there.
Good.
Nice.
They
So
won.
this fight's a little bit convoluted. We attack by holding square right off the bat, but I also want to switch to Punisher stance. So I actually hit my tactical menu and Punisher stance at the same time. So I start changing stances right after casting fire. And that puts me in a position where I can get okay. My ATB is a lot lower than I thought it was.
Good.
Um,
Excellent.
but-
Still managing it, though.
Yeah.
I wanted to offer the Roche fights blindfolded, but this particular fight, my issue was he can get way far across the arena, so it's really hard to find him again while blindfolded. And then the other one, the buffering the inputs is just extremely difficult. But yeah, Roche is pretty good once you figure out the buffering system. The buffering system is pretty fine. Casually and even in a speedrun sense, as long as you know how it functions, but you do have to kind of fight it a bit. It's not too bad.
Also, something that we haven't called out yet, probably should have, is that during cutscenes in combat, we can speed them up.
Yeah.
So that's why things look goofy sometimes. That was not even a feature that was with the game at launch. That came out much later. So if you played this game at launch, you're probably very confused. That's a game feature now. You can just speed through them.
Yeah, one of the most recent updates added a feature to fast-forward cutscenes, 1.5 times or times 2. That is useful for things like the date, where you get the intimate setting, because that actually makes it the whole video. So if you try to skip it, you'll skip the whole thing, and you won't be able to see the intimate portion of it. But it is applicable to boss fights, to where the boss cutscene can't be skipped, so we just fast-forward it instead, and it does save a pretty significant amount of time as well.
And here we have Chapter 5. We are now on the boat, and here we have one of the best chapters in the game for a number of reasons. Right now we're heading up towards. Don't you
keep
do
going,
that to
keep
me.
going. I
Don't
will
you do that to me.
Keep going. I'll weigh my levy my complaints later. Keep going.
So here we have Queen's Blood, the new reigning king of Final Fantasy media games for most of the community, I would argue. For the speedrun, though, we skip it. Sorry to say. And honestly, all of this kind of is just slow and monotonous, and it's not great as we have to go through and
Cutscene skip
just
simulator.
dialogue skip, dialogue skip, dialogue skip, and then we register and then quit. It's all gone. We skip all of it. It's
I wasn't memeing the Queen's Blood. Queen's Blood is a fine minigame. I personally am just too lazy to do like minigames in general. I'm memeing because the ship is really obnoxious, honestly.
okay. Look, the Queen's Blood part is why Chapter 5 is like so good.
Yeah.
Obviously,
It is.
casually speaking. And yes, we still have to go into a fight, and then we just forfeit that too anyway.
I mean, where is he? We get this.
Oh yeah, we do get this. This is glorious. Absolutely glorious.
You know, I'll waste a couple of seconds just to give you guys. All right, that's enough. Sorry, we're behind. Producer informed me we got to keep going.
And she's right there going, what?
I'm not even on the headset, liar.
So hard.
Just bullying the producer. If it were Ashton, he'd be like, "You're lying." Immediately. Just jet over to the audio board. What is this? I've done nothing wrong.
Oh, excellent.
Speaking of wasting some time, that's a joke. I apologize. $19 from Matthew, who says, love for Yuffie even though she won't win. Putting Yuffie's total to $69.
Nice.
You know, actually, fun fact, our equipment setup puts Barrett just south of 420 MP, just putting that out there.
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
So, so since we're on the boat, can I have everyone's attention for a moment? We have reached $30,000!
Let's go.
Mostly off the back of a $2,500 donation.
What?
Oh.
What?
Brain? My brain doesn't know how to
keep doing
parse
this. You keep doing this.
I can't help it.
From me
Ooh.
and my beautiful wife, obviously. One, because I need to put my Mountie Mo where my mouth is and put $300 towards Tifa because she is best girl. And then to put $2,200 towards bonds of friendship.
Oh, that is the truest bond of friendship I have ever heard in my life.
Bob.
Because with both Sid and Gamer on the stream, I cannot speak to how much the both of you mean to me. And if there was ever a more applicable donation incentive for the bonds of friendship between the three of us, I'm never going to see it. I love you both dearly. I love this entire community dearly. I love chat, everyone here, and I love you all. Thank you.
Yeah. Every time I get a run in, I'm like, three amigos, Bob on host, me running, Garen's going to be on couch. Just immediate. I don't know what I do after that, but it's what we got to do.
So, I know it might go without saying, but we have met the bonds of friendship fights.
All right. Now all we have to do is convince committee to put the Aerith fight in, even though we're behind. it's a no magic fight with the mage.
Exactly. It's so
good.
cool.
Oh, I had to reference like 10 different videos to put that together. It was really fun watching a lot of the VR fights.
How many hours did we spend talking about that entire set of fights?
I'm so mad they didn't take Barrett.
I know.
Barrett, I routed
You're
myself.
hung up on that.
Dude, I am down
We're going to be
bad.
hearing about that till the year 3000.
Yeah.
And then just at the update on Date Partner, we have Yuffie at $69, Aerith at $205. What are you giggling for?
What are you, children? Let's
Yes.
see here. Yes, we are.
Shouldn't you all be at school right now? And we have Tifa sitting at $560.
Okay.
Chat, if you want not Tifa, you have your work cut out for you.
You really do.
Wait, no.
Bring it.
Please, menu, cooperate. I know I'm bad, but I need help. Thank you. All right, we're going to start off with Tifa here and throw a somersault to get Genova stunned. If Tifa hits the head, which is a no-no, I'm going to actually throw out a stop to reset things. Stop is going to be used to reset pretty much every boss fight from here on out. Power Cleave actually has a really weird interaction that prevents a boss from getting staggered if you're not actively on the character with a team attack. Ooh, I actually did the right character. That's dangerous thinking. Hey, there it is.
Yo.
Excellent.
Good job, Tifa.
All right, this is I think this is the first boss that has like multi-phases for us. So there's a lot going on here. We're trying to get Berserk off from the charge attack from Cloud to get extra damage. We're trying to do Song of Boom to get more attack buffs from that. We're trying to use Power Cleaves to just do a bunch of damage and do phase changes.
Oh, cool. Menu's glitch. That's what happened.
Stagger here right after the phase change. Excellent.
Okay, we're good. I didn't choke. Yet.
Yeah.
We got a little bit more left to go.
Yeah.
There we go. We're fine.
This is just phase 2, which is the bulk of it. Getting a lot of damage in.
Nice.
All right, here we go.
That head pop scared me. Something fierce. There we go. So luckily the head is weak to physical, shoulder's weak to magic, so we're just gonna pop its shoulder and get on out of here. Pop. See you later, buddy.
Excellent.
Oh, well.
Nice. Very nice.
Genova has been the white whale the last couple of practice attempts, so I'm really happy we got through that in one go. Genova just completely wrecked me on my last 2 practice attempts before I left, and I was like, oh, please don't let me mess up Genova. I need to save it to the endgame bosses, because then I have a good excuse.
Yeah, no
I
kidding.
am never going to forgive them for putting segues in this game.
So yeah, welcome to Costa del Sol, where you can ride a Segway.
You know what, we're just going to take some time. Around here and just...
Destroy everything.
Let's see how many
Like, the
things...
amount of property damage you do is enough to put Shinra out of business on its own, right? Like, the tables you go through and chop, and the chairs, and those things add up.
I mean,
Yeah,
especially what we did in the end of Remake, absolutely, because the building is like, I mean, all right,
Just in
in
shambles.
some realities, the building is just gone. Depends upon which
Yeah.
reality, but we'll get there. Don't worry about
That's
that.
true.
So we do some cute parking job with the Segway there, so we can grab it immediately in the beginning of the Johnny segment to speed through that first half. And then we're just going to start climbing things. And that's going to
This is like,
Johnny up.
I tried, I have to say this, casually speaking, I tried to figure out a way to go up and down this quickly because you have to come here so often.
Yeah.
And I never found that. I looked for it and I didn't find it. And
well-
then when I first saw you do this, I was like, it's there. I just couldn't find it. Because the way you can climb terrain in this game can just be so finicky.
Oh, yeah. Learning to get up that actually took me a bit of time, to be honest. So it's not, like, easy.
So meeting the Bonds of Friendship fights wasn't all on me.
Hold down the fort
I
till
do
I
want to
get
give a
back.
shout out to $50 from Nano Flair, who says, the true best date is obviously Zach. Bonds of Friendship for 50, please. And then Matrimony, much along the same lines with another 50, saying, who is the best date? Yuffie? No. Red 13? No. Aerith? No. Barrett? No. Tifa? She's actually wonderful, but sorry, no. The real date we want to see is the best boy Zack in the Bonds of Friendship fights. Plus, he deserves it with all the crap he goes through in this game. Do it for Zack.
Yeah. If Zach was a date option, that would be the only one. But, like, watch the date would have been the incentive. Like, nope, you don't get a choice. Mm-mm.
Also, I got to give a call to the NPC we just saw there, where he actually stops your movement, tells you about how Johnny's inn is so run down, and kind of alludes to other things in Costa del Sol, like potentially other like mini games, like or something else, and then it's just not there. Like he alludes to things that are not in the game, so it's like, what happened? Like, is it a part 3? Like, we don't know.
Maybe he's visiting from another reality where those games are there.
You know what? Maybe.
That's very possible, because whenever I saw this, I was like, what do?
Yeah. But anyway, so just to point it out, this is where wearing the swimsuit outfits the entire run matters, because we cannot go down to the beach if we're not wearing swimsuits, because it's the beach. And normally in new game, you're going through all these mini games to get ticket vouchers, to then get free swimsuits. We already have them.
I
So
would
we
have
just
paid for him if they would have let me. Even in a run, I think we have enough money to just do that. Be like, here's $1,000, just give me the outfit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hang loose! You ladies look like you're on the way down to the water.
So since we got a bit of a lull, I do want to talk a bit about the tantrum stuff that we've got going on. I do want to clarify a little bit about what we've been saying so far.
Nice touch.
We do have that minimum order of 165 Mimi plushes, but once we reach that 165, from 166 all the way through to the maximum, fully half of the money of those remaining Mimis goes to Nami. That's $20 per Mimi. So as many Mimis as we can get ordered, it is in the best benefits of the charity. And I have an update. With how early we have met the bonds of friendship fights, we've had another incentive added. So we are now also accepting, we're looking for $1,000 for Aerith versus the Magi combat sim. You want to talk a little bit about that, Sid?
So that is going to be a no magic incentive, and I define that as in I'm only going to be using the ability tab. Magic is completely banned, and in VR fights, the items are also banned, so it will be the exact same thing we're doing now, except I'm going to be limiting out magic as well too. It's gonna smoke.
And it's going to be Aerith as the main magic user by herself.
Yep.
Doing that against 5 difficult fights where you're meant to use magic.
Yeah, and to be clear, oh, that was wrong. Oopsie. We're gonna lose a little bit of time here. But yeah, one of the enemies has reflect, just to point that out. So normally it would be very difficult to solo out with Aerith.
Yeah, it's a really, really cool set of fights.
Yeah, and this boss is honestly less of a boss and more of a cutscene gate. I don't know.
This one I describe as a glorified cutscene.
Yeah, exactly. So we're trying to maintain damage thresholds just so that later is better, but we have to wait for our party to get captured and taken off screen in these giant cutscenes and everything else.
That's why I said oops, because I accidentally canceled the capture animation, which so that first Spellblade I should have held on to. Okay, fine, if you're gonna do that then. Oh, let's not do that.
And as you can see, we can't even damage the dumb thing right now because we're still waiting on cutscenes and other things to happen so that we don't get too far ahead and kill it before the cutscenes can make the story progress in the way that it wants us to. Still waiting.
Yeah. We're waiting for him to capture here.
Yes,
I wanted to make sure that my Skillmaster loop was set up. Skillmaster is one of the ATB building materia. Every 3 moves, you get a giant chunk of ATB back. So I want to set it up so that the Thundera here will activate it and more or less leave me at max ATB so I can tap once and then go for a Thundaga. And I've managed to do that, which is not that difficult, but for me it is. You would think like making sure you only use 2 actions would be very easy, but there have been days.
Yeah, we have all the time in the world to just build ATB on that. So as you can see in the corner, we have like Berserk up, we have attack and magic up. We have all the buffs we need, so we can just come in and just bop, and there it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sonic Boom is actually extremely potent. It gives us a 30-second Bravery and Faith. Bravery buffs physical by 20%, and Faith buffs magic. We also have Berserk, which is something we've been getting through pretty much every fight. Cloud's the only one that can self-inflict it. Unfortunately, it's considered a debuff, so we can't just cast it on our party. But that'll give us 10 seconds of 30% damage up at the cost of taking 30% more damage. That fight, you have 2 different options. You can either use Plasma Discharge or Prime mode, which I've been using a little bit. That will give us a different combo line and change our Punisher mode into Prime. And when we hit with the 3rd hit, it'll actually give us the Prime Berserk as well, which is a 50% damage bonus at the cost of taking 50% more for 10 seconds. You know what? Yeah.
And now here we finally acquire Yuffie, and are you going to change?
Yeah, we're going to change the outfit here. Because the Moogle Smock is funny, but we're going to throw on the outfit. This will cost me like 30 seconds, but whatever. I'm not, I got a 6-minute date here. PB is impossible, so it's whatever. There we go.
Yes.
Here we go.
This is my favorite outfit for. For her, but maybe even like in the game. I love this outfit.
Oh yeah, like the little Moogle and the brooch on the back. Just,
Yeah.
like full send it. Split. I actually had this as a split to remind me to do it during practice runs, and then they're like, "We're not taking that. We're pushing the dates." I'm like, "Okay, I don't blame you."
I
Hello.
want to give a quick shout out to all the people that have been raiding us this week, especially that last raid that I see is someone called Bowie the Horror.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Hello, Stace. How you doing?
Shout outs to Bowie. I've missed that fine lad in the last few events.
Yeah.
Shout outs to all the people that couldn't make it, especially High Speed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm extremely sad he couldn't make it, but as I said in Discord, I'll say it in person. I'd much rather you not make it and us not be able to see you, and rather have you around in the long haul.
Yeah.
Hopefully your health issues get taken care of. You know, there's a lot of Wii's I'm going to be throwing out here. Shout outs to High Spirits every time those come out. For sure.
Also to some of our other people that couldn't make it out, to like Mizuki, Nicole, so many others that have had to cancel their trips at the last minute due to health issues or
Yeah.
emergencies. We are missing you on site, that's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that I'm like, oh man, that's a bit annoying scheduling wise, but we do not care. We'd rather have you.
That
here.
is the
We're happy
last
to
thing
say.
we're worried about. Look
Yep.
after yourselves out
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yes.
That goes for you too, chat. Hydrate, take your meds, self-care. And when we take breaks here on the stream, that means we're taking breaks for you too. Get up, walk around, exercise, cycle your fluids, all of that.
Nice little stretch break, couldn't hurt. Oh, Red took damage, but that doesn't matter, because if he gets hit on the boss, I did something wrong.
Which is impressive because this boss spray and prays everywhere.
Yeah, the opening on Valk is just a Gatling gun spray, and
Yeah.
we basically got to stun lock Valk, or else we're in a bad spot. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to take advantage of the Reaper's Touch of him being at 1 HP here, since Valk's flying. Red's one of the few characters that can't get airborne, for better or worse. Just is what it is.
Guess I gotta.
Yeah, and here we're just climbing Mount Corel, and our party is split because
Moving on.
reasons.
Yeah, they just decided to split up this time.
Yeah.
Last time they were like,
It's not
we're
even
gonna
really a
follow the
dungeon
Black
at this time. I mean, there is.
I
like a-
class it
I don't know.
as a dungeon, but it's really like not in terms of like the classical sense. But
Yeah.
a lot of these are basically treated as dungeons.
Yeah, because there is. I mean, there is a dungeon boss, I guess. And I think part of the reason too is that like after this segment we'll see in 20 minutes or so, whatever it is. There's a different segment where we go through an actual dungeon and they just have the other 3 for that. So I think they just kind of balance it by making this kind of a dungeon-ish. I don't
Yeah,
know.
they like to shuffle the party around.
Yeah.
A lot of the segments will focus on healing up before boss fights. This one, like I said, it's all or nothing. So if you see me reset this one a couple of times, it's very much within standard. We'll throw out a couple of Howling Smashes, which is one of the moves I was talking about earlier. We will use Howling Smash and Bullet Bounce every once in a while, but it's a ranged attack we can use while Red's in the party. We do want to build a little bit of ATB Red and Cloud. So we're going to sneak in the Howling Smashes and then actually use Counterfire, which is a very good counterattack. It'll counter pretty much any ranged attack and hit with a very strong magic projectile. Tifa has a similar one called Slip and Slide. Clouds is basically the one we're going to be using the most. Unfortunately, our HP is getting drained here, but it really won't matter in general. But yeah,
Think the others are okay?
I'm going to lock in for this boss fight coming up here. So.
This one's yet another just like story expansion. They just brought a boss back from Remake that we'll see here shortly. And we have to fight it again. And it has a little bit of different attack patterns, but it's mostly the same. The arena's a lot different.
Just as obnoxious as it was in Remake,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit less. It would be better if we had Barrett instead of Red here, but
Yeah.
you get what you get sometimes.
But just to remind you, we did have opened up a new incentive in Final Fantasy VII, where it said we'll be using Aerith to fight the Magi combat sim using no magic at all, which is really interesting when you're involving Aerith.
I got lucky.
You got very lucky there.
Yeah.
I misjudged the distance on that.
It's aiming at you.
All right. I could just tank this if I wanted to, but sorry, I don't have enough faith to actually showcase that.
Yeah, so this custom Valkyrie is a machine, V2 thunder.
Lightning. And since he's
lightning.
flying, we also get wind
And,
too.
Yeah.
But we just, it's in the air, it's hard to hit, it sucks, so we just get ATB and just smack it with thunder until it's dead.
We're really like snaking as much ATB as we can there. Counterfire makes you completely immune, but we throw out a couple of Howling Smashes into Counterfire for that immunity. And then we do a couple more just for ATB building purposes. We have to do a little bit of setup. We really don't have much of an option. So we just set up the Howling Smashes in that so we can get quite a bit of ATB. And then drop an 8 Arcane Ward and some Thunderas. The Thunderas specifically, the boss's functionality is it will get pressured after a certain amount of Thunder spells. So we set up just enough lightning spam that we can almost pressure, and then we throw out the Thunder Gun in the final phase to actually pressure.
Yeah.
If we miss any spells there, though, he gets loose and things get kind of wild, and we are not happy about it. Luckily, first try. What are you going to do? I can't really complain. That's another one of those bosses I was a bit worried about. The next big one, I think, is Guy Natak, and I'd say that dude's as hard as the final boss, but fortunately, I get like another hour of unwinding before we get there.
Yeah. And now here, casually speaking, is a big shift in the story. So I'm going to take this moment, while we have a little bit of a lull and some walking, to do a story update. Yay. All right. So since Junon and the ship, What, Bob? What? Do you want to say
Unmute
something?
if you're going to laugh like
If you're going to laugh at me, at least unmute and tell me to my face.
It's just when I'm going to do a story update. Yay.
I did not do that. You are lying.
So unenthused to do something in my entire life. Yay.
I mean,
Oh, Lord.
I guess I'll do my job and commentate.
we got a little bit ahead, and I
God.
called Garen, and he's like, what? We have like an hour. I'm like, you're like 10 minutes before we start the run. And he was like, oh, I'll be down in 5.
That's not my fault. The schedule, I don't know what happened. Anyway, I'll figure that out
The
tech-wise
schedule does.
I don't know if the
after
rest
this
of us
run.
figured it out.
The schedule said anyway. Don't worry about it. Since June on, we had the ship. That was just also expanded from the base game mostly, though they did touch upon having the numbered folks, Sephiroth, kind of expand into the lore of like, I don't know, with Genova. But anyway, so the only thing that the big difference with oh god, the beach. I'm blanking on the beach.
Costa del Sol.
Costa del Sol. The big update with Costa del Sol was Hojo actually not being there just for a vacation. He actually came intentionally to try to capture samples from the boat incident, and so try to capture us as well. Dealt with that. We let Hojo go because story reasons we had to, and it's like, no, we could
Unfortunately.
maybe we could just not do that and just deal with the
Can I
problem.
at
anyway,
least throw a rock at him?
yeah,
Something?
seriously,
Anything?
something. Come on. Anyway, so then Yuffie joins us. So we have Yuffie mandatory inclusion now. We climb Mount Corel. That's not really much different aside from the next boss fight. But then we get here, and there's a whole mine section we're going through right now. This is essentially like expanding on Barrett's story a little bit about how this is like where he used to work in the coal mines. And so we're going through that to lower like a bridge in order to have access to get to
Yeah,
his
because
hometown
Cloud
in
was
Corel.
he was having another one of his headaches.
Yeah, so a thing we skipped was a story segment with Zach. Well, I guess it didn't skip, auto skip because of the settings of the hard New Game Plus. But anyway, there is this is the first part where we see a Zach update and start getting some ideas about what's going on with Zach in Rebirth in this re-trilogy that we skipped. I'm not going to detail that too much because in case people haven't played the game, but also because yet we don't really know what's going on there at this stage of the story yet. We will learn much more later. And then the big thing here too is that's really threw me for a loop, and I was like, all right, I'm in it now, was we get to the reactor and we discover weapons already. And this casually was where I was like, all right, now I'm in it. Because there's new weapons,
Yeah,
and they're already appearing, and it's like, all right, what's happening? And so this is where things start ramping up in a different way for Rebirth, where you can tell there's actual divergence, and we're breaking away from the original story, potentially more than we might have even expected. This is where things start getting interesting casually.
Yep. They definitely like start shuffling the story around and introducing some new elements. It's like 85% original story from the original like FF7, and then like 15% actually like original story beats, like completely new added to the re-trilogy. It's pretty decent balance, but I definitely look at it in a very specific
Did you
way.
just say it's like 85% original and 15% original?
Yeah, I caught myself saying that, and I was like, how do I reword this? And I'm just like, I'm going to hard commit and hope I don't get called out.
And Bob's on the mic.
Yeah, I was kind of in a rough spot to begin with. I was just like,
Also,
well,
a small thing for NetGhostX in chat who asks if this is live or rerun. No, this is Rebirth.
Well done, Bob. Well done.
called out.
Oh,
Shame the
yeah,
name.
Lord.
Wait, what? We're going to flick forward here a few times because we can actually get this to move a little bit quicker. I think it can be done in like 2 maybe, but some days I'm not super good at it.
Yeah, you were just a couple off of the 2 cycle there, weren't you?
Yeah, I think if I'd gotten the first one more than like 3 flicks, we'd have been okay. But it's kind of hard to figure out the timing for when you can start inputting it, because normally they want you to just hold back and forward and back and forward and back and forward. But if you flick, you can get multiple forward pushes at once. I don't know if I can get around it. Yeah, nice.
You got it.
Good.
Sometimes these fights are so tight. Once you get into the like dark red, the enemies will start chasing you. And when you get it to dim, they'll still be aggroed, but won't be chasing you actively. And when you completely lose the reticle, that means the enemies will return to their start positions. And we'll use that a few times to get in a favorable position so that we can get good movement. Ooh, that's neat. That actually saves a bit of time. Normally saves time on a normal run, but right here it doesn't really lose much. All right, let's go for a swing.
Okay, so just another quick update. I know that I may have tilted the scales a little bit here, but we still are looking to pick the date partner. Yuffie is still sitting at $69. Don't you laugh at that. Aerith,
You want me to grunt instead?
Aerith is
These
sitting at
numbers bad.
$205, and Tifa is out in the lead at $560. We also have the Aerith versus the Magi combat sim incentive that is sitting at 0 out of $1,000. So if you want to see even more Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, or is this live? Get your donations in now.
I'm not doing very good on this one. This one you have to flick sideways, so it's super awkward. There we go. That's close enough. 3 flicks is what I'm looking for. All right, I should be able to shimmy up this pretty quick. There you go.
Nice.
Physics, what is? Quake should be good here. That's a headbutt, so I need to be good here. Bomb is very, very hard. Oh, cancel my Quake. What a jerk. Okay, fine. You want to be behind there? That'll block everything, so I can just do this. All right, there we go. Yeah, normally you just get 2 Graveras there, but I mistimed it and got packed by a freaking fireball. It's a very rough one. Ugh. Sneaky little snake. How's my HP looking, actually? I don't care about the cutscene. Let me check my HP, please. Please? Thank you. All right, now we can go. Should be fine. Nice. I really love it when that misses. You know what I mean. You restart that. Firing off the overcharge there was even worse. We want friendly fire to hit, so both of them get ATBs, so... Sure. That's not right either.
Focus.
Third time lucky?
Deep
Maybe.
Good to go.
Nice.
Faith. There we go.
Turbulent
All right, we're back
Spirit.
en route.
There we go.
Yeah, so this bird sucks. Flying enemies suck. It's hard. It can be hard to hit. You have Tifa, who doesn't get aerial easily. She can. Yuffie can get aerial a little bit more easily. Still, it's not great. Bear can shoot. That's great. So we're trying to just push its phases, obviously. We're already able to stagger it here.
All right, we should be fine in this. Yep.
Thankfully, we do have Tifa, so we can at least True Strike and Omni Strike it, so we can get a percentage.
It's
of
pretty much
staggering.
dead, yeah.
Yeah, this is it. After
And
that.
that's it.
True Omni,
Yeah,
Omni
yeah.
True. Not much stands up
and,
to it.
and thank God too, because the whirlwinds and everything else that it does, and the movement, and then knocking you around and throwing you and petrifying you, and this fight sucks.
Thanks
Yeah,
for the
no
pity
kidding
clap.
there.
I very much appreciate it. I needed some positive reinforcement for that mess.
I mean,
Say it with me, chat. First time.
First time. Yeah, the startup there, we kind of want to warp Barrett behind. One of the things I really haven't been mentioning is this movement right here. If you're actually holding the guard button when you're locked onto an enemy, which the game soft locks onto pretty much everything, it'll actually just warp the character to it. One of the funny things is actually, you actually got to start the fight. That usually helps. One of the funny things is 3 characters can go airborne. Cloud, Yuffie, Tifa. And if you're holding guard and it's a mid to large size enemy or a flying enemy like Gigatrice, you actually can just hold guard to warp them to the enemy. Each of them kind of have their own way to get up. Tifa's, all of her team attacks are synergy skills. If you're holding guard, you do team up attacks like the Spell Blades, Spellbound Blasts, Void Slashes that I've been using the entire run. Are actually active, but you have to learn them through the folio. Obviously, I have everything learned. But those team-up attacks will shoot her in the air, and they're completely useless if you know about the guard thing, which is kind of frustrating. Okay, I guess we're just going to move Aerith forward every time here. Just wanted to show off her outfit. It's very cool. Very cute. But, yeah, aerial combat is... It can be a bit of a curse because sometimes you don't want them to spawn in the air because their aerial combat's a little bit weird. It's not as bad as Remake where like your aerial combat is the parabola of a brick where you just jump up, hit it, and then fall straight down. This one you can just fly around as much as you want if you feel like air dodging. It's actually pretty funny. Luckily that fight is pretty straightforward in terms of the way the fight works. The main thing is you want a friendly fire with Barrett and Tifa there, so you can get Tifa just a little bit of extra ATB so you don't have to switch to her like I did there. This normally would be an important segment for a New Game run. New Game Plus, it doesn't matter, because the big thing is these big boxes will drop X Potions, Turbo Ethers, or Elixirs, and you would want some X Potions or Elixirs for the Cosmo Canyon segment, but since our items are locked, it's really not important, so...
But you would think you could skip this because New Game Plus and you don't even need items.
Let's check.
But
Nope, you're right.
Sure
We can't skip it.
Nope. You would think you could. Of all the things you could skip in this game, they've added, but nope.
Yeah, I've checked the things like this a lot of times, and it's just like, oh, I'm a bit disappointed, but it is what it is.
You weren't looking for an on-rail shooter during your Final Fantasy game? A literal on-rail shooter?
there you go.
I mean,
I love how he
don't
doesn't need to reload anymore.
Yeah.
I
mean, honestly, like mini games are part of Final Fantasy VII. Very obviously, it's like I don't mind this being a new game, but a New Game Plus it just gives you items and you can't use items. Like why can't you skip it?
Yeah, this is, and these small boxes only ever give crafting material, so the only thing we ever care about is the big ones.
Yeah.
The worst part is like you would think this would be a functional bathroom break for New Game Plus, or New Game, just spam triangle. If you spam it too early, she'll just throw the shuriken into the wall. You don't get anything. It's like, why did you design it this way? That's so rude. It's like I'll spam it right here and we'll bounce it off the wall, most likely. Yeah, there you go. You have to wait just a little bit.
Amazing.
It's like, if you're paying just a bit of attention, you'll be fine.
All right. Well, while we're still waiting for this to finish, a literal on rails, Bob.
Oh, we got plenty of downtime.
I was going to say, just how ridiculously epic this to the kids.
Yep.
Being like, get on with it. Get on with it. Get on with it.
I mean, the fast forward doesn't work either, unfortunately. So I'm doing my best.
All right, we have $9 from Matthew, who says, I'm sorry, I'm the reason we can't have nice things. Glad to be here in person for the first time. Thank you, everybody, for making this a memorable experience. Maddie, it's been great to see you. Also, $12 from Bonnie. Oh, Bonnie. Oh, you make me so happy. He says, hi, have as many shiny bobs as I have drawn so far to make Aerith fight a big bad meanie. Obligatory greetings from Germany and happy birthday RPGLB. If those of you don't know what Bonnie's talking about, over on Blue Sky at Patchy Chew, Bonnie's been doing every limit break I'm at. Bonnie actually draws out goldfishes for every different game that they watch, and it absolutely touches my heart. Thank you very much, Bonnie.
Yeah. Last time with Remake, talking about like donations and such, I was pretty humbled with the 4,500, and I'm still extremely grateful and humbled with the amount that we have here. I can't really express my thankfulness for the donations that I get with these runs.
Yeah, I think the oh, Bonnie, did you really just do that?
Uh-oh.
Just drew a goldfish on a Segway.
There was something. What was it? The Roomba joke with earlier.
Cloud being a Roomba?
Oh,
yeah.
Roomba, yeah.
So like in the chapter 1 where we have to like move around the little machines to suck up the gas, Sonny made a joke about it being a Roomba, and I was like, you know, I kind of want to lean heavily into that so I can see if I can get somebody to draw like a Roomba with Cloud's hair on it and the sword on its back.
Yep.
Just sucking up Mako gas. Then I completely blanked on it because I have the memory of an actual.
Yep.
I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I had this funny joke plan that I completely forgot.
Yeah, it's you. Oh,
Well,
there you go.
I got
you have a game.
No, I don't have a game. This is the slow segment. I found it.
Yeah,
My one cough drop left
I
in the
think
drink.
our social media team have been retweeting some of these, and they're absolutely fantastic.
Oh yeah, they are.
She actually drew a version of our mascot Mimi called Bobo, which is interesting. But yeah, lovely. I'm so humbled by everything this community does.
And coming up here is the best cutscene in the game.
Well, you didn't pay enough for it, so it's not happening.
They,
wait, I didn't make it an option?
They didn't pay anything for it because it wasn't even an option.
Yeah. I should have got you into commentary earlier. The only one with this is like I would have loved to make it an incentive, but it's so early in the run that it's like, well, what's the push after that?
Everything else?
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I mean, you had like 4 combat trials routed. So we're just going to tank Dio's punches here, because sometimes he just decides to punch 2 or 3 times in a row. So it's faster to let him win in that scenario. He still could punch twice here, which would be kind of annoying, but... Well, I guess not today. Yeah. A little bit shy, I guess.
How can this be?
The hardest boxing minigame. I didn't even pause buffer it, guys.
Exactly.
Oh, Lord.
Legendary.
Pretty nervous.
So some of the boxing minigames are so rough, a lot of people pause buffer them. The worst part is like some of the tells are really goofy. Like it'll be an underhanded punch and they're actually overhanded. I'm like, that's not how boxing works.
I am very thankful that pause buffering worked for that.
Oh, yeah.
Because if it wasn't for that, I don't know if I would have ever gotten the platinum.
Let me know when I can pause buffer the crunches, and then I'm going to be down for the platinum.
Oh, gosh.
The crunches aren't that bad.
Well, then you want to do them after the run? You want to give me my plat? I'll go get plat.
Sure, I guess. Fine.
As Ghoul said, he had a really good, easy time with it too, but he's not here this time to force to do it, so... I don't know, man. I could not hit it. But the problem is it uses like the force feedback on the L2 R2.
Yeah.
And it just drives me up a wall. I was like, you know what? I don't need a platinum on this game. I'll just get a good time and have it sit on SRC, and I'll feel good about myself. Actually, should probably not try try and take a sip here.
I was about
I
to
keep
say,
thinking about it, and I'm like, no, I got to use the controller in like 5 seconds. Should be good when I go take a nap. That's a good spot. So, just for reference later, I actually can change the date right here for the actual like second date. This one right here, I'm just going to use Barrett because he's going to be busy chasing down Dine, so there won't be any dialogue or anything. I think it saves time. I can't be bothered to actually time it because it's like, eh.
Yeah, it has to. Not much, but
Yeah, it's going to be minimal because like Tifa saves a little bit of time over Aerith because she says like hey, and then Aerith says like 2 words. So Barrett not having any lines and going straight into the cutscene skip is probably faster.
I think the Rebirth version of this haunted hotel is one of my favorite things.
Oh yeah,
because it's so much more Scooby-Doo than it was before.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll give you some Scooby-Doo in a second here.
Yeah.
This room is great.
oh, this room is so good.
And then also we got this little guy over here, the humidifier for the room.
Humidifier Tomberry is the best thing.
I kind of want to kick him though because I hate Tonberries. Defenseless robot, face my wrath.
The amount of times I've seen people ask for the Tomberry humidifier to be actually made into a product is more times than I expected.
Bro, I used to use a humidifier as a kid, and like I would totally. Oh wait, actually I forgot this too. Hey, let's see what. Ah!
I see.
Whoa.
One of my favorites is the other door. That one's great.
No, I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It's just a wall. It's painted.
Well, there goes all that time save.
What do we care? We're behind anyway.
I think that's why we should care.
Oh, man.
True.
The opposite.
I will say, if they made a Tonberry humidifier, that is something I would buy in a heartbeat.
It has the best lines. It has things about like trying to like kill, but then it references like the air and like moisture. It's great. It's like humidifier based
kill
lines,
you.
but
Humidity
it's still like
level
with
90.
murderous intentions. It's great.
I mean, it's got the attitude of Tonberry because it is
Yeah.
a Tonberry.
And I'll get to the end of it.
Well, I managed to not miss warp this time. It's surprisingly easy to miss menu and go to the wrong place, and you're just like, well, that's like 15 seconds. So normally you're expected to explore all of the different areas in here, and then they unlock Skywheel Square. New Game Plus, they just let you warp straight to Skywheel Square. And I mean, even if we had access to the warping for the different areas, it really wouldn't be too bad. The main annoying part was having to walk into each segment, interact with the attraction, and then leave. Especially like the combat area here. Because if you get Barrett, Red's your party member for these fights, which is not good. Because the enemies here are actually quite strong compared to like these standard fights that you would be dealing with up to this point. I remember getting rolled pretty hard the first time I came through here, and I'm like, easy? These ain't easy. Damn game's gaslighting me. I don't like it.
Yeah. So this is how we meet Kate Sith this time. It's a bit more structured than the original game. And we, instead of being captured alongside Barrett or in place of Barrett, instead we're just simply being encouraged to go figure out what's actually going on, and we just mosey our way down to the Dust Bowl on our own instead of just being thrown down here.
Or I think, yeah, the original, like the Corel prison.
Yeah.
You will notice we have a nice new bracelet. Dio did trust us, but he gave us a bracelet supposedly to keep an eye on us.
And we find out later it's also a listening device.
Yeah,
It's
it's
gonna
just
listen
a
to everything too.
monitoring device, so he knows like for certain that
Yeah.
we're not bad guys. So Dio's like got our back at that point.
Don't worry about us.
And then here's the best song in this game.
Play
I'm
that
sorry.
funky music.
Shout outs to Hurdle.
Yep. This was my pick for Hurdle.
I'm gonna be honest. It took me like the 2 plays. I was like, this sounds very familiar, and then I was like, oh, I'm
Are
kind of.
you serious?
Yeah, I was a bit embarrassed.
I think Sid pays attention to his own speed game.
Apparently not. Actually,
I just turn the music off, do it without headphones most of the time.
You are actual blasphemy.
Yeah, pretty much.
There,
Can we get the really whiteboard back?
Yeah, no kidding there.
the amount of times I've been talking to Sid about music and RPGs, and then he's like, "Oh, I don't even listen to it," and it's just like, I am going to strangle you.
It's not that I don't listen to it. I just like it never pops the main focus. It's probably just the ADHD like procking all the time where I'm like,
Well, I mean, it's like some of the games that you and I will play together, and you're like, wait, that interaction works? And I'm like, how'd you not know this?
more like I see Crystal Sword and then I was like, wait, where did you say this thing was? And you're like, I'm gonna. Hey, where were the ribbons again?
They were over there.
Yeah, Tomra. And then you'll ask me where something is. I'll be like, I didn't write it down.
And I'm like, thanks.
The best co-op partners ever.
Best is an interesting choice of words there.
Dynamic duo, maybe?
I mean, we still get things done
No, we
in
did
some
impressed.
order.
Yeah. Just a couple of extra checks. It's not a big problem. He's got an advantage on me. I got to make him work extra hard. He's too good. Every game we play, he's much better than me.
I can't help it that I'm practiced.
I got to handicap him on purpose.
Competing in the race today?
Yeah, I think I will compete in the race today. Maybe, possibly.
Not by choice particularly, but we are. Yep. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So this part is more or less like, aside from how we get to the Dust Bowl, this part is the same thing. We get asked to be the rider for the Chocobo race, and so they get introduced to this minigame, and then we have to go through the minigame and do Chocobo racing, which is very good in this game.
Yeah. Shoutouts to Z-Wing. If he was here, I'd just let him do the race. Even though it's skippable, I'd be like, you set up the Chocobo, I'll just let you do the race.
Yeah, we can skip this too. Why do you skip all the best things and you can't skip the freaking rail shooter?
Yeah, rail shooter or the march, where it's
Or
like
the march.
hit
Or the march.
hit the right buttons, doob, versus like fun Chocobo race.
I mean, you hit no buttons, so.
Yeah, I didn't feel like it today. I had to save my stamina for other things.
That's true.
I got bored in practice and actually hit a few buttons, but I was like, can't be arsed. Yeah, this is a bit weird though. Like you have to actually wait because the menu doesn't open up immediately. All right, so Dyne, I had an issue with Mithril Golem and I didn't note it, but First Strike on some characters does not guarantee a full ATB bar. The only way to guarantee a full ATB bar on every single character is to actually use the Choco King cape. I'll probably start talking about the accessories and materia coming up here in the near future, but the Choco King cape will guarantee full ATB. First Strike guarantees like most of your bar, about 90%. So Cloud, Tifa always have high enough stats that they will guarantee get a full ATB, but characters like Aerith, Barrett, and even Zac won't start with a full ATB off First Strike. And that can be a general nuisance in some of the fights. So Aerith, we just kind of sucked it up instead of giving her something like Fury Ring for more damage. Or we have another accessory called Genji Earrings, which will actually increase your damage by 15% at the cost of taking 15% more damage. We just give her Choco King Cape to guarantee that she'll get those hits in. But unfortunately, Barrett, we can't really afford to do that because his stats are too low, so we have to go with Fury Ring to get that 30% buff. So with Mithril Golem, I started with just below max. And some of the characters, like Cloud specifically, he has a couple of things that let refund ATB when you use an ability. So for whatever reason, ATB boost counts as an ability. So even if he's well below like a full bar, ATB boost will still give him the full 2 ATB. It's really weird. But it's something that we have to keep in mind, that we actually can get a full ATB without that. But with Barrett, he doesn't have that ability, so I might need to build a little bit of ATB if the game decides to be rude here. We are going to be using bonus round like you were talking about earlier. It adds a magic bullet that is based on magic damage, really good at pressuring, and adds into your normal combo line, and will go after every overcharge shot, and it just adds a ton of damage in ATB building. Okay. But mainly, we're going to just do a little bit of setup here, use Turbulent Spirit and a few other things to actually fully set up, and then we're just going to stun lock Dyne with Fire right here. We tank the first combo, and that should be all he gets out. it's just going to be fire, a full combo fire.
Remember when we had that rat problem? You and me set traps, and you got caught one. Against old habits.
It's unfortunate, but we do need to overcharge there like that to make sure we don't stagger here by accident. It's a very annoying thing, but yeah, our Turbulent Spirit ran out, but it's 20 seconds of massive ATB building. It's really, really good. It makes Barrett super good in short fights. That is not the correct thing. Okay, what? Should be able to just stagger here manually. That was a nice extra attack. Don't really know what I was thinking there with that one. Got a little bit. Okay, yeah, we should have just gone with double fire there. All right, well, we're out of the fight. That was totally intended.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice bonus round, bonehead. You get 60 bullets, and I wanted more. Just not enough. Enemy skill. Oh, that's really, really annoying. Swift cast and ATB stagger. All right. Well, luckily I had more HP than normal.
So something to note when Sid's re-equipping materia and moving the materia around is that he's using both the directional pad as well as the left analog stick to move the cursor even faster.
I'm here. Let's get serious.
Okay, good.
Nice.
Sometimes that Spellblade misses because Tifa kicks him too high at the wrong time. At least I got this boss right. And I mean that because we're just going to be spamming Thundagas here, as long as I hit the right button. Well, I mean, I guess I didn't do it last fight, so all bets are off. Hey, I did it right. Yep. That was a... Oof.
And we can skip this now, too.
Yeah. Used to be that you could only skip this on New Game Plus, but one of the most recent update that added the fast forwarding also allows you to skip it in New Game 2 now. So that's a really nice save as well. Makes our lives a lot easier.
Which is extra good because I would argue that that's not very balanced for hard mode.
It's a...
Yeah, it has so much HP and does so much damage. Yeah. And now we're on... Not an auto... Like, yeah, auto... I call it an auto-scroller.
It's basically...
Yeah,
It's an auto-scroller.
It's an auto-scroller.
The cutscene auto-scroller, yeah. So we're just going to sit here in this buggy for like a minute, so...
Fun fact, if we could just load the chapter instead of like playing continuously, like, oh, we're done with significant gameplay, we'll just load the next chapter. This is the start of the next chapter, so we couldn't skip this anyway. Very, very interesting design choice.
So while we have a bit of downtime, got any updates for us, Bob?
Yeah, we are sitting at 12 out of $1,000 for the Aerith versus the Magi combat sim, which I'm assuming happens at the end of the run?
Yes.
Sid?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'll probably do it before the Bonds of Friendship, so I know how much time I have left.
Yeah, yeah. And then the date partner, Yuffie, still sitting at $69.
Nice.
Aerith still sitting at $205, and Tifa, the best girl, still out in the lead at $560. And while we are looking at it, I'm talking about the charity that we've been raising money for. I do want to give a big shout out to Tony, Leandra, and Ray, the team up at Nami that I liaise with as our go-between. You saw Ray on the pre-show. He's our Nami representative here in Denver. You'll see him again on Friday. He's going to have an interview with a T-Tree. And I want to give a big shout out to Tony and Leandra up at Nami National in DC that have been absolutely crushing it for us this year.
Yeah. It was a pleasure to do the actual content segment because we were showing Ray some of the stuff. He's like, I don't know if I'll use that. And then he took like a duck to water and was like, yeah. Chat was one of those where he's like, I don't know about that.
What's this chat thing?
Yeah.
Like 5 minutes into the pre-show, he's just reading chat and pointing stuff out.
Oh, yeah. It was a real pleasure to work with him.
Here's the best area music in this game.
Gunga go.
It's about time.
And I know that Not in the majority with that decision, but I stand by it.
I mean, like, as much as I say, like, I don't actually listen to the music, like, I do listen to it, just not, like, as its own individual part. And the music in this game is just, it does stand out.
It's so good.
The problem with, like, Remake is when I was practicing a lot for the marathon, I had to turn the music down so I could do the blindfolded fight. So it's actually kind of a benefit that we didn't have to do that this time. Honestly, I did turn it up a little bit more than I was comfortable with for that. So that's an invisible wall. Nice.
I was about to say, were you enjoying that?
It was a rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it wasn't that invisible, but yeah.
Also, just gonna point it out, Cisne's here.
Yeah.
That's new.
It's there was a
It's very interesting.
Yeah, you got to remember the release order of the game. Of the OG was like Final Fantasy VII was on its own. There was no addendum. At most, you had maybe like the supplementary information from the magazines or books or whatever you could purchase, but that was about it. And later on, they made the compilation where it was the movie, Crisis Core, Before Crisis, and Ever Crisis, I believe, were all released at the same time, which is, those aren't the right combination. There you go. We're going to warp to the village here because it's a little bit quicker than walking all the way over to Cisne's house. But they added Cisne into Crisis Core, which is Zach's game, which I really love because I love Zach. Honestly, like the final segment makes me tear up every time when I hear that song. Like I try playing it on Theatrhythm and I can't help but get bleary-eyed when I'm playing it.
And Crisis Core in and of itself is just so good anyway.
Oh, yeah. That's why I was like, hey, Freedom, you mind if I do commentary? I kind of like this game a lot. Honestly, if Freedom hadn't done it, I would have learned it at some point to submit it. Maybe I'll figure out a different route or something. Well, New Game Plus that one too. I don't. That game is a little bit less balanced for New Game Plus Hard because you can play hard on the standard difficulty, and that's fun.
Did you just say you can play hard on standard difficulty?
Well, I mean, like on a standard playthrough.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like you can, when you boot up, you can play it on hard, and the game is balanced. Yeah, balanced.
In a manner of speaking.
Yeah. Yeah. So Gungaga has been expanded a little bit, both in area and also in town, but also because we now know about Zach. Back in OG7, we didn't really know about Zach at this point, so they didn't really touch upon it. But now we're pretty keenly aware of Zach, and so there's a whole lot more Zach between Cisne and between, we skipped it earlier, but Aerith goes and finds Zach's parents and has a discussion with them, and Cloud even is prompted to try to remember who Zach is.
Yeah.
And is not able to.
The game definitely, does not save the Zach reveal and kind of piecemeals him out versus the OG game where it's like
just all of a sudden
Zach you're just in like Cloud's head and then it's like, ooh, Zach.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And I actually was watching one of those last Elixir Productions ones. They were actually talking about Zach and how they implemented him very late in the story and it helped flesh out the mid portion of it quite a bit. And like they had like originally 2 lines for him before the international version, and it was like a sketch of his head, and that's like all they had for Zach. And everybody's like, we want more, just from that, and that's what ended up creating Zach as a character. He was like almost an afterthought, which is really wild to think about with how integral he is to the story at this point.
Yeah.
By the way, Sawney, don't think I missed that exactly pun.
I'm glad you caught it.
I wish you had.
I hear you, man.
Oh my gosh! Why did I bring you 2 with me?
I don't know. Why did you?
Keep it up, and we're pulling over the next stop. He asked.
Hey,
that wasn't my.
You're the one that asked me to join. I warned you there'd be puns.
Yeah, that one I can't defend that one. I did do that. That was a mistake of judgment.
So, since you're doing a bit of running here, do you have time for a donation?
Yes, I do.
All right. We have $200 from Victoria, who says, for my sons, Will, who was a great son and brother, Will has the biggest heart. He fought for the good fight against mental illness, and for the Sid, who has a big heart too.
Thanks, Mom.
He also works to let everyone know they belong in the community, just as he was welcomed into the community. He has made some fantastic friends. One of the pleasures of doing these runs with you every year is getting to read the donations from your family. It's so good.
Yeah, I very much appreciate that. She goes out of her way to donate every year. She actually got out, woke up early because she didn't know we were so far behind, and figured out how to get Twitch on the TV all by herself. Shout outs to Mom. She's like, I figured it out myself. I'm like, oh wow, we're making advances.
Let's hear it for Sid's mom in the chat.
Yeah.
I second that.
I love her dearly. She let me go every time when we used to have this on Mother's Day. She's like, it's fine, but you're going to give me a full week when you get back.
And Vic, your mom did put that $200 towards the Magi combat sim.
Yeah, let's go.
So we are sitting at 212 out of 1,000 for that now.
Fantastic.
Excellent.
Yeah, you guys will love it. It's really good. Hopefully I miss hit buttons less.
Oh, hopefully.
Miss hit buttons more.
Oh yeah.
So here we're in the Gungaga reactor. This is entirely new.
Oh.
That flower was in a really bad spot.
Hey, what was that I just saw?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I didn't see anything.
Tell me.
Nope.
So, fun fact about these flowers is they can spawn pretty much anywhere in the rooms. So, wherever they spawn, you have to either run around them to not encounter them, or jump into the encounter and defeat them.
Yeah, there's 2 frogs and a flower, and if the flower spawns too close to the door, it's GG. I'm the type of person where it's like you could reset, but I just take the encounters if I get into them and just push through them. Because if the risk, it would save time to just reset and try and run past them again, but if you get caught twice, it's just, it kind of scales from there.
So I have
He's not playing for today.
I have a really cool donation here. $200 from Dragon Roast Coffee.
Ooh.
Who says, way to go, Stream Team, hashtag first time.
Yeah.
Also, consider this $200 towards the unofficial Red 13 date option fund.
I have made a significant error in judgment, and I do apologize to every Barrett and Red enthusiast out there. I should have routed those. I just did not expect so much.
So for those of you who don't know why that was a super cool donation, Dragon Roast Coffee is one of our partners this year, and they have a discount code for you. If you head over to dragonroast.coffee and enter the promo code RPGLB25 at checkout, you can get 10% off your entire order. There's also a super awesome limit break tumbler that's available only during this event, and all purchases using that promo code, there will be a donation to the Process Tsunami. $5 from coffee, $15 from the tumbler. And we did a segment yesterday where I got to drink the coffee, and it's amazing. I'm going to be ordering some when I get home.
You should order before you get home. That way you can use the discount code.
Yeah.
I can't get it home. If I lived in Denver, I would.
So when we plug these in, we can actually roll to just cancel the animation, save a little bit of time. We actually can extend the chords by doing that roll thing. But this game is very heavily flagged, so you have to do certain things to do the next thing. So we really haven't found many breaks, and so even extending the chord, the game wouldn't allow us to plug it in until we move the boxes, unfortunately. There's a lot of cool things that you can do in this game, but they either soft lock you or really don't do anything. I can actually upwarp to that platform too, by getting in an encounter with the enemies in a specific way, but if I don't view the Sephiroth cutscene, it actually soft locks as well. Hard soft locks, because you actually can't progress properly. With the plug, it's just a minor inconvenience.
My wife did just message me going, you realize that we'd send the order to the house, right?
I was going to say that.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to allude to as well.
Yeah, I'm being an idiot.
We should have a whiteboard for this between all three of us to see who's the bigger dingus by the end of it all.
3?
It's definitely Sony.
Yeah.
I was about to say 3.
I mean,
there are
that's
4 of
why
us.
we don't need to count, because we know you're already the apex predator here.
Exactly.
So just a quick thing, Sid. When you get an opportunity, you've had a couple of people ask me in chat. Again, you mentioned not routing it. Why Barrett and Red 13 aren't options for the date? So can you go into a bit more of
We'll have time for that
yeah,
very soon.
that's
But
what
right
I was
now
saying,
we're in a
when you
boss.
get time.
Yeah. So here's Specimen. So there's a bunch of Shinra mutated monsters that are in the Gungaga reactor right now. They're weak to fire. If you don't fire them, they actually regrow and just revive themselves. So fire is very important. Specimen has a weakness to fire, but also we want to use a bunch of Kozaga just for the stagger gauge in general. Anyway, so we're going to just pretty much explode it after this, I believe, as usual. We do that a lot in this game. This is taking a bit longer for the stagger bar for the particular boss.
Yeah, and getting Berserk on Specimen is very nice for the extra 30% damage that it'll take, even though it does deal an extra 30%.
And now he's jumping around a whole bunch.
Okay, this is really awkward, unfortunately. Yeah, we're going to have to restart. I forgot the Berserk at the beginning, so things got a bit pear-shaped. The immediate explosion on me kind of threw me off. Okay. All right. Just wanted to show this off, but that's not correct.
Yeah, most of our
That
fights,
is
you'll probably have noticed, generally speaking, all start with some variation, if not all of them, literally, of like the slamming the sword for Berserk, or Prime Mode into that for a better Berserk, or a Sonic Boom, or just there's a number of different things that we use to buff ourselves to get prepared to just carry us through the entire fight.
Yeah, and to reiterate with Berserk, it's 30% extra damage done and taken.
Excellent.
Very nice.
That's what it would look like if my brain was on.
And Prime Berserk is specific to Cloud, but 50% extra damage dealt and taken. And on top of that, Cloud has the Genji Glove, which breaks the damage limit of 9,999.
Assist and then swift cast. Oh.
Yeah, so this dungeon in particular is kind of neat because you go through it once with the boys, and now you go through it once with the girls.
Actually going to do something cute here. I'm going to try and soft lock, which is why I'm throwing down that save. If you skip that cutscene fast enough, sometimes the birds will spawn out of bounds. And, yeah, we got a couple of these, so you better enjoy them while
Get ready.
Still got some more.
No, there's plenty more.
Yeah, there's still a few
ready.
more.
We got like
There's some big ones too.
I kind of wish that one was a little bit shorter so we could super cut it short. This one might.
All right, and now here's the big one.
We talk about how Gamer was more enthusiastic for that than the story.
Can we
Whatever.
fight, please? Thank you. This will be interesting.
So when we had found out that High Spirits wasn't going to be able to make it, I looked at Sid and went, this is what we're doing for every mushroom. So that was for you, High Spirits.
All right, I guess we'll just kick you in the face. Everything else is dead.
There's a plane in the way, Sid.
Yeah. Oh, well, you know, that's why I moved her around. Yeah, I kind of ripped the ATB boost there a little bit early, so I had to improvise a bit. Normally, you just kind of pull them all together with wind spells and just work them that way. But, you know, you gotta have some fun every once in a while. Maybe I had too much Wii. Also, yeah. There you go. You have to terrain action that one for some reason.
$10 from T-Pat, who says, as someone who can't pronounce anything correctly, including Pokemon, this area is intentionally known to me as Gonzaga.
Oh, you know.
Yup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we upgraded it to a tier 4 spell. It's pretty good.
Congaja?
Is it? Oh, I guess Zai is the 5th.
We gotta swim across
Because they added that to Kingdom Hearts. Or
Yeah.
Well, it depends upon which.
Which game?
It's a whole thing.
It's
It can be Ga or Ja or
Can we
Za.
not start Kingdom Hearts right now?
No, we're not.
You know,
Rebirth
it's a
is
little-
complicated enough.
It's a little too late.
peeling back the
That
curtain.
being said, Kingdom Hearts is later.
You're peeling back the curtain a bit. When we finished the remake run, we just like got into went over to the bar and hung out, had lunch, dinner, whatever it was. I can't even remember
It
anymore.
was dinner.
So it was all of us sitting at the table, all the commentators, myself, Bob, and Bob was like, "So what's up with the titling?"
Stop it. Stop it right now.
And as you can tell, somebody has a little bit of PTSD about it. There was like a 30-minute diatribe of why the titles are the way they are and what how they all make sense. And I was like, yeah, I guess we're doing this. I'm kind of worn out anyway. I'm just gonna let this happen.
I mean, if you want to go into the title.
Nope.
you certainly can.
Absolutely.
The last thing I need right now is to not know why the Kingdom Hearts people can't count.
It just
2.5.
We weren't even discussing that. We were just mentioning the titles of these games.
Dude, Aerith got a limit out of that. She got so many staggers. Wow.
Oh man.
All right, so we got a couple more fights coming up, and then Scarlet, and then we got a little bit of downtime. So I might go over the more nuanced stuff of the game with the please no, please no. If I say it nicely, ooh.
Oh,
Nice.
All right, sure. I
Nice.
didn't even know you could go in that way, but I'm learning something every day.
I didn't even think that was gonna work.
I was like, wait, why did I mantle?
I've seen you do more magical movement things, so I was not surprised, but fair enough.
This game has some interesting hitboxes. All right. It may look like that should be fine. All right, so we're going to hard carry the first line with Aerith here. The first phase of Scarlet's going to be the only one that's weak to lightning, so we want to use all her ATB and magic off rip here. Luckily, she has ATB assist, so every time we do 2 moves back-to-back, we're going to get a nice chunk of ATB on everybody else. So this will be pretty nice.
Yeah, so Scarlet can be a very frustrating fight because sometimes the arms just don't die, and thank God they're just already broken.
It's not an issue in hard mode, fortunately.
Oh,
in new
right,
game,
right,
it's
right.
an
In
absolute
new game,
nightmare.
yeah.
It's worth mentioning, though.
Yeah, no,
honestly.
definitely, yeah. So, yeah, we get rid of the arms, breaks the stagger gauge very easily, already in stagger. We're going to sit here and pound it. We have Spellbound Blast as our main DPS with the girls here. It's between Tifa and Aerith.
Yeah,
And
we can use it with either character, but we want to steal Tifa's ATB,
Yeah.
or MP, and we want to make sure she gets the ATB out of it. All right, we should be good to go here, though. Did a little bit
but
of
now it's a
setup.
bit more aerial, and so there we go, it landed.
I mean,
Good.
we can make this really easy if I want to.
Let's finish this.
Normally, my concern is Scarlet running off, trying to... Hello?
Oh,
Huh?
Could you just think?
that was the thing, where like sometimes she just does not die.
I think the problem was I hit the arms. The block on with that breaks when you start, and it'll go off and unlock going into the next phase, which is very frustrating. But normally we want to break the arms in easy because it does more damage, but in hard, not so much.
And now we are on to the reason why Gongaga Reactor is included in Rebirth, and also a very interesting decision story-wise. So we saw the new weapons over at the Corel Reactor, and then there was some rumblings from the Gongaga Reactor, and so we went to investigate and discovered that it's also here. So there is a new weapon kind of traversing through the light stream through the reactors. Here, Tifa gets swallowed, more or less, by at least one of them, whether there's multiple or not, we don't particularly know at this juncture. But she gets swallowed by one, and now we're going through the Mindscape scene with Tifa, which usually is paired with the Cloud Mindscape scene in the OG, which is post Mountain Evil. Instead, we're getting it all the way here. And this has a lot of interesting implications because what?
Oh my gosh.
I'm going to be
It's accurate. It's definitely accurate.
Yeah, no, I think you're missing like 5 tally marks.
I mean,
if we're counting
probably.
boss fights.
This has a lot of interesting implications story-wise because this has given Tifa exposure to the live stream, and they're later in the story they're kind of playing with that. So now it's not just Aerith who has a connection to the live stream. Now Tifa does too, by nature of being swallowed by a weapon. We're going through a whole thing here with like the whispers, which is a whole new thing as well that I'm sure Bob has an opinion on. Which, speaking of which, since we have time, Bob.
Yeah, I gotta have some opinions. So first thing I do want to know is, before that Scarlet fight, Tifa ziplined down a metal cable with bare hands.
She sure did.
Yep.
And I could literally just feel my hands going.
So
She normally wears gloves.
yeah, the beachwear outfit takes her gloves off.
Yep.
So she is actually wearing gloves, just with that outfit, it's not on.
Yeah.
Which is, it actually bugs me, because in the final boss fight, there's a point where they ready their weapons, and Tifa just goes on her bare wrist.
The bare wrist.
And I'm like, game, please. You're drunk, go home. Honestly, if we weren't so far behind, I probably would have changed all their outfits, too. I actually really love the standard outfits.
Yeah.
The character design for this game is really good.
It's phenomenal.
So there's a lot of cutscenes here we have to go through. This is one segment of 3, and then there's a thing to skip afterwards. So there's still a bunch of time, Bob.
All right, so just an update. We are at $222 out of 1,000 for the Magi combat sim. Pick the date partner hasn't moved. Tifa is still in the lead with $560. Aerith in second place with $205, and Yuffie in third place with $69.
Nice.
Nice.
Now would be a really good time for you to explain why Barret and Red aren't an option.
Ah, yes.
Maybe.
So I routed out Yuffie because it was a little bit simpler. The main thing with Red, because we go with the YOLO strat of Reaper's Touch, you end up getting hit a lot in those fights. And it's 3 fights into Abzu. You get healed after every single one, but the problem is at the beginning of phase 2 with Abzu, he kind of goes berserk and attacks every character, and that would insta-kill Red. And I can't afford to be down that party member. With Barret, I am not 100% certain his fire in the hole would do what I need, but Barret really was less of a combat issue and more so I just didn't think there were as many people out there like me that like legitimately wanted to see the Barret date. So I tried to pick the options I figured would have the most intense bidding war. Yeah. I chose poorly.
You chose very poorly on that one.
Yeah, so for those of you asking in chat, it is merely a routing thing and a fight thing.
Yeah, because whoever you go on a date with, you go into a major boss fight with.
Yeah.
So there's considerable implications. It's not just simply the date, unfortunately.
Yeah, because I need the third character to stun lock that boss so he doesn't murder the entire party, just the one guy. I just got to keep him still. Barret could do it. I'd have to like take the HP MP swap off Red and then heal him up. And I guess it would work, but I don't know. I figured Yuffie's day would be the most desired, but I guess I was wrong. I should have put it to a panel. I should have put it to a committee.
We have one of those.
Something.
Yeah, I should have given him more options and figured it out later. Do it the real way. All right, this should be. Oh, okay, there we go. Luckily, like we were mentioning earlier, how it can be pretty awful to try and get through areas on Chocobo back. This segment, you would ride over to the Gongaga airstrip And it is the single most frustrating segment of movement in the entire game because you bonk on everything because it's a very tight, winding path. I cannot tell you how happy I am I can just warp here.
Right.
Otherwise, we'd be struggling. So we're going to head into Cosmo Canyon, which is probably the hardest area because Gi is most likely the only thing even close to the difficulty of the final boss. Once we get towards the end game, the difficulty does come back, but Gi is definitely one of the standouts for very hard. So I'm going to have to focus pretty hard on that fight. But we'll start kind of going over the general setup for a lot of the characters since I've pretty much glossed over it. I think we talked about the God or Dumb Rung gives you a free limit.
Yeah.
Fury Ring gives you free Berserk, which you normally can't inflict. So we pretty much leave that off of Cloud for the most part. Choco King Cape gives us 1 ATB guaranteed. So it's already always good for consistency, which we do want. Cloud has the Genji Gloves, which breaks damage limit, but through Berserk, Prime Berserk, and Faith, we can get his damage up pretty high. You probably have been noticing like 30,000 damage. And then with Arcane Ward, we can duplicate the spell and get another like one at half power, half stagger, half cost. But we can get a lot of damage out that way. So the tier 3 spells become very appealing. When really the big thing that they would have before Genji Glove is they have very high keep versus cut. Keep and cut is a system mechanic in the game that you're supposed to fast forward there. That determines whether something gets interrupted or not. So we actually do like tier 3 spells for that specific use. But we'll go into the other stuff. Give me a second here to actually like menu. Oh, that's not menuing properly.
You know, said we did miss
There's
something.
the bonk.
Yeah, that is a bonk.
We were in Ganaga. Now it's gone.
Gone gaga.
Me, Gongaga.
There it is.
So we're going to switch up the party here so the menu's a little bit easier. But we actually have a lot of options compared to Remake. Remake, it was mainly Fury Ring or God or Dumb Rung. And for equipment, it was like we had Magnify, Elemental, and like Enemy Skill. Pretty much was like our really like useful options. Other than that, it was just Magic Up, First Strike, ATB Building Materia, and that was it. We also had a lot less materia slots. The best armor had 4, while in this game it's 8, and the second best repeatable one is 7. So we have a significantly much higher amount of materia slots, but we have a lot of materia. Petrify is very good because it'll inflict the status Petrify, which actually in itself doesn't do anything. But when you fill the gauge on Petrify, it will inflict Stone, which insta-kills an enemy if it's weak to it. A lot of things can be petrified, but not a lot of things can be stoned. That's how we got rid of the bomb fight. Gravity, you know, does the percentage damage. GG. But a lot of the cool materias are yellow and blue. The big thing is juggling around these materias can be a bit confusing since a lot of them were shuffling blue materias like Elemental, Magnify.
MP Absorb.
MP Absorb, Magic Focus, Swift Cast. MP Absorb was massively buffed from the previous game. It was 0.01% originally, and it's now upgradable to 0.03%, which is way overkill. I understand why the devs did it, though, because I think a lot of people looked at 0.01 and were like, nah. But giving them some benefit from having it equipped to level it up probably got players to actually experiment with it and realized it's pretty good.
And when you look at the damage numbers now with MP Absorb and it being 0.03%,
yeah, plus Genji Glove allowing you to break damage limit.
yeah,
As long as I have
adds up.
MP to cast a spell, I will refill my bar pretty much. Even like a tier 1 spell can get me all the way there. Swift Cast is super busted, and it's probably going to get nerfed in the next game if I had to guess. Base level, it cuts cast time in half. At max level, it completely removes cast time. It does take a lot of ATB to master. Probably one of the ones that people complain about the most, trying to like grind out materia casually, but there's a reason it's that hard to max out. It's part of the reason why we can get away with like 95% of these fights, because we can completely eliminate cast time. Cast time increases depending on the level of spell you're casting, so tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, so like Fire-a-Firiga, it increases. It's like, we'll say like 0.5 seconds for Fire, charge time, 1.5 for Fire-a, and then 3 seconds for Fire-a-ga. But with Swift Cast, all that's eliminated, and the only difference between the spells is cost, and tier 3 spells now cost 2 ATB, which we kind of didn't mention.
No, true.
So that's been a thing that I've been. That's been part of the reason why I've like some of those fights I've messed up where I'm like, because I needed 2 bars instead of 1.
And that brings ATB management into play with the abilities that also refund ATB, as well as something that'll be coming up later.
Yeah.
And we'll explain it more when we get to it.
ATB assist, skill master, ATB stagger, a lot of those are used to speed up fights, and we need to work around and make sure that those are activated properly. We want the right person to get staggers. If we do the wrong input, it can mess up a skill master loop and prematurely activate it. First Strike just says what it does on the tin and gives you most of an ATB. The other big ones is we have 1 magic up, 1 strength up. Barrett actually has the strength up now and attack and magic attack swap, and that allows us to turn it into a pseudo magic up so that he actually gets, like I said, just south of 420 magic attack. So his magic is actually reasonably high. Most of the other characters that aren't super set up for magic are around 350. So he does some decent damage if you set him up right. It's just one of those things where you have to, well, do I want to go into Barrett? Yes, because he's used for a lot of fights, actually. So that's why we kind of make him a secondary lead, I guess, if you really want to make it a good part.
If I may.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to read this donation. $9 from Jared Condra, who says, Matty Ice tried to do this, but we just wanted Tifa's number to round out. Nice. So Tifa is now at $569.
Nice.
And with that, it is time for me to tag out. I've had the absolute pleasure to host the first half of this run. Chat, you've been absolutely great to me. I would like to apologize to everyone watching the stream that is wearing headphones.
What about us?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of signed up for it, so.
Listen, we did a sound balance before this, and you knew I was sitting here, okay? You don't get to complain.
There's a reason why I didn't have you turned down.
I'm not going to yell right now, gamer. You can put your headset back on. It's fine.
You warned me.
No, I'm apologizing for the yelling about Kingdom Hearts.
Oh.
But I am going to be handing this over to the fantastic Silver Deeds, who will be taking over after me. Chat,
Look at them.
I need you to give Deeds as much love as you've been giving me. Remember, Tifa is best girl, and we've still got that Aerith donation incentive to meet. And the next voice you hear, other than the guys on stage, will be that of Silver Deeds. Be excellent to each other, my friend!
Woo! Thank you, Bob.
Got to do a little bit of cutscenes here.
Yeah, so this is Cosmo Canyon. So we got here with Sid, which is, again, a new, different Sid, kind of. But yeah.
I'll still take credit for it.
Sure.
I was about to say, it's still this guy.
Yeah, sure. So we get here via Sid, which is an earlier inclusion for Sid, considerably so. But he's just a chauffeur, so it's not like he's part of the party or anything like that. That is still to be seen. But either way, we have already had Sid flying us around as we need to, and that will continue to happen for a little bit. Cosmo Canyon. Can I just point out, Cosmo Canyon in the OG is like a screen, and then you have like some like
indoor segments.
Like it's like indoor, but like the indoor is like cave like, and then here you get here and you're like, oh, it's big. Oh no, it's still big. Oh, it's still going. It's really. Oh, it's big. It's
massive.
So big. It is so unreasonably large.
But it's also extremely gorgeous.
It is, and also like the story with like how they have like planetology now, and like planetology was kind of the mythos and the spawn of why Avalanche even started, and tying all that into this. And there's even things you won't see where like Avalanche members, after everything that happened in Midgar, are now here looking to explore planetology, and it's like it's tied together so beautifully. But honestly, more than anything, I'm just impressed that it went from like Cosmo Canyon having like 10 NPCs at all to now there's like literal hundreds in the city.
it just exploded. It was amazing to see.
Yeah.
I like with Remake and Rebirth both. There's really no segments I was disappointed with. I know some people kind of have issues with the pacing, but a lot of the areas that were integral to the story are so much more alive and actually feel like a place people live. With the actual amount of people, these different dialogues that just have nothing to do with the story, it's really good. So heading in here, we have Ginatok, the hardest boss in the game, barring the final boss. The reason is the final boss is 3 bosses, and the first 2 are like 6 parts apiece. So it is a gauntlet fight, and the first phases are super important to the later phases because all the setup carries over. So if I mess up one of the later ones, I'm gonna have to go all the way back to the beginning. Ideally, we don't see that, but it happens. But for Ginatok, I need him to open with a very specific set of attacks. He has like 4 or 5 different combos. It's like a 2-hit, 3-hit, 4-hit, 5-hit, 6-hit attack. And certain ones he'll warp away immediately. The 2-hit combo isn't good enough because I need more vengeance. So I need to block at least 2 attacks, and I also want to get a limit out of it. So Ginatok may be something I reset a few times. I've had to learn the combo line for each one of those fights, and they're, some of them are just undoable and unfun. You may notice that I am at 110 HP here and not at critical. I actually left the HP MP swap on, but I did move it, so it kind of bugs out a little bit. When you move the HP MP swap onto the same character, it gets unequipped for a bit, so I lost my 8,000 MP. Fortunately, I'm not really using spells with red anyway, so it's not that big of an issue. Honestly, I could just leave it, but I almost always have First Strike and ATB boost in my armor, so there's a chance I might accidentally move HP MP swap instead. And if I put that on another character, it'll instantly nerf their HP into the ground. So I'll have to use like at least like 20 MP to get him back to max, or hit a bench, which is like 17 seconds, 20 seconds, something like that. Speaking about benches, casually, if you really are worried about MP management, the overworld benches that use cushions actually refill your MP. They're actually the only items you can use in hard mode if you're really being a stickler about it. Yeah. But it's a very nice quality of life thing for casual playthrough. It's needed because unlike Remake where everything's structured and finite, this is an open world game. At least, well, wide linear, I guess is phrase you'll hear too. Where like you can walk around enough that enemies respawn, you get in the fights over and over again. You have so many different side quests. If you couldn't cushion bench, hard mode would be unreasonable in the wide linear segments. You'd have to use like a MP absorb a lot and it'd be super obnoxious. It was something I didn't realize either, so that's why I always throw that fun fact out there. So if anybody does want to do hard mode, you don't have to worry about MP management that way. Because it's not exactly something that's like super obvious that it's a thing. It's not like the game's like, by the way, you can use benches to get your MP back if you're in the overworld. But regular benches don't recover MP. That's very not where I want to be. This should be also, self-destruct used to be something we would abuse previously. It would still give limit if I did that setup, but the weird thing about self-destruct is it's actually physical-based in this game, not magic. So we have 2 abilities that are very similar. Self-destruct, which, insta-downs your character. So I get back up after every fight with 1 HP because that's just the way the game works. Okay, fine. Normally, I would want to... That's very annoying. Normally, I would want to just start that fight and say, forget about it. But the problem is if I have the statue in my mouth, the game won't let me. And the game, obviously... Oh, there we go. Thank you. It's very picky about letting you pick up the statues, so taking that fight can be fairly annoying. But yeah, we have a similar one called Mind Blast, which is something we actually pick up from the Mind Flayer, a very strong enemy that's very difficult to deal with. It's one of the ones that'll show up in Bonds of Friendship, so hopefully Mind Flayer won't flame me. I've let it run wild a little bit too long, but it gives you the Mind Blast ability. It's very powerful. Can only be used once per fight. It's 2 ATB, but I will be using it a lot in the VR fights. It's a very strong AoE attack, magic-based, and has a very wide range. So as long as you can get it off, you can do a lot of damage with it. We're going to be sticking with self-destruct here since we want to set up Reaper's Touch. The other reason we left the HP MP on is, as I explained in the remake run way back when, the amount of limit you get per damage taken is based on percentage, not raw numbers. So since our HP is so low, we take a huge percentage of damage. I think they changed the way that limit works. So even if I perfect guard, which is something that I really haven't been doing too much, it will actually nullify damage, but it's the same as with the self-destruct. The game really doesn't care where the damage comes from. It just cares that you took it. And it still calculates as if you've taken the damage in the back end, even if you perfect guard to take 0 damage from it. So we'll be perfect guarding the first few attacks on Gina Talk to build limit. And both Reaper's Touch and Vengeance Swap are actually immune. Vengeance Touch has massive keep, so it pretty much can't be interrupted unless Red dies while you're using it, which is impossible because it's actually invincible. Reaper's Touch is also invincible as well, but it's very easy to interrupt. It has really low keep. So we don't want to just spam Reaper's Touch wildly, unfortunately. But we can't die while we're using it. We'll just get interrupted.
And cycling back to Mind Blast as well, we'll actually see uses of it before the VR fights as well, as one of them does come up against Ginatak.
Yeah, we actually have it equipped on our shortcuts. Mind Blast is really good. It just takes a little bit of time to charge, so usually using magic spells with Swift Cast is a little bit better. But like I mentioned earlier, Magnify has some quirks to it. It's not necessarily all, it's all adjacent. So the way Magnify works is, as the game states, there is a restriction. There's actually 3. The game doesn't state the other 2. The first one is that it reduces the effectiveness of the attached materia based on level. It also can only hit 2 additional targets, and if those additional targets are dead, it will not duplicate to a new target. So if I try to hit enemies that are clustered together, Magnify won't keep magnifying if they're all dead. It won't pick a new target, which is a bit annoying, but knowing that makes it a lot easier to use. The other restriction is it actually has a distance, or AoE. It only goes so far each direction, left, right, up, down, and some of them are a little bit more obtuse than the others. It has a very hard time propagating up to enemies above you. It's pretty decent at propagating down, but it also is a little bit better at propagating from right of target than left. It's super weird, but knowing those things will make your life a lot easier if you want to use it to its... I guess we'll just fire this way, whatever. Normally you just use Fire and Magnify, but my brain was thinking of the final fight. I want to micromanage Barrett's MP here so I have enough, or I have extra for the boss, because Gina Talk is a full gas fight. If I'm not on just slamming on the gas pedal for the whole time, there is a good chance I'll die in the fight.
There are no breaks at all in the Gi fight, and it gets very scary very quickly.
I'm going to top off Barrett here. Normally, I want to avoid healing. One of the other materia that we don't really use that much is actually the magic efficiency materia. We're going to be using it in the boss to reduce the cost of Cure. Curaga normally costs 19 per shot. With magic efficiency, it's going to round down to 9 in our favor. So we'll be able to get off quite a few Curagas, because fire does not do anything on the boss. Okay. Maybe I cured too late. I guess we're about to find out. Okay, 70's enough MP. I'd rather have 73, but...
This reminds me of those altars.
You should be okay.
No, 60. My file unironically has 69 MP on it for practice. It's not like I engineered it that way though. It just happened to work out like that. The thing is you could also put an MP up on Barrett, but I took it off for time to make this boss a little bit more consistent. If I wanted to change my menu routing, I could keep the MP up on him and then shuffle time around, because I also gave time to Tifa for safety in certain fights too. Just having access to stop in a lot of these fights just makes bosses a lot less scary, as long as they don't spiral in a very specific way. Stop will usually get you going where you need to go. To the point where I told Sonny before this, I was like, if you hear me like tiss because I messed up a boss fight, yell, "You stop" at me.
Which I haven't had to yet.
Yeah, none of the fights that I kind of like made a mistake on. It was usually ATB usage. But a lot of the bosses you can stop. The thing is with stop, it gets less effective the more you use it, and then at some point you won't be able to get any effectiveness out of it. All right, time to lock in and first try this dude, even if he gives me bad pattern.
Yes, indeed. And optimally, you're looking for what, the 3-hit combo?
3-hit minimum, yeah.
Talk about an axe to grind.
Why the hell is this thing piston?
Okay, fine, we'll take it. If you're gonna be like that, no, not that. We're gonna go for the backup route here. Normally you don't want to do this one, but it's fine. I know what I'm doing. I'll be able to get haste out of it. Haste, yeah. So we're gonna want to stagger here. Normally we hold this for the next phase, but I need to have my limit available for the next half of the fight. All right, Reaper's Touch. Recharge. I want to get behind Gina Talk here because it's actually easier to hit from behind. We're going to actually use Howling Moon, which will refill my Vengeance instead of Wrath of the Land here. And that'll get me where I need to go. Okay. I have to exit this with full ATB here so I can Mind Blast these skeletons.
Yeah,
skeletons.
Because these guys are the targets that are going to be Mind Blasted with the Soul Flames.
Okay. Yeah, when I see that, I want it gone immediately. What?
It didn't magnify to it.
That's so weird. I want to just do this. Okay. I wanted the invincibility. No. You're not having that. Good. All right. Spell. Stop it up.
Why don't you just
Recharge. Into a focus shot. Oh, that actually doesn't do anything. Oops.
Now, you may have noticed with Focus Shot, it significantly increased the stagger bar.
I'm gonna stagger this out a little bit so the Kurga hits after. Okay, we should be fine here. Worst case scenario, I Kurga again. I want to get the Reaper's Touch in here. This Kurga should hit after Doom. That hits after.
Nice!
Excellent.
Nice!
That's a backup strat I developed myself for Gina Talk. You normally, you want to get a 3-hit combo so you have much more Vengeance there, because Reaper's Touch hits for an extra like 2-ish thousand. So it gets it a lot closer to 9K there. But if you take the 2-hit combo, you really can't do anything. So I had to do a little bit of a slower strat, but luckily I executed it pretty well. And that fight is one of the ones that scared me the most, honestly.
Yeah, it's so difficult because you're really expected to use red as your DPS, but red's not really built for it with hitboxes in that fight.
Yeah, the hitboxes on gear.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're so bad. And with that fight being as much of a problem child as it really is, and having all sorts of patterns to be able to memorize, the fact that you were able to get the backup and manage to get through it first try, that's no small feat.
The ones that normally cause you to reset are the skeletons hitting you with fire.
Yeah.
With that said, I would love to introduce myself. Is this a good time?
Sure.
Yes.
All right, I'm Silver Deeds. I'm happy to take over for Bob. If y'all didn't know, Bob gives the best, most cuddly hugs. I hope chat has felt loved by Bob, but now you're stuck with me. So with that said, I'll read my first donation here. I've got from $25 from Sif Moonweaver saying, thanks for all you do. You all rock!
So I got a couple of fights that we have to deal with here. A lot of these have dialogue in them that will stop us from progressing. So these first couple of fights, it's really hard to hit that window, but it does minimize the amount of time we actually lose here. The final fight has about 15 seconds. So that fight can look really silly and still be as fast as it needs to be. So mainly we're just gonna warp over to Aerith, and then suck these guys together with the Aerith, and then Fyra immediately, and that'll hit all of them as they get pulled in. GG. Yeah, they're pretty rough otherwise. If you let them move even an iota, you're going to be very sad.
They're pretty strong for normal enemies.
Yeah, in New Game, they'd be a lot easier because we could just use X potions on them or Giga potions to kill them. But in New Game Plus, we don't get the luxury of items, so we have to work pretty hard. If Barrett had run out of MP on Ginatok because it went bad, I could also be using Somersault with Tifa. The thing is, Red and Barrett both have First Strike right now, so it's just better to use this party. At least in the way that I got used to fighting it. This is Crystal's strat. Strife, I think, uses like Somersault with Tifa and like Spellblade with Cloud, and I'm not... I haven't seen it, so I don't know how it works. I just know it does if things go bad, which now I don't have to care about anymore because I can just reset on this boss. This is the last time I have to take what he gives me.
Also, at the moment, we're going through another new section for Rebirth.
Oh, yeah.
And this one is particularly interesting. We have been invited by Ginatok to the Land of the Gi, which is essentially a land of death where...
Or lack
I don't know.
thereof.
I don't know where we... Or yeah, that's actually a good point, of lack thereof. But like, I don't know. Like physically speaking, I'm not sure where the heck we are.
It's like a null space
we're like,
with Sephiroth, I think.
Yeah, it's super weird because it's like you go under Cosmo Canyon to go into the caves and then go down further, and then from there we took a boat on a river that existed somewhere over to here. It was a whole thing. But the big thing here is that we're learning at the moment that the Gi are the origin of the black materia. This is a brand new story inclusion. But in OG7, it just existed, was a thing, and Sephiroth wanted it to initiate destruction of the planet. Now we're learning that the Gi are the origination of it because the Gi got stuck on this planet and are not part of the life stream. And because of that, they cannot die. And so they were seeking a salvation, a means of dying, because the planet won't let them. And so they managed to channel all of their everything into the creation of the black materia to try to initiate destruction of the planet. And Sephiroth somehow learned of that and is trying to leverage it for his own means, at least in the original story.
It's good to see you again.
Yeah. I remember like getting to this story beat and like you, me, and Ghoul had like a group chat.
Yeah.
I was like, am I like misremembering, or did Black Materia actually have a backstory, or was it just a MacGuffin?
Yeah.
It was just a MacGuffin. It never had any real story connected to it.
Yeah, the ancients just happen to have a world-ending materia randomly.
Yeah. Yeah, and then it's actually a good call-out because like Guy here is talking about how like the ancients went out of their way to like deceive them and get a hold of it and take it and store it away from everyone. And that's why the black materia is so hidden away, and we'll see even more of that, more expansion of that, and at the end of the game here, where like the temple and everything around the temple has kind of been has evolved to even elaborate more on like how much of a prison they put around the black materia.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I got a question for you real fast, Sid. We're about 25 minutes out from the date, right?
We still have Nibelheim, but yeah, we're getting close to the point where like you guys want to snipe. You're getting close to the range.
Bob is no longer on the mic. There's no one up there defending Tifa anymore, so now's your chance, chat.
Yeah, you know what? I gotta say, so I'm reviewing these numbers here. I thought y'all thought Tifa was best girl, and you don't even think she's worth $1,000? Come on, people paid more than that for Gotcha Girls.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Come on, I'm sure you can cut your gotcha spending on Genshin for one day.
Deeds, that was beautiful.
It's just one banner. That's all we're asking you to skip. So this is kind of like a weird skip, actually. You have to like skip a dialogue, then skip the cutscene, then select it. Actually, so, like compared to Remake, there were a lot of places where you had to mash through things, which really didn't, was that big of a deal. But the cutscenes here are super easy to skip. It's dialogue, cutscene every time. Super nice.
Oh yeah, since you asked me to do another job, remember to do your equips here in Nibelheim.
Oh, yeah. So a lot of the menus are very straightforward. Coming up to this next segment where we actually have used Ketchi or Ketsith, I have to do a pretty significant menu, and I have to actually juggle a couple of accessories to make the fights a lot more fluid. And the amount of materia I have to move is about double that we've been up till now. There's like only a few menus. But a lot of it is these segments towards the end game where we have to use like Red Barret or Ketchi, Red, Aerith. They're very awkward parties, so we have to kind of over-optimize to make the fights reasonable. Otherwise, we're probably going to end up dealing with a lot of damage ranges or enemies hitting us, and Nibelheim enemies are extremely dangerous. This early segment, since we go Cloud, Tifa, Yuffie, it's most of them can be skipped anyway, and the ones that we can't, we can pretty much bowl over pretty easily. But for that second party, we really have to go all in if we want to actually get through the fights. Also, these are actually a little bit faster if you set fast forward then skip versus the holding triangle to skip. The fast forward actually had some really weird interactions with some of the other ones. The next one that we're going to take, we just have to ride it out. It's going to be the last few times we get the bird here. See if we can get the really cool stop. So a lot of these areas, they want to kick you off the bird, and if you hit the slide animation, oh, dang it. If I do it right, I can like force him to get back on the bird, which probably loses time, but it's so funny and goofy looking animation. I was like going for it.
And now we are back in Nibelheim.
Only took like 4 hours. What is it?
It's not even been 4 hours.
It's been 3 hours.
I'm helpless without my timer.
Not to mention that the 3 hours since the run started, we were in prologue for like, what, 20 something minutes? So it's been like 2.5.
Yeah, 20 some odd minutes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, so in OG, Nibelheim is recreated and kind of given this like impression that it's Shinra trying to cover up their tracks.
Yeah.
And that's simply it. And now in this game, it's been expanded that they did in fact recreate the town as it was to try to be kind of deceptive about it. But also they didn't just like restock it with people to fake being villagers. It's like a whole medical practice
treatment
like,
center for
like
like sick people, but it really like is a secret holding area for the those injected with Cephi cells.
Yeah. So all of these Cephi, there's so many different names for them in different ways. You can
black robes.
Yeah, the black robes or the Cephi clones or the former soldiers who were injected with Sephiroth cells or Genova cells, whatever you want to say word it as. But like they're all like seeking this place out now. Kind of naturally, and the village is turned into a whole like commune, as you said, for them to try to get treatment. But of course, nothing works. They just gather here, though, and now we're doing a party split. So now we have.
Oh, we're not
Tifa,
racing.
Cloud,
Calm down, Tifa. You'll get your chance to race next game.
Probably.
Good grief.
So now we have Cloud, Tifa, and Yuffie for the reclimb of Mount Nebel, going back up to the reactor, and then the other half of the party will get their own dungeon here in a little bit, and you'll find that out. But yeah, we're just climbing Mount Nebel again in a slightly different way, as we'll see shortly. So the path deviates at a certain point compared to the prologue.
Yeah, so the big deviation here, though, is we start remembering that Zack is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
We were when we come through in the original game, it's just like, nope, I don't remember anything. Tifa's like, what? Just what?
Also, very interestingly, is there are precise lines from the prologue that Sephiroth speaks, and going through. Oh darn!
You know what? I'll take the risk. Yep. Let me flee, please. Thank you.
There are precise lines that Sephiroth speaks in the prologue that going back through here, Cloud now speaks literally one-to-one the same line, and he's not even aware that he's copying Sephiroth. But Tifa's aware of it because Tifa was obviously the tour guide back then. So Tifa starts getting a little freaked out at this point because Cloud is starting to remember Zack, but is remembering different things about Zack and that are not accurate to her own recollections. And then he starts quoting Sephiroth unintentionally and all these things. And so Tifa at this point is like, something's wrong, but I have no idea what it is. What is happening?
Yeah, like he's getting fragments of his memories. He actually like, when you come to that bridge segment, the cutscene that I skipped is actually him like remembering the river portion where they get washed down the river. And he's like, oh yeah, Zack got washed down the river. And it's actually really funny watching like Zack struggle in the water in the cutscene. It's like, what? Never in my dreams did I think I'd see this.
Yeah.
Because it's like really, really overblown too. It's like watching somebody struggle in the bathtub. Like, oh, I'm drowning. No! So we're going to try and skip most of these fights here because they're just obnoxious. The big thing is I don't have first strike or ATB boost. No. Thank you.
Nice.
When the enemies are that close, I have to climb up the rocks like that. But yeah, we can skip most, if not all of these fights. Some of them do depend on the enemies playing nice, which we've got some pretty decent RNG. I'm going to be honest. Nope, we're not going that way. Thank you.
I was going to say, your RNG has been not too bad so far.
Yep.
Yeah.
Game has been pretty kind to me.
But there's still time for that to turn around.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Sonny over here just blowing it into existence.
I mean, that's what I do.
Honestly,
he knows this.
A lot of the fights from this point out are strictly execution, and I got all my spaghetti out earlier. Certainly.
I mean, I feel like you got pretty much all the spaghetti out during your practice runs.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, the runs that I have, none of them don't have spaghetti in them. So this is more or less on pace. I'm pretty happy with it. Don't know if it would be like a 38, but the problem is the date hits like 6 minutes minimum or 5.5 for Tifa and Aerith, 6 for Yuffie. All right, let me talk about how difficult this fight is. It's so difficult. We want to hit him from behind. It'll make it a lot easier, or I can just do that.
Yep.
A lot of these fights, I think the intention was to make you fight them, but we bait the dragon out to move him from his starting position by going to that far right side and then hooking left immediately. And then the dragon kind of comes forward and moves just far enough forward that it won't trigger combat. There's a few areas like that where we kind of cheese combat. From here on out, though, I don't really think there's any combat that we skip. We're pretty much like on rails at this point. We either can just walk around the fight or we have to take it. For better or worse. I think like Remake and Rebirth have a similar amount of combat. The difference is like Remake is, I've kind of like realized it in recent years that it's basically Final Hallway 13 TM. You're stuck in kind of a linear play area and there's not a lot of like skips or ignoring combat. And the only time you skip combat is when the game kind of loads things in a very beneficial spot. Not to say that I dislike it or anything. I've just noticed that like combat is pretty much non-negotiable in that game, for better or worse. Luckily, a lot of the doors and ladders can be interacted with while you're in combat status or near combat status. The first strike system that they added where you could initiate combat by hitting square is nice. It's a bit of an annoyance with bosses because I don't know if that ATB gets applied to boss fights or not. And I think that's part of the reason why we have the ATB like issue with Aerith and Barrett, because you go into boss fights without that little bit of bonus ATB from having a first strike.
Nothing like me.
Got so much in common, you'd be best buds.
One of the things is we can actually like glitch out so we don't go through that crawl space behind the dragon if I went back and got in the fight. But that actually soft locks here, kind of. The gate that was preventing us to move forward where we had to move
the box?
No, the Roomba.
Oh, the Roomba. Yeah.
We had to move the Roomba to get over the thing. We actually could have just walked through it, but the problem is this button right here doesn't activate, so we'd have to go all the way back. You could like warp and then walk back into the crawl space, but it's one of those areas where I point to where it's like they flagged this game very hard to the point where everything must prevent A, B, C, D. So the point is this button right here doesn't activate, so we'd have to go all the way back. You could like warp and then walk back into the crawl space, but it's one of those areas where I point to where it's like they flagged this game very hard to the point where everything must prevent A, B, C, D. So for better or worse. Honestly, I play it glitchless anyway, so it barely affects me. But I do, the remake community, specifically the glitch hunters, have found another way to skip into Chapter 13, which is the sewer, by going and talking to Chadley, doing a VR mission, getting the reward, and then that glitches you into the wall. And you can get out of bounds from there and then skip to the sewer. So like the current route might actually just fight Vice.
Okay.
Because we don't need the extra 2 Goddard Dummerungs and then progress from there. The glitch hunters in remake and they've been trying their hardest with Rebirth are very very good at what they do.
Now we have a boss that's... You wouldn't think it's a boss from what Sid's about to do this poor thing. But it
wasn't a boss in intermission, it's not a boss here.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only time this is slightly dangerous is in the VR missions where you have to fight it solo with Yuffie. Hello? Oh, okay, there we go. I'm on the right.
I mean, I don't know about you, but when I play this game casually, I tried my darndest to try to get the thing fast before it cloned itself, and I still got like 3 to 4 clones every single time that I fought this.
Oh, I mean, I'm not gonna lie here. A lot of these bosses that I'm just dunking on, I definitely had trouble with casually, despite my years of experience with Remake. This game is a whole different beast. It really is. And these bosses are not, casually, were not as simple as I make them look. Choco Cape. And this. This is the thing I normally miss, is the accessory swapping, which is really catastrophic. That is incorrect. We want to do this. That. Doot. And I believe it's... No, it's lightning that I want. Then we get everything from red. Wait. Yeah, we want assist. Mew. Move that down, move that up. And the menu is complete. Honestly, these last couple of menus are pretty convoluted, so I need to sit down and practice them. Luckily, I have saves in areas where I would be doing the menu, but it takes a lot of practice to get good here. So this segment is only Ketshi, Barrett, Aerith. We can't add red into the party. I don't know if it would change anything if we could, but this area is just designed without red.
And look at him just rolling.
Yep.
Yeah. So like in the reactor, we actually could have put red in the party, but it's just faster to use power cleave with Ketshi. One of the big things too, I guess I didn't, there's 2 different synergies in the game. It's a very awkward thing. The synergy abilities like Double Helix and Ninja Carbine that I used earlier are through the menu, and they require you to spend a certain amount of ATB with both the party members to activate them. They're basically like pseudo limits. They hit more or less as hard. The only difference is they have the high keep of a limit, so they can't be interrupted unless a character dies, but they're not invincible like limits are. The synergy skills, however, are team-up attacks that we use by holding the guard button down, and both of these require learning the skill through the folio menu. But ones like Power Cleave can be used with 2 characters, Spellblade same, and Spellbound Blast can be used with a litany of characters as well. But the big thing is that synergy skills only use the character activating them stats. So when I go Power Cleave, it doesn't matter if I use Tifa or Ketshi, and same thing for Spellblade. It doesn't matter if I use Yuffie or Aerith, because it'll just calculate off Cloud stats anyway. So that is one thing to keep in mind. So the only thing that it determines is who's getting ATB from your team attack, pretty much, and with Spellbound Blast, who you're stealing MP from. Now we're into the super fun Ultra Bucks throwing Deluxe minigame. Dungeon. Wait, no. It's a minigame. Yep. This is just a long minigame, and I refuse to believe otherwise.
So what you're saying is it's really Boxing Day here.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
Come on, bring on more puns. I want to read all the puns.
Oh.
I'm pro pun. Let's go.
Don't encourage him. So at this point, Barrett is going to be just kind of a backup character. We're going to be starting to use Focus Shot with him quite a bit. It's actually pretty good at staggering enemies. We use it a lot in new game as well. The problem is it's a projectile, so sometimes it just straight up misses, which is pretty frustrating. I'm gonna do something. Ooh, nice.
Nice.
Normally that arrow or rod doesn't kill. I'm gonna do something really goofy here. Normally you have to move a crate in the next room and then drop a box on top of it so it doesn't break when it hits the floor and then pick it back up. Or you can do something a little bit silly like this. We're gonna just drop this box here. You know, it's fine, I'll leave it for later. I'll come back and once I open the door, don't worry about it.
Just don't destroy it.
Okay. There we go. That's the bat somehow broke it. Man, I really want that box. Yep, thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, for whatever reason you can... Okay, there we go. You want to hit the lever there, not the knob. The knob is not, doesn't really... It does activate it, but you want to be careful with, especially with that throw, because if you miss, then yeah, I have to do all the other nonsense, so I'm double losing time. Okay, I didn't want to fight you guys, but okay. All right, we're going to have to take this in a very specific way. Okay, I want to turn around here. I want to stop this thing from spinning here, which is why I'm looking this way. All right, we should be fine now if I grab this. Oh, nice. That'll make my life a little bit easier. Good. So, this one actually has a stopper at the bottom. The rest of them actually don't have anything blocking the exit of the funnel. That's probably too late. Oh, I think it went in, actually.
Oh, I think it...
Yeah! Yeah! Just drop this box here. You can keep that. No, I don't need it. Actually, actually, if you roll into the other boxes, it actually breaks them. Didn't know it doesn't break those.
No, it doesn't.
I call that a 1.1. I got really close there to missing.
Yeah, that was so close to a miss on the 1.1. That was nice.
The thing is if you throw it too early, you're always going to miss because it'll fall through before it even gets close. That was a really tight shot.
But you got it.
Yeah, I've been hitting a lot of things I probably shouldn't have.
Yeah.
This is a marathon run.exe if I've ever seen one. So the next segment we're going to have to solo with Ketchi. One of the big important things actually is if you roll into combat with Ketchi, it actually won't let you do actions with Kite Sith for a very long time. So we actually want to avoid that. You can throw the box at this switch here, but you can also do this. It's one of those. It's probably faster due to the box just because it has more optimal movement, but I figured I'd show that off because it's just another one of those things. Just like the smuggling the box through the door. Is it faster? I don't know. Is it funnier? Probably. Skip these bats because they're in a nice position. So we get to see the adjudicator here. I'm not fighting that guy if I can avoid it. The way that they work is when you pressure them with physical or magical, they'll either put up reflect or barrier depending on whether physical pressure gets barrier, magic gets reflect. So they're very hard to fight because you need to pivot in the middle to get them staggered. And then with two of them in the same fight, it's very rough. So I'm going to do a little bit of a setup here to make sure that they're in a favorable position so I can double hit them. Don't worry about it. This is really nice.
All right, while he's doing that, I'm just going to update you guys on this date situation. We have Yuffie still at $69.
Nice.
Nice.
We have Aerith at $205. And apparently y'all still think Tifa's only worth $569. So get to work on that.
Oh, well, that's neat, I guess.
Okay.
I don't even know what I do here, honestly. I just keep spamming fire, I guess. Okay. That's fine, actually. That's what I wanted.
What is it doing?
That's what I'm wondering.
I'm finding out right now. Could you please not?
Okay, okay.
Yep.
A little bit of HP.
There we go.
Okay. Whew. That was
I don't
A little
know.
worrisome.
That was a thing.
That was a thing.
That was absolutely a thing.
So if you get Yin, you can just tag him with Firaga and go. That Fira is supposed to pressure, but because he switched to Yin there, it messed everything up. And that's another certified never happened before.
I've never seen him swap so rapidly.
Yeah.
Just as a reminder, for the Aerith fight, we do have to fight that with Aerith without magic. Just as another incentive to donate for that. It is a fight. Oh no.
Everybody count.
This is
2,
definitely going to make me mess up.
3,
100% won't be my fault.
4,
Don't do that. There we go.
5, 6,
E-box, please. Thank you.
7.
We'll just skip this one. Nope, nope.
Nope.
Nope, that was 7, yep.
8.
8.
Still 8.
I don't know if that'll actually make it. That's probably going to miss too, yeah. Yeah.
9.
All right, I can't miss that.
10.
Yeah. You could just skip the minigame, but obviously you lose like 50, 60 seconds. But we're done throwing boxes, so. But we are going to have to throw hands with lost numbers here. This fight, we need to keep ATB assist activating, so I actually need to stay on certain characters, because one of the gimmicks with this game, or rather not gimmicks, but quirks, is AI characters will roll in between actions. So anything that like buffs the next move will get it deleted, and ATB assist, which needs to have the 2 moves activated back to back, won't function properly unless you're actively on the character. I know what the number is, please game. Oh, This is so sensitive. Bruh, you want to do it?
No.
That's what I thought. Good grief.
I mean, I could if you really wanted me to, but no.
Thanks. To faith on Aerith here.
Here we have Forgotten Limb, which I'm sure people will remember from the safe in the original game. It's now down here in this dungeon beneath the manor. We don't really have our usual damage dealers for this, so this is going to have some different strats.
I was so happy that we used Comet, honestly.
Good old.
I was really sad that we weren't using it, and then Strife's like, oh, I use it on last number. I was like, yeah! Oh, and then I fought this boss, and I was like, no!
Cometeor is just an awesome looking spell.
I swear, when I get my hands on Hojo.
And there's the stagger into a Cometeor. And just like that, specimens down.
Oh, yeah, man. We just got to take this elevator and get out of here. Let me hit this button. Oh, wait, what? I guess I needed to hold it for my friends.
Oh.
If you hit that button, they'll walk into the elevator and stop it. I guess I should have been holding it instead of trying to... Like, nope, I'm going down. Leaving you guys behind.
Well. Look who the cat
All right, so Vincent's the next boss. We need to be pretty respectful because Vincent moves super fast. Also, I can't cutscene skip there immediately, so that's why I didn't... nope, I do not want to do that first. I need to do some juggling. Let's see here, and then I want to give you back the cape. So you actually have ATB. Give me these.
Yeah, so we're about to meet Vincent. Now mandatory. Same spot as the original game. But he's not as happy that we're here. In the original, he's kind of like, whatever. This time around, he's like, why are you looking through Shinra stuff? Why do you care? What do you want? And he's not as happy about it.
Yeah, he's overprotective of this area. It's like he hates Shinra anyway, so I don't know what the deal is. Get some focus shot going, and oh wait, this is easier. There we go. This swap you two out. Put you here. Okay. So we're forced to take Ketchi into this next boss too, which is part of the reason why this segment's so rough. because you usually run through all of his resources in the main segment, then you have a brick in this boss fight, and you're like, great, thanks.
Yeah.
So this menu is extremely important because if I mess it up, I have to do this segment again, which is at 40 seconds. Time loss.
You know, I had a thought. So we have Tifa and Yuffie here with 69. Why is Aerith still at 205? Like, is she just not nice? I thought she was the nicest girl of all of them. Come on.
Good point. It's a very good point. So Vincent's way too aggressive to just kind of throw out attacks randomly. We need to be very passive and let him hit us and then respond. Let him hit us, then respond. The good thing is, like, the Punisher counter is still built as ATB, so it's in our interest to take this a bit slower anyway. As long as we don't see Bestial Flare opening. Hey, I almost expected it. So boom. What?
What?
I think he tried to Sonic or kick Aerith? Oh, that's very annoying. Oh, that wasn't even targeted at me? That's so weird. Oh, she didn't get boost, huh?
Every little bit helps.
That's very annoying. I'm just gonna have to deal with it then.
It's on you.
Hey, I'm coming. Tagging out.
Hang back.
Enjoy the ride.
Okay, Keiichi, I need to get some heals going on here. Could you actually hit? That'd be great, bruh.
This is what Vincent does.
Yep. We're gonna go cure Cloud here. Now that I actually, I'm gonna need to Sonic Boom, ATB Boost, Virga. That's gonna delay the next phase a bit, but we're fine. Oh, I did that before my Faith went in. This is kind of rough. Sonic Boom again should push? Yeah.
Nice.
This is recovery.exe.
No escape.
I should be able to get away with Fyra here. I just can't have it magnified. Fine. All right.
I mean, you did in a manner of speaking.
That was a very weird fight. Him going after Aerith on the second hit really threw me off. And then the Bestial Flare at the end was just the topping on the cake. That was very rude.
The cherry on top, if you will.
It was definitely not a cherry. There was something else on top of that cake that I was not happy to see.
Some Red Hots then.
Yeah, we can go that route. So this is going to be a enemyskill.exe exhibition here. I'll kind of talk about them after I clear this, but this was another one I wanted to do blindfolded, but the buffering system just wouldn't work with me to do this the same exact way. And yes, I can do these inputs blindfolded. I just can't time them properly, unfortunately.
Yeah, so we're just cycling through enemy skill and pretty much every single buff that it can give us.
I think I missed one of my hits. No, I should be fine as long as he doesn't dodge. Please hit me. There we go. Missed one of my attacks, but worked out fine. Luckily, Plasma Discharge bonks him and gives us just enough time to fire off a spell, because if you try to fight him normally here, he'll counter as soon as you start firing up a spell. So this fight's pretty much impossible. Close on the damage there, but whatever. So we lay down Prime Mode and Plasma Discharge there. The reason that I can't do it blindfolded is I actually want to use a gimmick or a mechanic. If you hold square while you're in Prime Mode, or any of the modes rather, as long as you're doing an action and you hold square, Cloud will immediately stab the ground while in Punisher stance, rather than doing a wide swing and then stabbing. And in this, he actually skips the first two attacks and then immediately starts doing the overheads. So I want to buffer those after my action, and that's the main goal there. The problem is the audio cue for Plasma Discharge activating is very late, so I can't get the timing properly, and then I end up doing the regular attack, which switches sides, and it messes everything up. We use Gorgon Shield there, which is actually a very strong enemy skill. It does inflict Petrify, but like I said earlier, not everything is weak to stone, so Petrify ends up doing nothing. The thing about it is you have a decent amount of iframes while throwing out Gorgon Shield, so that's part of the reason why I didn't get knocked over there, because the iframes from Gorgon Shield. Also, when Gorgon Shield is hit, you get an ATB refund. So it's one of, like, Disorder refunds some ATB. First Strike refund, or Focus Strike refunds ATB if you dodge an attack with it. There's a lot of moves that refund some ATB, like Let's Ride is another good example. That's why we started that fight with Let's Ride and jumped at the boss rather than just firing it off where I was standing. Because when you summon on the Moogle hit, you get like 70% of your bar back. But basically, we do that. We set up the Gorgon Shield so we can get to the other side, use a Fire to do enough damage, and then follow up with a Fire go.
And you'll see the use of Gorgon Shield just for the immunity
Yeah.
at the final fight as well.
There is actually a reroute for one of the solo phases in the final boss fight, where you can use Gorgon Shield to dodge an attack that puts you to 1 HP if you get hit with it. Just noticed Ashen has 3 producer badges on. It's the Ultra Producer.
So we're
As it does.
we're closing into snipe territory now for the
Yeah,
date.
the date is coming up soon here. Once we land, I'll call it once we get to the Golden Saucer. I think actually once I talk to Dio, and then, but we got like a couple of minutes here, probably about 5, because this takes forever. Plus we have to ride to it. But if you guys want to change the date, now is the time. Like I said, Yuffie is a pretty big inconvenience in these fights. If I get Tifa or Aerith, it's more or less standard.
With that said, Silverdeeds, got anything to throw at us?
I sure do. Tempest Mask 1000 says, while I've still yet to play these Final Fantasy VII titles, I had to extend my kudos mid-run to those who worked on the games and the delightful moments they bring us. This also includes the work of the voice actors, such as J. Michael Tatum as Sid, Paul Tito as Kaichi, Matt Mercer as Vincent, and of course, Susie Young as my fave, Yuffie! Team Yuffie all the way. Best of luck with the rest of the run, Sid.
Yeah, John Eggert Bentley, Barrett's voice actor, is fantastic. At least the English VA. I actually went and got a copy of my game signed because our local event had a lot of the cast there. I think like minus Cloud, Zach, Sephiroth, and a few others. But they were delightful to talk to, but John Eric Bentley in general was a large delight, because even before I got it signed, he was just kind of talking with everybody in the line. And when I went up there, I mentioned the event, and he was interested, but unfortunately, we just haven't been able to make contact again. Ideally, we would. I was hoping to maybe have him around, but it didn't work out. But a lot of people have told me that he has gone out of the way to do events and things like that. So I believe it was something that would happen. It was a delight, though, to meet with him. If you have anything else, I didn't want to cut you off, but that was a too perfect of a moment.
Oh, not at all. We also have $25 from some Sadie saying, defend the internet.
So here we are introduced to what we're used to from OG, which is the Bronco being a boat.
An airboat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit of engine failure. Of note, we could like not really control the plane sections. It's kind of like an auto section, but it definitely gives us a sense of how it's going to probably work at a high level in the.
Luckily, in New Game Plus, because in New Game they slow down your boat, but in New Game Plus they don't. So when I talk to Dio here in a second is when I'd like to cut off the date incentive and get a refresh on that one last time before we head in. I'll remind you guys, Yuffie is pretty chaotic. Tifa Aerith is the standard route, though.
Let's make life harder for Sid. Come on, guys. Yuffie.
Yeah, I went out of my way to route it. Please let me use it.
Yep.
Yeah, we're going to see Dio here because we've gotten word that Dio has key to the Temple of the Ancients, which genuinely, I'm blanking where we even find that in the OG game at the moment.
I don't
believe.
I think we just wander around, and then something happens, and then we find out he has the keystone. It's like, oh.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
It was really, like, vague.
But they've expanded this. Dio's like, you know what? I'll find that for you.
This is the cutoff. I'll need to know who we're dating here.
Yeah.
All right, so it is Tifa for $569.
Nice. And the best part is I don't have to even open the menu.
That's true.
Tifa's my standard choice here. Not out of like preference one way or the other, but the entire game I have the party organized as Cloud, Tifa, Aerith, so just having Tifa here makes it a little bit easier. So I hope you guys are excited for the cutscene coming up. We got a nice little moment between Cloud and Tifa on the, the actual date that actually takes place in the story.
But yeah, so Diaz agreed to give us the Keystone in exchange for helping him deal with Don Corneo, who is now here trying to claim this as his own. But in the meantime, we have a date to go on.
Yeah. So specifically, we'll be handling the date segment. The play itself is going to be fully skippable, so we're just going to go for that. Yeah, that'll more or less offset the date.
Yeah, there's also a full play now, a whole interactive like minigame thing. It's really cool.
Which can be skipped,
Jesse.
unlike the
fucking
Junon segment.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I mean we're just heading over towards the play first here.
Yeah, the Jesse portrait is really
cool. Well, I mean, it's not even just a portrait. We see Jesse in VR.
In the replay segment.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
We've arrived at your destination.
So we're going to head in here. If we get lucky here, the model for the princess may not load. I've only seen it a few times. I was trying to get it like recorded on a the share button here so I could just pop it up, but it just never happened pre-marathon. I was like, I don't think it'll happen, but it's funny when it does because there's just a blank spot with an indicator. It is a bit unfortunate, though. If that does happen, then you won't get to see Princess Tifa. All right, we'll find out in a minute.
Nah.
I will say, I know for anyone that's sad that Aerith didn't win, we do have an incentive to give Aerith more spotlight and have her be worth $1,000 for the Aerith versus Magi combat sim.
Yeah, 1,000's a low ask for that. That fight's really cool.
It actually is, because with how those fights have been routed, it's something you definitely want to see.
Yeah, fortunately we'll have all the way to the end of Bonds of Friendship. I can do it after that pretty easily, but I'd like to show it first because Bonds of Friendship's a lot more nerve-wracking. So I'd like to be able to put all my all in and be like, oh, that's right, I still got Aerith after this. All right, well, now to ignore all these extra notes that I made off to the side. Yeah, because if I do have to do Yuffie, I have to like juggle some of the equipment.
Yep.
I was about to say, set the controller down.
So if audio can mute me for a second, I would like to take a bathroom break.
A gondola's here. Well, after you.
You first.
Cloud?
Think we can steer with this?
Worth a try.
Here goes.
Wow. Well?
Nice save.
Hey, over there. See that? Being a jockey looks so fun.
That's definitely not what the races are like.
I guess I'll just have to see for myself. It's beautiful.
So, have you talked to Aerith?
Hey, Aerith? I talked to Cloud. He said he remembers Zach. How they were friends 5 years ago. What? Not yet.
Right. Touchy subject, huh? She must still have feelings for Zach.
I think it's a little more complicated than that. Hey, it's kind of weird us being here like this, isn't it?
Is it? I mean, I guess it is. Kinda.
Ever since we left Midgar on this crazy journey, ever since we were kids even, I can't remember a time like this. A time when we were this close. Or am I getting ahead of myself again?
Again?
Yeah. Again.
Not one bit.
We should probably head back to our rooms.
Yeah, probably.
All right. Just wanted to make sure that we gave you everything you paid for without giving you Mystery Science Theater 3000. But we did have the intimate ending, so there's a little bit extra. You can actually turn that off, but with the amount of money we were asking people to pay, you know, I felt it only right to do it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, the non-intimate version ends at the hug. It was not obvious. You can kind of see like where it extends it.
Thanks to everyone that made that possible and picking Tifa. Interrupted by Fireworks is one of my favorite songs, so it was really great to see that. I'm curious what all of y'all's favorite Final Fantasy VII song is, especially since this game has such an expanded soundtrack. Let me know what your favorite song is.
These fights will be a lot easier because Somersault actually does damage, unlike anybody else's limit.
Good old Kekneos.
I think I disagree with that dude. Very obnoxious. Alright, so the only one that matters is killing this last one as soon as possible, because the rest of them are basically on a timer. You know what, we're going to go for the other route here. Any point you want? Okay, or we'll just do the old route, my bad. You're right, game.
last chance to escape his cruel.
Sure. That should still be fine. I was supposed to cast Fire Guy there, but might want to do that. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, that's right. I'm thinking of the wrong character.
These villains deceived Bob, taking advantage of his romantic nature. They ruined his bridal auditions.
Can you tell that I'm used to doing the Yuffie variation? So he's going to hit a lot harder because of Berserk here, so we're going to take a lot of damage despite being in Punisher mode.
Oh, what?
Tifa, could you please limit? That's what happened. Thanks, Tifa. Shout outs to AI in this game.
So bad.
All right, this time, now that I remember what I'm doing this correctly.
These villains deceived Bob, taking
Sometimes that final phase can be a little bit messy. Next time I'll just hard swap to her, not give her the option.
Yeah, I figured since you had been practicing the Yuffie variant so much that the normal variant had kind of left your muscle
Like I
memory
said,
for a moment.
nope. It's gonna be over, but after what happened, he deserves it. Yeah,
First try.
First try. Oh wait, I don't need to go in the menu anymore. I want to make sure we have enough for Faith here still. We do need that buff.
fantastic. Then without further...
All right. We can see Rude and Elena.
Again.
It's more Turkish delight.
All right, good. That one actually went according to plan.
I was going to say.
I don't even have to heal this time either. That's nice. All right, next is Rufus, which a lot of people struggle with. We'll see what he gives me. Free one. Okay.
I was about to say, you got a free fight here.
Wow.
Oh, you made a mistake there, buddy. Shouldn't have shot. Burn. Yep. So I could just fire gun him from here, but sometimes Darkstar just champs the hit. So we're gonna actually use Magnify to hit both of them.
Really don't.
Bad dog. Bad Rufus.
And there's the fight.
That's it.
Nicely done.
Yeah, Abzu does force a reset every once in a while. He can give you some really weird patterns. It's usually the first phase where you have to reset, though, because he'll belly flop on Aerith. You do have to reset that fight sometimes, because the AI will just decide to not somersault. I've got more important things to do. I don't know. A bit frustrating. Can you tell I get frustrated at the AI a lot?
Especially when it doesn't do what you want it to.
It is a crash out. It definitely causes a lot of my crash outs.
So welcome to the Kate Sith chase sequence.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's all I got to say on that.
So yeah, the limit right there that I was talking about that got everybody killed. That's why I couldn't take some of the other characters, because like Red would have died there without setting him up properly, so that the limit would stun lock and prevent that attack from coming out. Ideally, Tifa is the perfect candidate because her limit comes out so fast and it hits so hard, but it either depends on me not trusting the AI or the AI doing what I ask it to. And I mean ask, not tell. Because the game very much takes it as a strong indicator that I would like that action done.
No sign of it.
Exactly.
So we got to do a little bit of here to there to here. So the things are going to start kind of picking back up in difficulty from here on out.
Yeah.
Well, while we're doing that, I just want to remind everyone what we are here to do. You heard it from Bob earlier. You'll hear it from me, how much we care about Nami, and we know that our viewers also care a lot. We have this $100 donation from Red Silver saying, another good day for RPG Limit Break. Today, I am donating in honor of my friend Ashtad, who is used to love to listening to RPG soundtracks and who we lost too young. I can think of no better way to honor his memory than to donate to a good cause in his name. Thank you so much for this amazing donation to a good cause.
Yeah, honestly, like we added a music channel, I think this last year to our public Discord. And I was kind of like, oh, that's interesting. That's neat. I wonder if it'll see use.
Yeah, this log really thought a music channel at an RPG server wouldn't see much, if any, usage.
Needless to say, my foresight is very bad.
You thought very wrong on that one.
I just kind of exist in a space where I do things. If things go right, they go right. If they go wrong, they go wrong. Glad to see it, though. It also kind of shows that like our server is almost always talking with each other, which is super nice to know that the community is active year-round. This is going to be one of the last places we get to take advantage of the icons being on the map here. This one right here, I'm going to have to move manually, however, because the you see that island to the right there, Gilgamesh Island, has like 1,000 little things. So I'd have to mash like R1 like 20 times. So we're actually heading into the end game here. We're probably going to pull the seal off of any like spoilers and stuff. We're heading into the Temple of the Ancients. Honestly, I thought maybe I'm always very hesitant to believe things will work out in our favor. So I was like, oh yeah, this game will end at like Cosmo Canyon or something. Because, you know, I don't want to be disappointed. And then we get all the way to here. I was like, whoa, that's fantastic.
Which is interesting because, like, in the grand scheme of OG7, this is like the halfway point.
Yeah,
almost.
this is like the end of disc 1. It's like a little bit short of the end of disc 1, so we still haven't cracked disc 2 yet.
Yeah, comparatively to OG, we're not even on disc 2 yet, and yet part 3 is the final part. So.
To be fair, though, disc 3 is just
disc 3 is like the weapons and
just
everything on it.
Yeah.
So this fight right here, normally there's enemies that spawn on both sides of the bridges here to the left and right. If I get rid of these guys fast enough, I can actually avoid that spawn-in, which is what we're going to be aiming to do. Tifa, please. Somersault when I ask you to. Very much appreciate that. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. That's fine.
It still worked.
Yep, still got it.
You actually have a lot of latitude with that. I could have moved around with Tifa and thrown out a couple of like Omni Strike, True Strikes to finish things off. Even in New Game, we can actually skip that fight. Both easy and normal. It's just a lot harder in normal. Oh, something I never really touched on is there's actually 4 difficulties in this game. There's easy, normal, dynamic, which is available from start, and hard. Dynamic actually has no application in a New Game run because unless you're 5 levels over, it won't actually change the difficulty at all. So it's functionally the same as normal, which is chronically underleveled during its run. Let's see, get this in. But for New Game Plus, Dynamic does actually buff the enemies, but you still have access to items. And it doesn't buff them as hard does. So it actually is a viable category. And I think like Crystal has most of the world records on this game because he's gone through all the routes, all the actual New Game Plus, or New Game Easy, you know, that kind of stuff. Very good runner.
No, I know he is.
So the gimmick here in the Labyrinth is that you're able to rotate it around to access different paths, which I find to be a really, really cool gimmick.
Yeah. They implemented the like MC Escher-ness of this area from the original game in a way that made sense in a 3D game.
Yeah, the basic idea here is that like the ancients were so in tune with the planet that they were able to essentially like create a liminal space.
Yeah,
kind of.
They were trying to create like this extremely hard puzzle so nobody could get near the black materia.
Yeah, but it's like I mean like the temple is a physical thing. You walk into it, but then it's like so in tune with the live stream that it's able to like make be like a shift. It's like a flowy
creature of chaos.
Yeah, and so we traverse this in very unique, interesting ways, and there's a lot going on here. This is a very large final dungeon. We're going to have a party split happen.
Good grief, are we already on the final dungeon? I'm kind of in disbelief.
Right?
So one of the cool things here is we can leverage that HP MP swap on Red, because he has about 8,000 MP right now. So as long as he's in the party, we're functionally able to heal infinitely. There's a point where I'll toggle over to Curaga just because that way I don't need to spam cures. But yeah, the dungeon being like invertible and having all these different routes is kind of interesting. Unfortunately, a lot of them like dead end and really weird things. Like I think the most useful one is like EXP up, but you're gonna hit max level way before you finish grinding out your materia, so it's kind of interesting, but the fact that you get it at the end of the game makes it so, like, for a speedrun, it's useless. New Game Plus, we're already maxed. For New Game, you have to go way out of your way for, like, what's probably an extra couple thousand EXP at most. So, this fight here can be a little annoying. We actually have a regular officer, a second-class soldier, and some shield troopers. They're pretty tanky. The officer himself is not so. Did we get the... Of course. As you could tell, one of the fire guys went wild there. That's one of the other things that happens when all your targets die. That extra spell kind of go wherever. That one was supposed to hit the second-class officer, but I must have critted, because that's the only way he dies to a magnified fire guy like that. Normally he has to get hit by that and the one that's targeting him. We can save some time by walking over the lip here, but if I accidentally jump down, I lose 2 minutes to having climb back up, so we're just gonna walk. You know, because I definitely have not... The first time I did it was the last time I did it, let's put it that way. Please, there we go. You can actually kind of mess up the camera here because it's not supposed to be this wide. It like tightens in so you don't see up any of the girls' skirts. I just find it funnier that you can break the game there.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty degenerate, but...
Wow.
I usually go out of my way to avoid it, but on a split-second decision, I just decided, you know what, we're going to do this. Probably a bad one, but... It's one of my lesser sins, I'd say. Co-owner of the event here, just giving his tacit approval. Oh, wait.
All right, chat. Well, I better see some big thanks for the extra fan service you just got.
So, like, with the Japanese rating board, though, they, like, take into account that, even if the character should never flip upside down. So, like, they're wearing bike shorts normally. So we're going to throw out that Mind Blaster I was yapping about. That'll get rid of most of the officers, and then Eriga will finish up the rest. We're going to use Red here to cure up the characters, preferably, before we get to the boss. Okay, we might be able to... All right, let's...
All right, it's time for the Red Dragon, and I'm just going to say good luck.
Yeah, this fight is something else, especially in hard.
Yeah, I think something else is a very accurate description for this fight.
It's fire, so you want blizzards. Pretty obvious.
Unfortunately, I'm turbo in on fire here, so...
Yeah. The real big thing, though, is that he wants to spit out a bunch of lava. Like he wants to do that to us.
We don't want to see that attack.
But we don't want to. We don't want to see that actually be as an attack. And so the tooltips in the game are like, yeah, break the belly so he doesn't do that. Problem: if you break the belly, he does it guaranteed immediately. So we want to actually not do that and stagger him without doing so, like this, and try and just get rid of him immediately before he can get back up and do it, because we do not want to see that because it will just kill us.
I should be two-finger just in case.
And the Magnified Blizzaga is going to take down Red Dragon. Since it was in the Arcane Ward, it hits twice.
Mm-hmm.
And that
I switched to Cloud specifically because there were a few runs where he decided to not stand in the Arcane Ward, and I'm like, well, this kind of kills the run, so yeah, I'm going to take the extra couple of seconds to make sure he's on it.
And that was a very nice fight, because if it even slightly goes off the rails, it gets bad very quickly.
Pretty much a restart.
It's funny because I was like talking about this fight with Strife, and he's like, dude, read the tooltips. And I'm like, okay. Because he wanted me to say, because he thought the tooltip said target the head. And then I pulled it up and he's like, huh, it doesn't say anything about that. The trick is when you break the head, it actually immediately pressures Red Dragon. So we actually buffer the limit at the very beginning of that fight and then perform all that nonsense while we're waiting for the limit to break the head. Get a Sonic Boom, get a Berserk in, make sure we have enough ATB to spam some Blizzagas, and then drop an Arcane Ward so we double down. If those... Uh-oh, this is going to be a little bit goofy, I think.
Looks alright.
Yeah, normally the Firaga will kill the Slug Ray. So, like, Goofy was like a very big gaslighting moment, honestly. Goofy for me, not for the viewers.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I don't perform all those in the exact right timing, Blizzaga will not hit while the dragon is pressured. And missing out on that stagger damage is non-negotiable. I have to hard reset if that happens. And then from there, I want to back up to try and bait him into using the flamethrower attack. So I can charge a Spellblade and just smack him in the head while I still have Berserk and Faith up. And that'll be enough to transition phases. Switching over to Tifa is just to cover the damage spread, because sometimes the original strat didn't hit high enough damage values. But throwing out the Omni Strike and the uppercut there fixed that. Ideally, we would save it for phase 2 so we don't have to bother like menuing the unbridled strength at the beginning. Touching on that real quick, unbridled or unfettered fury, which is the magic variation, is actually very good at pressuring enemies, and it leaves like a pseudo chi trap when you finish the combo. It's actually very powerful. The only downside is it's magic based, and since Genji Glove, you're going to get most of your damage out of magic. It kind of makes it a little bit harder to get the damage you want. You can have a similar fight with physical stuff, but Bonds of Friendship, we're going to be using magic to make it a lot more consistent, just because of how high the keep value is on spells and how much damage you can actually get out as long as you're properly buffed.
Well, you say we're going to be using magic. If we get Aeriths, we're not using any magic.
Yeah, Aerith's fight is very good. There's a lot of really cool fights on YouTube. I had to mishmash a lot of them to get where I got. I spent a lot of time routing Barrett's and a little bit with Tifa's, but I spent a lot of time on Barrett's and Yuffie's to get it as good as possible. You'd think, you guys okay over there? I had to look back. I don't care if the movement was suboptimal. They were running into each other, man. The pathfinding in this game, you gotta laugh at it. You just gotta.
Oh, it's great.
It's like ragdolls. You gotta have fun with the
It's not quite
the
right.
simple things. Yeah, not here, but you know what I mean, right?
It can be ragdolls.
Yeah, you rarely get it with like bosses or anything because of the cutscenes. But when you ragdoll like a regular officer by hitting with a fire spell, that's actually pretty funny. They're running to get in place while the thing is collapsing. Like, wait, hold on. I need to get a good look. Be careful, you might fall off. So we're towards the end of the game here, where we're going to need to full in on Firaga. We really can't afford to use tier 2 spells anymore.
On top of that, with the fight that's going to be coming up here very soon, we're going to see a use of United Refocus.
Yeah.
And what United Refocus will do is, since we'll be using it with Cloud and Barret, it will give them both 3 ATB bars. And that is going to be very important, as we will be using 3-bar focus shots against the Iron Giant.
Yeah. Barrett's gimmick is when he uses something with more ATB, it does more damage. So base level, you get the 2 bars. When you use Refocus, there's 2 ways to do it. There's a item called Corsair's Compass that I use in the Barret route for his VR fights. Or you can use United Refocus, which is a team attack. The synergy abilities that are offensive in New Game take 3 ATB, so both the characters that activate the skill together have to use 3 ATB. For whatever reason, United Refocus requires 4. I'm not really down on that, but it is what it is. Okay, I'm drunk. I need to go home.
My theory on why it needs 4 is because it actually does give you 2 extra ATB bars in total.
Well, the way that it works is it subdivides the actual values. So what happens is that's backwards, but whatever.
I mean, it still worked.
That was really dangerous though. The frog could have frogged me, and oh, nice, we got both for one. All right, sure, yeah, I'll intend it, whatever. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, so refocus functions the same way in Remake. There is a subtle difference though. In Remake, the ATB bar was made up of 2,000 points total, 1,000 for each. And then Refocus would like subdivide it from there into some very awkward numbers. I think it was like 650, 650, and 700. In this game, ATB got, I keep wanting these to be cutscenes, but they're not. The ATB is actually 2,000 points. Wait, brain? No, 3,000. And it's actually split into 1,500 and 1,500.
So it subdivides it in 1,000s.
3,000 point bars, yeah. I think that's part of maybe a root cause for like how some of the moves are nerfed. I just think their ATB building wasn't buffed. Like Tempest used to be, it hit like a truck and it built a lot of ATB, and it's really just not very good in this game. It's good at staggering enemies with that are in pressure. I'll be able to show that off if we actually get the Aerith combat challenge. I use everything she has. There's like, outside of like Chrono Aegis, I think I use everything with her during, if I add that in.
I am going to take this brief moment to plug that Aerith showcase. We have Matrimony that contributed $50 towards that, saying, I want to see a no spells Aerith boss run. We got to get more Limit Break content. We're running out of time.
Yeah, I will say that.
And we are running out of time for that instead of, because we are in the final dungeon. We're at the party split.
Yeah, we're at, we still need $697 left to reach that incentive. So make that happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, chat. You do not want to miss it.
I focused pretty heavily on hers and Barrett's, and I think I came up with a really good route. It's not something you're going to see in a YouTube video. I amalgamated a lot of them together for a super interesting fight, and found that Mind Blast and the non-magic abilities are actually very potent in some of those fights. So we do try and take advantage of those, where some of the other people that did challenge videos either forgot about those or maybe didn't test them. Oops, almost messed that up. All right, HP boost, finally got. This is oh, that's very annoying. Yep, I thought she got frogged. Hello? Oh, I'm on Barrett. My brain works great.
What was that?
Very good.
That was a brain restart.
It's a certified Sid
That
moment.
is an absolutely certified Sid moment.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I wanted to use Somersault there, and I was like, oh, well, I need to switch to Barrett because I thought I saw Tifa get frogged, because I was like, you can't Somersault in that situation. You can actually, like, if the timing works out, if the frogs decide to frog you, that Firaga should go out quickly enough, but you'll still get turned into a frog. It's an even exchange. It's actually kind of funny. But yeah, you want to Somersault the Planet Protector. I should have just overcharged, but buttons are buttons. So yeah, the Iron Giant is the one coming up next. Ironclad is the actual translation. This guy, he's going to make me catch the hands is what's really going to happen. He's a, what, excuse me? Okay, I guess I wanted to take him with me.
Dude, that enemy was a linebacker.
He was, yeah. Bro, I've never had a harder time getting the football to the 40 in my entire life.
Exactly.
So, Ironclad, I might have to reset. So I'm actually going to spin this most of the way and then let go, because the game will save the spin progress. So if I do need to reset, I won't have to do this whole animation again. Ideally, we don't have to reset, but, you know, things are not always that easy.
All right, here we go, Ironclad.
Hello? Thank you.
The gimmick here is that we want to stagger him to knock him into the tower. It's actually like a story requirement, which is funny because whenever I did this casually, I figured killing him would also make him stumble, and so I just killed him before staggering him. It's like, oh, well.
Yeah. But in the bonds of friendship, we don't have to not kill him, so you guys will get to see what optimal murder looks like, I guess. Could you please change into your... Thank you. Stop here.
Don't overdo it.
Yeah, I'll do it. Here it comes. No. Bring in the heat. Special delivery.
And here comes a 3-bar focus shot to stagger him.
Yep. This time I didn't even forget the Faith Magnify either.
You did not.
So that's the warping thing I was talking about earlier. Oh, ideally you want to move Cloud over to the box, but whatever. Considering I didn't catch those hands, I'm pretty happy with it.
Yeah, that was a really good Ironclad fight.
The big thing is, like, Sharpen can be canceled by Thundaga. So if the fight goes too slowly and I start charging Thundaga late, it will cancel the Sharpen, which is what causes the boss to go into pressure. So it's basically what I need to actually finish the fight. Otherwise, it's a hard reset if I accidentally cancel Sharpen. What I did there, though, instead is, like, I used Somersault to stop his first attack, and then I buffered a stop with Tifa just to keep him still during pressure, because he can still use Condemned or Grab and a couple of those other moves that are pretty lethal. He also has Thesian Blade or something like that when he finishes up pressure, which ideally you never see, but I've seen it a few too many times. But that's basically Condemned on steroids because it has a much wider range. Condemned will one-shot you. It's not a guaranteed kill, but it hits so hard that only Barret can survive it if he's at full HP. Speaking of surviving things, we got to deal with a couple of frogs here. So I'm actually going to use Icy Impulse and Snow Flurry to get them stunned so the Defire is insta-stagger.
Are we coming up to that fight?
I don't know what that fight is.
The one that has the bunch of stagger?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. My brain is working at max efficiency right now. Give me a second. That is not really what I wanted to do, but sure. Actually, this is fine. I hate everything! Sure. Okay.
You asked for it. Time to burn. Let me out. Let's turn it out.
Okay, I'm gonna have to improvise here. I was supposed to hit both of them with that power cleave. How am I gonna do this?
Just in case.
We're gonna have to go that route, yeah. Actually. Oh, you little cheeser. We're just gonna force our way through here.
It's on you. Let's do this.
Unfortunately, missing that power cleave messed things up pretty significantly. Ideally, we can just stun lock them, but because I couldn't ATB boost into 2 bars soon enough, they were going to land on me, so I had to pretty much just improv that whole fight. I want to move that there and swift cast to you. Here we go.
The easy materia swap.
Mm-hmm. I think it's because I started with really low ATB, so I was kind of in a goofy position.
Yeah, your ATB on that fight didn't
die, so I'm happy with it, I guess.
I love hearing from our viewers. We got $10 here from Phoenix Captain saying, stayed up way too late last night, so thank you for bringing some much-needed energy to keep me employed.
Yeah, I got that. I got plenty of energy. Not much else, though. Let's hit this. So it may look very weird that I'm doing rolls after everything here, but these animations do take a long time to resolve.
You know, the good old animation canceling just to save some time.
Yeah, if you have another one in there, Deeds, feel free. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, not at all. We're still stuck in the 300s for this Aerith showcase. I really, really want to see this, especially with all of the effort Sid has put into doing this. So please, make sure when you place your donations, when you scroll down, select those incentives and select Aerith versus the Magi Combat Sim.
Okay. Oh, also, audio. We're going to have a really loud snapping sound here, so you should probably just mute the game audio for a second here. All right. I would mute it if you can. Okay, luckily it was not that bad this time. And that should be it. Shouldn't be an issue at all anymore.
It's just that one segment. Just the way the magic can hit collision with all of those enemies can cause...
Yeah. For some reason, when you stagger them, it layers the stagger explosion. It may have been because I delayed it a bit or audio actually had my back. Sorry about that last-minute call-out. I almost forgot about it.
That's why I reminded you about it earlier.
I've been practicing that for weeks just so I could remember, but all right. Could one of you, fine. I guess if you're just going to chill, that's all right.
Oh, there's
okay, I got lucky there. All right. Wait. Nope, wrong menu. Thank you.
But yeah, back to the whole
Nah, I don't think I'll...
Aerith VR fight incentive. Chat, you guys really do want to see that. The fights are so cool.
We have to fight those guys that have Reflect, but I won't have Breach. So if you want to find out how to break that Breach without actually using Breach, in New Game you can actually throw a hazardous material, but once again the items are locked in the VR fight, so that you can't actually take advantage of that there. I've actually come up with a different way to get around it. Honestly, that fight is probably one of the safest in that VR fight, ironically. Because the Reflect may not reflect the damage back at Aerith, but it will guard pretty much all of your magic attacks. So I do need to get rid of it. I don't just ignore it. All right, let's see if I can do this one right. And or the enemies cut me some slack here. Okay, that's good.
Maybe this will do. One more. Busy? Let's go.
Nice.
Right, yep. All right, so it is sometimes nice if Red's set up for Reaper's Touch here, but we really don't... did I miss one of them? I did. Hold on. Where? There it is. If you get lucky, you can suck them both up with the same prey, but that's not always the case. Top off Aerith here. But we actually are using Synergy Lightning. We used Synergy a ton in Remake, but because of the jumping animation and the team-up Synergy skills, Synergy just kind of goes by the wayside as a materia. It's interesting. It's good for like spamming Comet for free if you want a meme, which I did a lot in my casual playthrough. I'm like, Synergy Comet, let's go. It's not good, but it's funny.
Spare us both the effort, Tender.
No.
You.
Remember that I tried to reason
Once.
I could see you always going for meme strats in casual playthroughs.
I knew I couldn't use it in the speed run, so I was like, all right, I better enjoy this while it lasts, because that's all I'm going to get.
That's true. Until we found the use of Meteor.
Yeah, that was a shout out to Strife for making my dreams come true, even if it wasn't intentional. Okay,
hey.
I was about to have to use the backup there for a
Good
second.
fight.
Yeah. So there's a cool thing there where you can actually use Mystic Duplication, which is the synergy ability between Aerith and Yuffie. And it just fills Yuffie's ATB when you use it. I don't know why, it just does though. Which is nice, but also very weird. That should hit Tifa.
All right.
Nope, game canceled it, that's fine.
Sid, are you ready for the wall?
Nope. Never.
I figured.
The wall is a rough one. But we do have a lot of, nope, that's not right. Okay, I almost went too far again. Time for first strike off Yuffie. Binding for first strike off you, and give me my swift cast back. Okay, that's one of the last menus. We'll have one more in the final chapter, but now we have the very touching story segments with all the characters, but I'm gonna tell you this right now. I do enjoy them. They're very good, but I enjoy them too much. So I'm going to be doing everything in my power to not engage with these very emotional scenes. So
Yeah, we're gonna be obviously skipping through the cutscene segments, but there's a lot of play segments that are still involved here. There's still a lot that we will be seeing and having to go through. These segments are very emotionally impactful, in many ways. So I will say, I don't think this is worthy of like an actual warning, but what we're about to witness is a bit more than I think your average game gets into.
if video games can make you sad and cry up, this will.
Yeah, like this is.
It's a pretty deep moment where we go over pretty much everybody's individual traumas.
Yeah, it's a giant trauma dump section, to be honest. Yes.
Yeah.
So like the first one we go over, Red here being captured and taken to the lab. Then Barrett is, his town being destroyed. Yuffie is flashback to intermission, just in case you didn't play it. They kind of talk about what happens with her and why she hates Shinra, rather than before where she was just kind of like, I'm supposed to hate them, but she actually actively hates them now. Aerith is one of the deepest cuts because it goes over her segment with her mother at the train station, which was kind of like a really quick flash out when you're talking to, what's her mother's name?
Ifalna?
No, not her proper mother, her adopted mother. Yeah. See? Donate now.
I can't remember.
Yeah. I just remember her actual mother.
Yeah.
It's not Elena.
While we're talking about that, again, every donation goes towards the National Alliance on Mental Illness. If you go to their website, it's just NAMI.org, NAMI.org. There's a lot of great life-changing guidance on there. There's a lot of information and support that can help any of you navigate your mental health conditions. I highly recommend checking that out. And it's not, it's never a shame to ask for help.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You don't have to go through anything alone. There's no reason to. We understand that it's not something you're doing because you want to, but because your brain tells you to. So, we all have to struggle with it. I'm sure like a lot of the attendees, including myself, suffer from depression. Me, I get depression and anxiety. The last week before I came up here, I had like a minor bout of it, and I was just like not confident at all leading into the event. So, talk with people around you, keep yourself active in conversations to help with that burden.
I know what your brain's telling you, but you are killing this run, Sid. This is amazing to watch.
Yes. Luckily I haven't reset any of the fights, but I've wanted to. There's a few that I kind of reset in the beginning phases, which is normal. I'm talking more so about like resetting at the end of the fight, which is the one that really like hemorrhages the most time. Messing up the first couple of inputs feels bad, but doesn't really impact the time loss as much as you might think.
By the way, that adoptive mom's name you're looking for is named Elmira.
Elmira.
I knew it started with EL. Yeah, Elmira is a great mother, but we go over the segment where Elmira meets Aerith and Ilfana passes away.
Yeah.
It's very emotionally gut-wrenching. I every time I have to like do everything I can to disconnect. I either am kind of like memeing it up and being as
We kind of glossed over, but the red one really got me.
Yeah, Red's
because
really
like
messed up.
just trying to break out of the oh my god.
Yeah, you can actively do the inputs to try to break out of the shackles. And oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
But if you do, it just slows it down.
Yeah.
It isn't.
In terms of like a speed run, yeah, we just ignore it.
Well, I mean, even casually,
yeah,
right? Because it's like you try and then you're like, oh, this is not. Oh god.
Yeah.
I mean, the one that hits me the hardest is Aerith's anyway.
I mean.
Oh yeah. All of these are really deep cuts, honestly.
They really are.
Like, because they kind of go over Barrett's earlier when we actually get to Corel, and they're all just blaming him. When, like, in reality, it turns out everybody kind of signed on for Shinra to come in, besides Dine. And then everybody just decided to blame Barrett anyway, which is kind of scuffed. Because I don't even think he was, like, the mayor. He was just one of, the town heads.
Yeah, and it also implies in the one flashback that he was one of the last ones to agree, but alongside Dine.
Yeah.
And yet still, I don't know. That's actually a bit of a minor retcon, I feel like, that I don't think they really thought that part through particularly.
Yeah, because I think, like, him and Dine were the holdouts in OG.
Yeah.
Yeah, him and Dine were the two that helped out.
And then in the flashback we get, it's like Barrett was just converted and was, like, finally relented. Like, no, we should do it.
This will make everybody's lives better. Yeah. Cole is almost useless now with Mako power.
Yeah.
You know, we got to do something to save our way of life. So right here, we just got to kick this gate down. So I'm going to mash some L2 here so I don't have to wait for the prompt. There we go. But yeah, as Sonny alluded to, the next big boss is the Demon Walls. Because surprise, there's 2. Like, ever since they added, I can't remember which game. I want to say it's 12 where they added the 2 Demon Walls first. But ever since that, it's just been 2 Demon Walls pretty much every fight. But it is a rough one because the cave-in hits for a lot, and I need to set up Prime Berserk, so it's going to chew through my HP really, really fast. And setting up the first phase, I have to just tank a couple of slashes from the Demon Wall to make sure everything lines up properly. So worst case scenario, I can immediately Kuriga at the beginning of that fight, or the beginning of phase 2 with Aerith or Tifa. And best case scenario, I can just somersault. You can counterfire the cave-in, which I did have to do in one of my practice runs. It's a bit harder to get the input because it's very hard to determine when the wall is going to fall on you. And counterfire does stay up for quite a bit of time. But if you activate it too early, you get tagged. And that's actually something that may come up in the Phoenix portion of Bonds of Friendship. I usually use a lot of counterfires and those to, like, build ATB on both Cloud and Zac at the same time, but it can be a bit disconcerting. Hard time.
And keep in mind, with Prime Berserk being active, that's 50% extra damage going out and 50% extra damage taken.
Yeah, because it hits you and then it stun locks you, so it's not even just a hit. You get knocked off your feet and you're very vulnerable at that position. So if Cloud gets hit by Cave-In in phase 2, he's pretty much gone.
Yeah.
So I've got to cycle back around and cover. Luckily, Tifa really doesn't do anything in that fight, so she has a lot of ATB left over most often. You have to hit L2. Yeah, you got to ask for help first. This whole segment's just killer.
I need a distraction or else I'm going to start crying.
So
I'm going to read some of these donations.
Yes.
Please do, Deeds. Please.
So we have $50 from F. Neal saying, great to see my favorite game of 2024 being run. I'll have to try these strats out when I do a New Game Plus run. Best of luck to the rest of the run, as well as all the other runners in this marathon. Thank you so much, F. Neal. And just along with the conversation we were having earlier, Code in Data also gave $50 saying, thanks to Nami for all they've done over my lifetime. Let's support them to do even more. Yes, please let's. And just a reminder, when you're giving your donations, make sure you select the incentive for Aerith versus the Magi Combat Sim. When you scroll down, make sure you select incentive before you click the donate button. We're at $328. We need $1,000 to see this happen. And along with that, you can double dip. We've got some prizes coming in. These prizes that are in the current window will be unavailable at the end of this game. We've got some pretty cool stuff. You can see on the screen here, we have this amazing wooden case replica of the Final Fantasy VII cover. It's very pretty. It's very detailed up close in person. There's also a really cool Buster Sword concert light that was given out during the Final Fantasy VII concert tour. It's really cool. It's just like a regular concert light, except it's Buster Sword shaped. And it fits really nicely in your hand. I've been able to hold one in the past. Check it out. It glows all the LED colors. It's very pretty.
Yeah, speaking of, like, concert. It's actually funny. I went to go see an orchestra for Rebirth. I sat down, listened to it, and I'm like, this sounds the exact same as the music in the game. Note for note, 1-to-1. I'm like, what did I pay for?
You paid for experiencing it live.
It was definitely a fun experience. So we switched up our materia here real quick for First Strike. So we have ATB on everybody. Once again, Aerith still got the Choco King cape, so she's got first full ATB. But we're going to kind of have to spam spells in the next few fights. Enemies are getting way too strong to do anything but just drop tier 3 spells pretty much ad nauseum until they die. Luckily, there's only a few enemies left, like 3 fights. You can actually skip this one, but it's not worth the trouble. Okay. I want to fire go.
Deal with that.
Did you? Yeah, that's what I thought happened. Okay, sure. We'll just micromanage everybody because I don't trust any of them. There we go.
Nice.
We did get $25 from Benny Omega for the earlier conversation saying, Elmira, it's Elmira.
Yes, thank you.
I'm starting to think that you skipped the cutscenes.
Yeah. You would think somebody that ran like remake for like 5 years or however long it's been out, okay, please get away, would actually remember that. Yeah.
Good old Moss Adamantoys.
They're actually very, very dangerous.
Yup.
Yeah, they sure are.
They
Totally haven't watched you die to them multiple times.
Yeah, the Barrett VR combat sim, it was rude enough to put in an Adamantoise, and that's not even the ultimate fight, that's the penultimate fight in that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this is the less dangerous enemy. I'm like, really? So these next couple of fights, we're just going to fire off Fire Gun. The big thing here is actually we can't like open the menu at all. So I have to heal before I get into these pseudo cutscenes, or else I'm going with like low HP. The next fight, not this one, but the next one's really dangerous. The big issue with this one is sometimes they can throw out stop, which is really annoying. But luckily it doesn't last too long, so should be fine. The other thing too is we did a lot of healing with Barrett earlier on, specifically because we want to make sure we have Faith Magnify for Tifa for all these fights, and possibly healing in the boss fight if we need it.
Keep it together. No
Goodbye.
Goodbye, everything.
Okay, well, I guess one of them didn't want to go.
So the big thing that's happening here at the Cetra is we're getting some Cetra expansion. We're getting lore about how the Cetra actually came to their end, and like what actually happened.
And the emergence of Genova.
The emergence of Genova, yeah. So there's cutscenes here. There's murals in the wall. There's dialogue happening here as well. But all of it's detailing essentially that a foreign entity from space lands. It has the ability to shapeshift and adapt itself. It takes the personage of some of their own people, tricks them, confuses them, does similarly for their opponents, their enemies, and just ultimately it's a war against Genova, and that they ultimately won by putting it in, I guess, like a cryo state, some kind of like stasis.
Yeah, they say they beat it, but they kind of
did
very vaguely.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
But in the process, they lost most everything, and that's where the downfall of Cetra actually originates from. It's all Genova.
So BD Jeffy P just filled $672 that was needed to get that incentive.
Yo!
The Aerith versus Magic Combat Sim, yes!
I don't know what to do anymore.
And with that said, we're gonna see Aerith solo everyone.
Let's go!
All right.
True summer. All right. I'm really scared of the Adamantoise, and that donation made me so happy my brain just cleared. Factory reset, back to zero. And I'm like, spell? Yeah, spell.
So
Felt good.
Yeah. So with that first Cetra cutscene, you may have noticed Sid was actually doing some of the hops to move faster, but those ultimately don't matter because you have to wait for that cutscene to finish.
This one, however.
You can actually jump ahead.
Please. A couple steps short. What a shock.
And now for Evil Wall. I mean, Demon Wall.
Demon Gate. So here's Prime Mode. There's the Berserk.
Spellblades to push.
Yeah, just a damage.
And there's the second wall.
Wall. Yay! All right.
It won't last very long as I do this properly.
Yeah.
There we go. What happened?
What happened?
I think I changed out of Prime mode. Okay, this is going to be a fun one. We're going to need to finish you off. Come over here, finish you off.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, we should
be
fine. Okay.
Oh. Get there.
Oh, that's interesting.
Please get there.
Yeah.
Oh. That.
So I can tell you exactly what happened there, and I'm very much displeased that it happened. So because I accidentally switched characters, when I switch back, the shortcut menu actually takes a second to load. It's some vacuous amount of time, but if I'm hitting a button while the shortcut menu, when I'm trying to use the shortcut menu, while it's still opening, it will buffer the input of any of the face buttons as the normal input, not like the Firaga there. I may have accidentally let go of the shortcut button as well too, but it's because of that weird delay of it actually opening. Prime mode does this really goofy thing where if you switch stances, he just goes in the air for some reason. It may come up in the final boss as well, because I actually want to use Disorder to close the gap on an enemy and get Berserk. But if I accidentally change stances, which I can't tell because I'm chaining attacks in a certain way, it'll cause me to just right up into the air, and I'm not going to be happy when that happens either. I can show it off a bit more in the Bonds of Friendship, because there are some cases where I can just kind of mash triangle and fly around in weird directions. I don't know why the change out from Prime mode does. It goes. Where it goes, nobody knows.
Just can go any direction.
Pretty much, yeah. And as you saw there, it's kind of what happens. The big problem is I ran out of Prime Berserk there, so my damage was super low. The surprise, 50% damage bonus is quite a significant margin, especially when you can break damage cap. Who would have known?
That requires math.
Yeah. I don't do that. Strife does that for me. And then gets mad when I don't do it.
Yep.
All right, while we're slowly trudging forward here, just a reminder, we did meet the Aerith incentive. We still have lots of other incentives coming up for after this game. We're 30 minutes away here before Dragon Quest comes up. And then after that is the Kingdom Hearts 2FM Rando. And we've got a big $2,000 incentive we need to meet there to fight Yozora. So keep that in mind. Time races forward, unlike Cloud right now. Keep those donations pouring in.
Yeah, so at the moment, Cloud's having...
We're bullying Aerith.
Cloud's having a moment.
I knew you were going to say that. Sorry, HSG.
Okay.
You guys aren't funny. Shut up, please.
But no, so Cloud got his hands on the Black Bacteria, is acting very strange, very possessed-like. We run into the Temple as it collapses, and Sephiroth shows up, asks for the materia, and basically we start enacting kind of the Mount Nebel
You know,
handover of materia already, kind of.
Not the direction I want to go either. Thank you.
But Aerith tries to intervene. Aerith takes it. He goes after her, gets materia. They fall, and now that we fell into the collapsing temple, we're kind of just like in the live stream, and now we're going through
The ancient forest.
We're going through, yeah, kind of
A segment of it. Yeah.
We're going through a version of it.
Yeah, this is like, so one of the other things is the Zack cutscenes cut out all of Zack's cutscenes, but it also cuts out a significant one as well where you have go to another world and have like a date-ish between Cloud and Aerith where they kind of just have one last moment between the two of them before all this happens. So I don't know why it does that. I mean, for a run, it's nice because it just saves us time because it's you go from table to table, pick an item, and then have some dialogue, go to the next table, pick an item. This will be the last few save loads here, just to cut everybody's dialogue short so we can speed up through this forest. But
yeah, so now we're heading towards, not the temple, the actual, blanking.
The City of the Ancients.
Yeah, City of the Ancients. Yes. But yeah, so now we're in the Ancient Forest heading for the City of the Ancients. But yeah, it said he has to save and reload to get dialogue out of
just
the
cancel
way.
the dialogue so I can move full speed,
Yeah. But yeah, a very significant story thing. We kind of get the implication that the black materia that we had was not the real one, was a key to finding the real one. And then Sephiroth uses the whispers from Remake to basically use that as a beacon and go find the real one and go traverse something like the
other universes, timelines. The game is very like vague around that.
The other realities, sort of God, is it Terra?
The game.
I forget the planet's name for this one. I think it might be Terra.
I think it's Terra.
Isn't that 9?
Or is it
whatever.
9?
So
whatever. Yeah.
One of the
Even
other
so.
important parts too is the holy materia that we've had was actually discharged at the end of part 1. And that date is where Aerith gets a functional holy materia by taking it from a world where Zack is still alive. It may be the same one. It's kind of the big indicator of like what world you're in is actually the stamp logo.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different stamps that all indicate like different worlds that exist.
That's the Shinra dog for their mascot.
Which is a new thing that was added in the re-trilogy as well. But yeah, overall, what we're kind of led to believe at this juncture of the game is that within the live stream itself, it contains all the versions of it that exist. And the one we're playing is not the only one. There are many of them out there, infinite, really.
Yeah,
you can consider it like a multiverse theory or like alternate reality or parallel universe theory, but like it's very particularly calling out how like that's all contained within the live stream of the planet itself. It's not like an overarching like universal thing, right? It's something particular to this planet that it's containing all of the versions of itself across different timelines or worlds or whatever's going on. It's not entirely clear at this juncture, but most of the curtain isn't peeled back on that part for the most part. These white ghosts also seem to imply, the white whispers seem to imply that these are actually ones that are more under Aerith's control, potentially. They've been not in our way the entire time so far, but now they are here, almost as if Aerith wants the normal timeline to still occur while we're fighting against it. Yeah, there's a lot going on here, and we're going to see. Well, we're not going to see because we're going to skip it.
I mean, I'd love to, but it's a little bit long.
Yeah,
just a little.
It's long, yeah.
I can let you drop in. We'll give you that for free, I guess. Don't want to give it too much. So the final fight here is a very significant fight. Like I mentioned earlier, it's actually 3 different fights. And the first and second are kind of split into 6 phases. Each phase kind of builds on each other. So I'm micromanaging stagger, ATB building with the characters, buffs, and debuffs on the boss, as well as damage. So this first fight with Genova, I want to set up so that my ATB is built up in a certain way, but we do a bunch of phases where it's 2v1 on Genova. A lot of these fights simulate the final boss fight where you split between parties, and they did it very well. One of the important parts here is everybody gets really angry over something, so everybody but Cloud gets a free limit here, so we're going to take advantage of that for everybody but Ketchi. Unfortunately, Ketchi needs to have the Moogle for limits, and we're not giving him First Strike just for that. So I may need to use Ketchi as a last resort in the final phase of Genova, but hopefully that won't happen. A lot of these earlier phases is just managing, keeping Faith and Braver up from Sonic Boom, and Bravery and some of the other fights, because we actually have Bravery Magnify for a lot of these things. We just want to push our damage to that last little step, and making sure we either have Zerk or Prime Zerk active while we're firing off spells. We can actually Zerk Genova too, so we'll be doing that with Barret, but if I get an unfavorable phase with Yuffie, and a laser interrupts one of my attacks, I'll have to actually stagger Genova. The big thing is I need to make sure Cloud doesn't die in that phase, because 2 Fire Gusts will give me a stagger as long as I'm doing things right. The things get hard when we get to good old Sephiroth phase, where he basically turns into Bizarro, and we've got to full stop fight him off.
Yeah. So yeah, much like OG, Cloud's trying to fight off the influence. We can just not bother, and he will do it on his own anyway. And then here we are at Genova. So the big thing here is that it's going to slowly start taking our party away from us on a timer. We want to hit gates, damage gates, before then, so that we're not stuck trying to solo get to like the getting our party back. So getting these damage gates this first part is very important.
I don't know how she got the eye off, but I guess we're gonna Kiriga again.
Good to go?
There we go. Took that safe just to make sure.
And then, okay, now we phase push.
Luckily, the Faith here doesn't really matter because it's going to be deleted the next time I'm going to fight with Cloud.
This thing's going down.
Of course.
Gotcha!
Keep it together.
How about you show us what you got?
You're up.
I got this. Now.
You're only one.
All right, that should end this phase. I also want to make sure I'm not in Prime mode anymore, because I think that might be the issue with carrying over Punisher stance, is that phase right there. Not 100% certain though.
Yeah, and now we're gonna go through and have to kill a body part per party of 2.
The hardest one is probably Barret and Red coming up here. That's why we need the Berserk. Berserk, buffer limit, buffer limit.
Yeah, and if you just noticed, Red just went from no limit to all limit.
When they join the party, it takes a while for it to activate.
Yeah, that's a call out to just the story events that we skipped, where we see Aerith dead and not dead at the same time. It's a whole thing.
Okay, I'm not moving. It's the wrong spot. All right,
Yeah,
I'll let you guys drop in for a bit here, but not too long.
You were right on the spot to hit it.
Oh, I should have fast forward past naughty words. Oopsie. It's gonna cost me a couple of minutes, but you know, let's have some fun. This is one of the best cutscenes. It's a shame we have to fast forward everything and ruin the music.
I mean, my favorite part of this cutscene is Nanaki jumping on Cloud's blade and then just getting launched.
Drop in. Need to make sure to stance change after this stab here, or else I'll carry it into the final phase and then I'll mess things up. I have Genji Glove. That should have done more.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
See you later.
Nice.
Yeah, just 2 fires and we're down.
Round 2.
All right.
All right, here we go.
All right, now we have Zach. So here's phase 1 Sephiroth with Zach.
Okay, get out of my face.
Zach has managed to discover a way to... Aerith has pulled Zach from a different reality where she kept him alive into ours for this.
Get out of my face.
Don't worry about it.
I was about to say, don't question it.
Man, I'm gonna get the stagger here. That's so obnoxious. Whatever.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's not that I need to hold on to the stagger. I just waste a bunch of time.
Yeah.
I mean, at least you're able to build ATB.
Bonk.
That's the only bright side.
The thing is it doesn't help at all because the game actually takes pity on you in the next phase and gives you full ATB immediately.
Yeah, Sephiroth does
the
not.
best part.
Sephiroth does not like that Aerith has done this, so he just swings his sword, splits reality, and sends Zach on his way again because.
Yeah.
Yep. And now we're already going to get
Bizarro.
Maybe the game will store the ATB and be really nice, right? That's how that works? They'll give me like 4 hidden ATB. Nope, doesn't look like it. I need to make sure to stance change here. So we're going to go for a little bit more of a convoluted strat here. I could just spam Fyra into Fyriga. I'm actually going to go for Disorder into Gorgon Shield. Reapply Sonic Boom, throw down an extra Fyra, throw down an extra Fyriga. It'll give me a lot of extra damage, so that with Zach's phase, I only have to do Chain Slash and High Braver. The main thing here is we got a decent amount of limit from tanking way too many attacks in the Sephiroth phase, so I'll at least have a limit backup for the final boss. Whether I use it or not is a different question.
And keep in mind with the Gorgon Shield, it does give immunity over a very
iframes during the
brief,
animation.
Yeah, very brief window during the animation. So we are actually going to make use of those iframes.
Wrong direction.
And they're right there.
Oh, that's an interesting way to do that.
Let's be smart. Time to learn.
Sure, I guess like 4 extra disorders will get me where I need to go, surely.
So, Bizarre Sephiroth here. We just got past Cloud's phase of this. But very interestingly,
The Bahamut.
now Bizarro is going to go to the rest of our party.
He's going to use the same trick and summon Bahamut here.
Yeah, so
Yep.
So Bizarro essentially is in both like the pocket dimension where Cloud and Zack were, and now Cloud's left behind, and also where our party is at the exact same time. Again, it's a whole thing. Don't worry about it.
Fights all,
and then here's Bahamut.
Time.
Bahamut being a bit of a signature Sephiroth at this point between I've been children and everything else.
You're being a big bully right now, and I don't like it. Fine, we'll just manually cast. Yeah, sorry about the. Did not mean to flashbang everybody intentionally. Wait, what?
All right, that's already version 1 of that.
Excuse me. Where damage be? Oh,
Right there.
He never cast
There.
Bravery because he got canceled. Got it. Great. This is really rough. Okay. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
The problem is my damage on the wing was way lower than it needed to be. Switch to over. I knew that was gonna happen. Let's do Smackdown. I want to kill. Okay. And then I want to raise Tifa here. Did I really not have enough to overcharge? Please? We're gonna have to Let's Ride here. Okay. This is probably gonna lead to another Bahamut phase. Oh, it didn't.
No,
Dang.
you were good.
Yeah, Barrett getting the Bravery canceled was kind of rough. I honestly, that fight has spiraled in a lot of silly ways, but that's a new one to me. All right, let's see if I can Zack here.
Yeah.
Zack's gimmick is we need to charge up his charge gauge to access High Braver. or to buff his physical attacks. Charge Slash is really good at just doing damage, and his Meteor Shower is pretty good at pressuring or staggering enemies. But we're going to be going for damage here, so...
Let's settle this once and for all.
Yeah, so now Bizarro is existing across everything at this point. That's why Zach can fight it, Cloud can fight it, and why our party can fight it. It's just across one entity, like existing across all things at once. There's not a whole lot to do here aside from just beat on it and try to there is a timing component to this. It's probably not easy to tell from what Sid's doing.
Yeah, you need to time the quick charges.
Yeah.
And then you've got to time... If you hit square after quick charge, you also get a combo attack that builds charge. All right, this phase should be free. But this is why I needed Tifa back up, because I absolutely need her here. Otherwise, the strat would be busted. You know, braver yourself, somersault.
Feels like someone's helping us. The wings are protecting us. We've got to take out the barrier.
Break Ra, and we should be good to go. I needed her. That barrier is supposed to stop you from dealing damage, but our stats are so high with that plus braver and somersault. We have more than enough damage. All right, now for the final. I don't know what that was, but okay. All right, I need to super hyper focus here. This phase, we need to chain Firaga and layer a bunch of wards. ATB ward first to get ATB back on every action. Arcane ward for double Firaga, so that'll be the second thing. And Radiant ward makes you invincible while casting a spell. We'll be using it in the Aerith fight, but we won't be able to get that invincibility off spell cast, unfortunately, so we're going to utilize it here. Cloud's just going to be throwing out spell blades and Firaga ad nauseum here.
I saw what you did back there, Cloud. Thank you.
Yeah, so here we have Ashes of Aroth, not Bizarro. This is the final part of this. So we will be calling out time soon.
Yeah, this is also the hardest part.
It sure is.
Because of how quickly things really can spiral.
Mm-hmm. If it goes well, but...
I mean, with all three wards already out and everything
looking good.
Very good, it's going to be time before too long.
Yeah, he's going to die the next time I get a spell off. Tempted to use the limit for funsies, but I don't want to do that. It's not safe. The damage will be really low. Time will be coming up here in a couple of seconds as soon as I fire off. Hello? Firaga? Firaga. There we go. Time.
And that's time. 453.
All right. Since these bonus runs are going to be pretty long, I'm going to pivot into them really quick here since we're so far behind. I would like to both give you guys what you asked for and minimize the time loss here. These fights are pretty rough. I do expect to possibly need to reset both of them. Aerith, with the Bonds of Friendship, I have one reset, depending on where it is. But with Aerith, we should be good. Also, I decided to do a couple of things here. Change outfits and also change locations. This is actually the Gilgamesh Island that we get access to, where we actually run into Greg here. Okay, we got Aerith set up. I did trust you guys on the donation incentive, just wanted to double check. Would be a real big time loss if I went into the combat sim and then had the wrong things equipped and then I had to back out. So on this one, we don't have Bonds of Friendship beaten, so it makes it a little bit easier to do the menuing here. Officer and Slug Rays here are pretty...
started.
Yeah.
Pretty easy fight. We're just going to ATB boost here, throw out a Rolling Thunder. That'll stun them, and then we'll just tank these couple of bullets here and show you the power of a true mage with Mind Blast. Whop. Just... we did put an HP absorb on our E skill here because we're actually going to be using Dark Side with Aerith here to further buff our damage. It takes 5% of our current HP, not our max, so it can't kill us. And obviously, like, the amount of HP it takes is going to get less and less the lower HP is. I don't think I want Yin. Yeah, this is the one I don't want. We want to drop a Dark Side. Boom, get back. Of course. I shouldn't have done that either. Okay, he's on Yang. I'm
Okay,
safe.
there's Yang.
Yang is going to either spam Ice or Thunder. There we go. We're 100% safe here. Okay, nope. Good. We'll Soul Drain here. Into Transcend. Yeah, whatever. That's not going to matter. Transcendence is going to kill him or stagger the other.
It should stagger.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah. Sonic Boom for some extra HP back. That's probably the most touch and go fight. The white mooses we're going to fight here. I want to line them up, but sometimes they'll jump at me too soon, so hopefully we get that set up. Ray of Judgment actually gets used here as well, which is why I was saying every ability gets used for the most part.
Yeah, and having them lined up in order to use Ray of Judgment just to finish them both off, it looks so good.
One of the other cool things is Darkside actually refunds a bit of ATB on use, so I can actually take advantage of that. So that's why I'm using it so early in the combo chain. Like I said, Tempest is really good at staggering here, so we're going to include that, use the Ray of Judgment, and then we'll be Tempesting Moose B here to finish him off. We do also have Elemental Fire and Ice to speed things up a little bit. Nice.
Beautiful.
That, I think I figured this strat out like a week before the marathon. I'm very happy I found it, though. That Ray of Judgment is really cheeky. Normally, Ray of Judgment would be a very bad one because the animation is so long, but luckily it has enough keep. So this is what I was hard selling on. This guy right here. How am I going to deal with Reflect? I don't know. Are you going to teleport, buddy? All right. Oh, I need to make sure that this hits because I need the ATB here. I'm going to block this just because I don't want to take the damage. Huh. Wow, that doesn't... Oh, wow. So yeah, the thing here is... We did this on Lost Numbers as well. We broke Lost Numbers' arm with Transcendence because it doesn't get affected by Reflect. Same thing here, hitting it, and then it will trigger a state where he'll remove Reflect on his own. So, Quetzalcoatl here is a bit more dangerous. This guy's weak to Ice. I don't have Ice. I do have Fire and Ice on my staff, but that's not quite the same, is it? Unfortunately, he doesn't know that. I do have abilities, however, that are magic. Okay, we're going to dodge out of the way of this. Go over here to... Okay, sure. You want to Fulmin me. So once again, we're going to take advantage of the Fulmin here. Nope, please. Okay. Well, I'm going to get out of the way here. Save. Play this safe. But we do have access to Cold Wave, like the... Rolling Thunder that we used earlier, which is actually coded from cold damage, which he's weak to. If I hit him with 4 Cold Waves, we'll get a stagger off, and then I can take advantage of my high ATB at this point to drop a Mind Blast. And get out of here. Transcend. Oh, unfortunately, I might be too low because my Sonic Boom fell off. And we're almost done with this one. All right, that's time for that.
All right.
Now I'm going to have to head back and make a slight...
that was time for that segment.
No, sorry, these are very... I really have to focus. It's a little bit hard to focus on time. 243, that's not bad.
That's not bad.
Yeah, a low 2... I think of like the best I've got is like around a 220, 229. So that was a pretty good execution. So I need to steal a couple of materia here. The enemy skill, skill master, and magic up. There's really no way about it. But yeah. We also gave her an ability that boosted the duration of her self buffs to make the Sonic Boom last a little bit longer. But we are in it for the long haul here. We have to fight 10 enemies, and all of them, each phase will include at least one summon.
Start timer.
Go ahead and start the timer.
Yeah, it's kind of...
And right when you're getting into this, I want to read off these final donations here for the game. We've got the excellent Bram Hall V donating $12 saying, I love Final Fantasy VII too. And Alu give me a second here. Alu Vispede saying, love this FF7 Rebirth run so much. For $10, thank you so much for your donation, and let's enjoy the rest of this incentive.
Yeah, so we can stop Titan here to prevent Titan from casting the Wrath of the Planet or whatever that gives it a defense.
Earthen Aegis.
I could have used Thundaga there to get some MP back, but luckily it's not that big of a deal. Each one of these phases gives me 30% of my MP back, so I won't run out. I just won't have access to the 10% damage bonus from being at max MP on cast. This guy can either hit me with Fulmin or rush me down. Looks like we're going for the rush down.
Gotcha.
I'll stop you up. So I wait to Sonic Boom there because this guy is weak to wind. So if I just fire it off, he'll supercharge, which makes my life really annoying. Okay, we'll delay it a little bit longer, actually. I can chain stop him, but if I do it too soon, it won't do anything. Luckily, we timed it properly there. Erga, I'm gonna back up so he doesn't hit me. Excuse me? Excuse me? I very much disagree. Nope, I was in Punisher's hands. Whatever you say, game. All right, I see how this is gonna be. We're gonna play this very safe. And get a Kuriga going. And then we'll get back in here with Cloud. Okay, I gotta be careful there because that can actually, there we go, thank you.
Your Kuriga was canceled.
Yeah, well, luckily I have plenty of time on Phoenix and Brynboard Demon. I'll just have to do some extra attacks here. That's unfortunate. That's probably because my MP wasn't high enough. So missing out on that 10% was really massive, and I probably had some low rolls on everything. Phoenix here, my goal is to only use 2 commands with Cloud here. Oh, that's Zach, yeah. We want to use Faith on Cloud, and nope, not Prime Mode. So, like I said, if you have full ATB here, you can just self-destruct with your lead character, and apparently it avoids summoning the orbs. And by apparently, I mean I've seen a video of it happen. I tried doing it with ATB boost, but that's not how that works, unfortunately. Hello? What are we getting here? Good. I go out of my way to get rid of my... Dang it. I'm going to have to build ATB with Zach. There's no two ways about it at this point. Could you...
Hang back. Keep it together.
Let's do this.
Could you change stances, please? Thank you. Close enough. This is going to be a rough one.
Got me good. We're not done here.
Might actually need to... All right. This normally doesn't happen. This is not a situation I'm super happy about, but I can make it work. Do I still have my ATB boost? Yeah, I can make this work.
Now, I gotcha.
That'll help a bit. ATB boost. Sonic Boom the Bomb. Into Thundera, the Grand Horn.
Buzz off.
Oh! Ooh. We're gonna have to try it.
Wow.
Let's do it.
Oh, I don't have Prime Mode either.
Bam. Well,
Rough.
Unfortunate.
That was a really weird interaction. We'll go again. It's fine. I'd rather die there at Phoenix than in Odin, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Huey Codal. I've died at Odin and just run right back, you know, in practice runs. What? Yeah, that's what I want. Stop. ATB boost, Sonic Boom, Prime Mode. As long as I remember to actually like use Thundaga here, we should be fine. Overhead.
take the lead.
It takes so long for him to build ATB, it gets really goofy. Trying to time this.
On with the wind. Calling wind. How?
Oh, nice. We got Earthen Aegis because I stopped too slow. Whatever. I can make this work anyway. Not gonna be happy about it, but I can make it work. We'll just ignore Zach existence for this one, I guess. Please pressure. Thank you. Yeah, so this is what happens if you don't get the stop off. Sometimes Zach's ATB is so low you can't even cast stop. But if you don't cast it immediately, that'll happen. Hui Kodal here, same thing. I'd say that whole first one was kind of scuff, except for Titan, and then this one is going to be the opposite.
Probably.
1, 2. Just stop here. Okay.
Let's be smart. Buzz off.
Zach, where your ATB do be?
Storm's coming. Shit.
What is happening to the damage here, man? Some interesting damage ranges.
I was about to say, you're slightly underrolling.
Whatever. I think maybe in my previous attempts, I took more counters at the start, and I'm pushing it a little bit sooner than I should. It's probably the issue.
I think so.
Never really realized how safe I was playing, and turns out safe was correct. All right, now, hopefully we don't get gutted this time. All right, Faith Cloud here, Prime Mode. Yeah, so we should be able to counter pretty much everything Phoenix does here. Just the main thing is going to be building ATB with Zach.
Don't overdo it.
Ideally, we activate ATB assist a few times here. I'm going to let my Prime Berserk fall off here so that when this hits, I don't take quite as much damage. Back up for Flaming Geyser. These counter stances are part of the ATB building process too. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You're up.
Well,
There we go. Should be fine. And all according to plan.
There we go. There. That's what we were looking for.
This fight's usually pretty simple, so I was caught off guard by how weird that the weird way it went.
There it is.
This isn't even the hard fight.
No, but it is treacherous because if it gets rebirth off, it's also
every single one
precise.
of these fights is very dangerous.
Yeah,
without a hard.
That one in particular is so precise of a window to stop from rebirthing. Anyway.
Now for the Brineborn Demon.
I'm a little bit short on HP here, so Prime Mode, Sonic Boom. Okay. All right, whatever. I'll make it work. I'll make it work. Calm down. That's not optimal, but I can make it work. Okay, Zach, let's back up here. Blizzara.
Magi. Chill out.
All right. Like I said, I can make it work.
Nice.
Yeah, stop is very dangerous when enemies can just go, well, I'm in the sky now. All right, Kujat's a rough one here. He can get 1 of 4 elements, and when he gets low enough, he'll pick up 2. I'm not going to let him get elements because the amount of damage he can do, it's just way too risky. All right, we'll take the initial counters here. Sonic Boom into actual Plasma Discharge. Nope, we want to get away from that. Ferocious Lion can stun us for a certain amount of time. Okay, I can Prime Mode here into Thundera. I'm going to have to wait this one out.
No holding back.
Okay, that's not... This is very unfavorable. Okay. All right, I think I know how to handle this, though. I'm going to need you to... We'll go for the Blizzaga? Stun with Thundaga.
All okay. Well, keep it together. There.
So what are you going to do?
Taking over.
Go to the center? Sure. He should take long enough. Okay, we should be able to take advantage of this situation. Okay. What did I just get caught on?
The spike.
You got caught on the spikes.
All right, we're just going to ATB boost here because I need to get this guy out of my face. Oh, unfortunately, pushed me out of the stagger. That's going to be really frustrating. So, boom, Thunder, and I'll do something a little bit different here. Oh, good, he lost the element. Yeah, him getting an element is actually terrifying. That could have been catastrophic.
At least he didn't manage to get off the, like...
I'll get a stagger with it. All right, I'm gonna refill some HP here. Okay. Cura. Wait for it. Then go to finish.
Nice.
That should have activated. What are these fights? Bruh! I'm working harder, hardly working. All right.
So here's the Ironclad again.
We're gonna go haste on Cloud. Nope, haste. Into Plasma Discharge. And then we'll go Prime Mode. And that'll give a ATB assist activation to Zach.
Gotcha.
Nah, I don't want to get hit by that. I think I'll pass. And then we can lock him down with Stop.
Buzz off.
So you can throw in an extra Thunder right here, or Plasma Discharge does the heavy lifting.
And keep in mind, you were seeing those Thundagas deal 35,000 damage.
Oh, we're about to see a lot more.
Oh yeah, we're about to see a lot more with Alexander coming up here.
Also, notice how the lock on here is just doing its own thing. It's gonna be kind of freaking out here at the very beginning. Yep. Yep. All right, you decided left arm it is. Got it.
Now, I gotcha.
So yeah, if you thought seeing 35,000 damage from a Thundaga was a lot of damage, well, get ready.
Yep.
Buzz off. Get ready.
Nope. No punitive spear for you. Good. Yeah. So I'm just gonna delete everything.
61,921.
I'm fairly certain that's the entire HP bar.
I've seen you hit 75.
Yeah. Because you do have some damage range on top of the crit. This guy I very much dislike. So we're gonna we'll haste Cloud first, I think. And then ATB boost into Plasma Discharge, Prime Mode. Oh, cool game. I'm really appreciative of that. Remember that thing where I said the AI likes to roll? That's what just happened. All right, now I need to stop him or else he's going to use Astral Apprehension and make my life really awful.
Yeah, Astral Apprehension, when it comes out, it's just no. All the no.
Okay, yeah. I want to Bravery myself and then drop this. The gimmick with Mind Flayer is you have to use a team-up attack to actually pressure. But if I let him go for too long, he'll start duplicating himself and spamming Astral Apprehension, which will very easily kill me.
Calling lightning. Let's get this over with. Let's do this. Bye now.
Nice.
Got it.
Nice.
All right. So for Bahamut and Odin here, I need to be very defensive. If I was going optimally, I'd be throwing down haste here, but we're going to be using Mana Wall to cut our damage in half, just in case I miss a few counters. Their fight pattern is somewhat predictable, but not super easy to predict. So you got to be on top of it. Mana Wall, please. And now we're good to go. Into Prime Mode.
Let's do this. Come on.
Yeah, that was aimed at Zach, which was a bit frustrating. Oh, that's great. Ah, well, we're gonna have to set up with Zach here. That's fine. This isn't the first time that's happened. This is part of the reason why Mana Wall is used.
It's so hard to dodge that.
Yeah.
Depending upon the angle and positioning.
But it will allow me to set up haste and faith on Cloud so it won't fall off. So basically he's going to be full power for the rest of the fight. Alright. The only downside is it sets me up in a situation where I want to use Thunder on one of the wings. And then I want to use... Okay, you know what? We're just going to do this to the menu. Left wing. Yep, there we go. We get that nice little... Into Blizzara. I want the extra stagger. Good.
Gotcha. Buzz off. Calling lightning.
Okay, sure. We should be fine. We'll just use Zach to cure everybody up, which I don't think is super necessary, but I want to go topped off into the final fight. So Odin is going to be a counter Fiesta. The only thing I don't want to counter is Helm Cleaver. And Helm Cleaver will put bracelets on Cloud, so that if I use A to B with him, he'll instantly get countered. So I'll probably switch to Zach at that point, build some A to B so I can apply haste and a few other things. While I'm waiting, I want to wait for this initial attack. Okay, want to... No, Zach's going to get hit here if I do it that way. Plasma Discharge.
Together. Taking over.
Into... not that. Mana Wall. Cloud.
Got
Okay, that was the final one. Prime mode. Did not counter one of them, so that's actually fine. Thundaga. Some TB on him so I can heal if I absolutely feel like I need to, which I probably will haste here, actually. Nope. Oh, that's bad. Well, we're gonna heal. It's fine. Not so fine. We can still make this work. It's just gonna be really rough. Arise. Cloud here. You! Alright.
Oh. Yeah, that's not good.
This might be GG.
Oh. Yep.
Yeah, Odin
Can
rude.
just decide that you're not getting him.
Yeah, and that was one of them that he definitely decided you're not getting it.
Yeah, I can go in for another round. It's usually that, but if the producer needs me to stop, just let me know. I'm just going to keep pushing. That wouldn't be the first time Odin's had my, you know what? Had my worst fears at heart. I expected that to usually happen. It was very unfortunate the way that it worked. If I'd gotten 4 counters off the charge because I missed one somehow, I think it was because I was meddling with Zach instead of just waiting. Should have just healed instead of gone for barrier in that situation. Let's see here. Stop it up.
Let's be smart.
Boom. Prime.
You had your chance.
All right, Zach, could you get over here and get some ATB? Thank you. Era.
My turn.
4, there we go. Right, yeah, you're not hitting me, buddy.
Let's finish this.
Thundaga to get my MP back.
That's how Titan should have gone.
Yep. It's very unfortunate. I couldn't hear you. It's 10. 20 total. You want me to cut it then? Okay. Yep. That's yeah, that's fine. All right, yeah. I'll see if I can get a completed run for the channel or something to attach to this video. Sorry about dropping it at Odin. Sometimes he's just like that. I guess we'll make this real quick then. I'll take the last couple of minutes here. Unfortunately, Bonds of Friendship didn't work out the way that it is. It is a very long fight, unfortunately.
It's also very rough.
You guys have anything you want to say before I sign out?
Thank you all for the donations. Sid, thank you for letting me on to commentate your run.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, just glad to be here as always.
Sorry we couldn't finish Bonds. Sorry we couldn't land Bonds of Friendship, but it is a very vicious fight. And if you make the wrong choice at any moment, it's gone. Thanks, RPG Limit Break, for having me. Thanks for giving me a chance here. With the amount of donations I got, I don't know what to say. Thanks, everybody. You always just shatter my expectations coming into these, and I leave very humbled. With that, since we were a little bit behind coming into this, I'm going to sign off and keep us on as much schedule as possible. See you later.
Wow, that was a great showcase. Even though it didn't work out as much as we wanted, we still had a great time watching Final Fantasy VII. One more round of applause in the chat here for Sid. And with, woo, yes, thank you. We're gonna take a quick break here just for a sec. I'll be back with you just in a moment. Okay, and I know you've seen, we've been talking about Tantrum, our partner, all week. It's time for an upfront look so we can just fawn over this great merch for a quick second here. There is 7 unique shirt designs highlighting games from this year's marathon, along with some other treasures. My personal favorite is this blanket. Guys, this isn't just your regular fuzzy blanket. This is like if a fuzzy blanket reached its limit break. It is so soft. That said, $5 from every sale goes directly to charity. In fact, we have raised enough collective sales already. Tantrum has chosen to kickstart the Kingdom Hearts 2 FM Rando incentive to unlock 5 more boss checks. We needed $1,500, or we need $1,500 still to see those extra fights. They have generously put $500 towards that to let us see that. We still have the Dragon Quest game after this, but just after that is the 2FM run. There's a lot of incentives there we need to meet. Thank you so much, Tantrum, for helping us meet those incentives. It's going to be amazing. All right, and with that said, I'm going to take a quick break here. We'll see some stream ads. If you don't want to see those stream ads, go ahead and subscribe if you haven't already. That way you can just chill with this amazing playlist music we have here. All right, we'll be back with these messages. And we're back after watching those ads. This is the end of my hosting shift for today. You'll see me one more time later on at the Final Fantasy XIV boss rush that I'm so excited for. That said, we will speed run through our save point. You heard Bob earlier with the Final Fantasy VII beginning of that. He's back here again with Vonnie, and let's hear what they have to say.
Alrighty. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Wednesday save point. I am here with the one, the only Bob the Ninja Goldfish, and as you can see, we are twinning today. I didn't get the memo about
the Cookie Monster pants.
Didn't get the memo about the Cookie Monster pants, but that's okay.
Or the Ted Lasso scarf.
Right? Yeah, we close enough. So for those of you who are new to the whole save point thing here. The primary purpose of this is to deliver content and talk to you and have lots of fun, but it's also to help us get back on track.
Yeah.
Now, because we did lose a lot of time between Monday and Wednesday, this segment is going to be hyper quick. We're just going to talk about a couple things real quick, and then we're going to get it right back over to Dragon Quest I once that's ready. So, so Bob, I want to ask you, since our last save point, so about the last 48 hours or so, what are some of the runs that you've really liked?
So I'll be honest with you, I've been super busy. The last 48 hours was like staff business.
Yeah, you know,
right?
I'm familiar with this.
So the only one I've really managed to catch a whole lot of, which is the one I'm really super excited to talk about, is the Dragon Quest XI run.
Yeah.
By Keanu and Jerry Condra.
Right.
That was amazing.
That was super cool. Yeah. Yeah.
What about you?
There's two that I really liked. One of them is the Secret of Varonis run that was done by Leggy Starscream because I like the newer version of like the old Final Fantasy Legend games, and I know that that's kind of Leggy's bag. So to see her get on stage and be able to do that was awesome. But the one that I enjoyed a lot was the Ultima 4 Quest of the Avatar run by Organ Mike. Not only is that a really cool game, but you could tell by the way that Organ Mike wanted to talk about tying a lot of the virtues and a lot of the content of the game into what we do here with Nami and our community with RPG Limit Break. It was absolutely brilliantly done, and I appreciate it a lot. And then, of course, bringing Charlotte in to do the Ultima 3 Regicide run was a real treat. So those are the ones that I really like.
I still have to say, being a British person, hearing we're going to go kill Lord British makes me really worried.
Yep, I understand. Absolutely. So,
I'm like, do I need to suffer some of the safety volunteer?
Right.
Or
yeah. So now, but now we've got to look ahead. We've got a whole slate of games here for the next 48 hours until our next save point where we'll check in with you again. And some of the ones that I'm looking forward to coming up are actually going to be the run that we're going to see next is going to be Dragon Quest I.
Dragon Quest I.
So a lot of people are probably familiar with the NES version of the game. But what some Diener's going to be doing here is he's going to be running on the Super Famicom version. So it'll be in Japanese. But because he's running that specific version, he's going to do this hard RNG manip where he's basically going to get guaranteed metal slimes and guaranteed hits, and he's going to make that grind ridiculously fast.
Yes.
So for those of you that slogged through that game, you're going to be really jealous of watching him absolutely blaze through this.
And Diener's always a good watch.
And Diener is
always entertaining.
Yeah, Diener is a fantastic watch. Another one that I'm looking forward to, well, really a series, but one in particular, we got our awful block coming up overnight. We've got a whole bunch of complete ridiculousness here, but the one I want to point out is Maka Maka, because not only is that the longest run, but it's being done by Dowolf.
Yes.
And when we have ridiculousness and Dowolf together, it's appointment viewing.
For sure.
Even if it's going to be late at night for us, especially for us here stateside, catch the VOD at the very least, but if you can catch it live, you won't be disappointed.
Yeah.
What about you, Bob? What are you looking forward to?
Well, I'm going to cheat a little bit because it does come literally right before our next save point. I have to shout out that my upcoming interview with the Final Fantasy XIV runners.
Yep.
It is just under the wire, but it's not a game. So I will mention, so there's this little game, you may have heard of it. It inspired a lot of games called Newtopia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I hear the runner's a complete idiot.
Oh, a total buffoon.
Like, absolute handball.
So let me tell you this, and I think you'll appreciate this, Bob.
Yeah.
The category of Newtopia that I'm going to be doing is rather difficult.
Yeah,
it's not designed for marathons. So I understand that people enjoy watching me speedrun games, but I think people enjoy it even more watching me get trolled as I speedrun games.
Yes.
And I have curated a commentary team specifically to do exactly that. So Thursday night, yeah, I see you.
We see the tower.
So Thursday night, if you want to see me get absolutely crushed by 3 of my dearest friends, tune in for that one for sure.
Yeah. While we've got some time, I haven't had a chance to do it yet. One of my jobs here is volunteer director. You'll hear me talk about it a bit more in depth in the finale. I want to say personal thank you to all of our volunteers this year. You are absolutely stellar. We could not run the event without you. Be it our chat mods, our social media mods, donation station, all of our tech volunteers, all of our community volunteers, the people that sit in at the check-in desk, the people that walk around and do safety. I just want to say thank you to you all.
We literally can't do this without them. It would be impossible. Yeah. Yes. So, alrighty. Well, Bob, that was a good save point.
Yeah, I mean,
nice and snappy.
Yeah. The first one went really well. The second one did its job.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah, it served its purpose. So, alrighty. Well, thank you for tuning in to our save point, but we've got a run to get to. But before we do that, I'm going to toss it on over to our next host. That is the one, the only Peace.
Peace.
All right, thank you so much, Vonnie. Thank you so much, Bob. Let's get a round of applause for our save point. And once again, this is RPG Limit Break.